Alright, welcome back to Oxygen Not Included. I do not remember what we were doing last time. On-screen celebration. I don't get to see that, I'm pretty sure. It just doesn't show up on the stream manager, so chat, I hope you enjoyed that, because I didn't. It just didn't show up. Thank you, Twitch. Alright, okay, I think I remember what we were doing last time. See, I was smart, and I remembered to place some buildings down. Do I get the bits? Yeah, the bits go through. At least I assume they do. I haven't really been checking. Like, it showed you redeemed on-screen celebration for 64 bits, and then just nothing happened because I'm using the stream manager instead of the normal viewer, but it probably works. Why not make it 69? Because it's not a power of 2. Or 3 times a power of 2 for whoever's going to get all technical about the 768 redeem that I have. Look, not everything can be 69. We have a 69 emote, alright? That's good. That's good enough. We don't gotta, like, lay it on too hard for anyone who doesn't like the 69 memes. It's not made for everyone, and even I don't want to overdo it here. It gets old really fast. It's almost a normie meme at this point. Like, you gotta be careful with this kind of thing, or it just becomes cringe, and we definitely don't want to be cringe on this stream. That would be horrendous if I allowed something like that to happen. Someone who doesn't like it, raise you have to ban them. That's one of those things I don't want to overdo, because I feel like it could probably be a little bit overbearing at times. Every time the number 69 shows up literally everywhere, it's like, oh my god, nice. Isn't that funny? Isn't that hilarious, Chad? It's the greatest joke ever. You gotta be, like, just kind of subtle about it. Alright, so, I don't remember why I put that there. I think I was gonna wall this off anyways, but let's see. Hilarious every single time. Why are we already getting... Usually it doesn't give you a notification about that. And this one, this is a dump. I don't even care about what happens here. Okay, anyways, back to the video game. Yeah, that's what I do. Just a casual nice occasionally. I also won't pick out a 69 from, like, some random number that I see. Like, it's gotta, like, stand out a little bit, have some significance to it. You gotta be tasteful about it. Anyways, what we were trying to do here was set up a power plant. So I'm assuming that I was running out of power. And then the other thing I wanted to do was make a better version of this thing, which you guys saw in the pre-stream, for anyone who was here live, because that's not going to be in the VOD, but we have a better design for this from the internet that somebody linked to me last time that I'm going to implement probably on this planet. I'm not going to replace the current one, but this planet doesn't even have one. It's just getting its oxygen through the teleporter over here. Let's see that. Nice asteroids. Yeah, it's getting its oxygen through the teleporter over here, and not very much of it. So that's going to be a problem that I think is going to come back to bite us in a little bit. We have plenty of oxygen now, but I just got to look away for like 2 minutes and something will go horribly wrong. Hopefully I don't think these are going to destroy any of these tiles. It's going to be very annoying if that actually happens. Let's just hope that that doesn't happen and move on. But anyways, before I want to do that, I think I need to set up the power system. Yeah, 56k oxygen delivery. Yeah, it's got the same latency too. But look, it works for the time being. But we do need to fix the whole oxygen generating nonsense. And eventually I'll probably have enough demand for oxygen on that planet that I can't just have a single pipe running through the teleporter, which... Where's the other end? Yeah, it's up here is where we're sending it in. Actually, let me just look real quick. Okay, so this is fine. We're not in any urgent state with the oxygen. It's very breathable, extremely breathable. I hate this overlay. Okay, yeah, it's just... We actually don't really have very many, like, stink gas pockets floating around here. It's a little bit stinky down here, but it's looking fairly good. And last thing I wanted to look at... Yeah, so this is, like... We've got both of these pipes pretty much running at full. I could probably do some switcheroo nonsense with these two to get a little bit more of it to go this way, but I'll juggle that around if I really start having issues. So let's go work on the power. Yeah, the oxygen is not included. I have to do that myself. That's very clever. Where did you come up with that one? That's extremely clever what you just said right there. So one of the things that I, like, very rarely ever did back when I played this game before the DLC centuries ago is remember where the power building is and then actually use it for anything. So what do these do? Is this even worth doing? Let's Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Let's get rid of this one and make some room so I could build a like little structure over here. And just roll credits. Name drop right at the end of the stream, then just roll credits. Let me see if I can figure out how these actually work. Alright, enjoy your little cue ball. Yeah, Soviets here. Hey, for once I missed Severin's message instead of Soviets. Yeah, this guy can ban all the like uncooperative individuals in my chat, all the pesky troublemakers. Now let's see here. So I'm gonna add a joint plate. I'm just kind of setting up the room here while they slowly build things for me. Starks, thank you for the follow. Nitrogen not included. There's no nitrogen in this game, right? Like they haven't added that. I don't think they have. Which, I mean, I guess it's kind of, I think it's kind of implied to be like mixed in with the oxygen and the breathable air, but you don't want to be breathing pure oxygen in real life, from what I understand. We'll give this one tile of space in case I want to put a chest near it. It's not actually 4 wide, by the way. This thing is only 2 wide, despite the little arms. Yeah, maybe someday we'll get nitrogen in this video game, but for now, they just breathe pure oxygen, which is not a hazard at all for any reason. Just ignore all the scientists that would tell you otherwise. Now let's run this bad boy here. I'll figure out exactly how to run it later. And let's see, while they do that, there's also no corpse decay. That is true, right? We haven't had anyone die here, but my recollection is that the corpses are just basically indestructible, and you can just leave them in a pit of magma for your entire playthrough, and they'll just still be there. The genetic ooze, or whatever the heck they're made of, I think that's what it's called, is like indestructible in this game for some reason. Yeah, there it is. This element here, very realistic. I think this is like... So this is like, if this was in Kelvin, I think this is just 10,000, and that's just the hard cap the game has on like temperature limits. And apparently it also just transitions to itself at that temperature, so yeah, this stuff is indestructible. So you can't dispose of the bodies here unless you make a gravestone for them. Alive humans also decay. That is true, but not in this game. I think they literally will live forever as long as you just keep them fed and give them oxygen. They just won't die. Like, I don't think there's any aging mechanic in this game. The number of cycles they live just doesn't do anything. I could be wrong about that. So I want to learn how this building works. Let me add the door real quick. Alright, so how does this thing work? What does it do? Apparently I can tell them what material to make the little power chips out of. We'll turn this off if it ends up being a waste. We're not too stacked on copper here, so this might be a bad idea to do this. Let's do it for a little bit and then forget about it and run out of copper again. That seems like a good idea. Alright, so I'm going to turn this on. I need to make it a power plant, so let's put a floor there. I'll dig up the sand. I don't want the sand to fall down in the water because it'll squish it upwards and make a mess. I can get rid of all of this. And let's see, what are the size limits on the power plant? 120, alright, that'll be plenty for this. Enables microchip tune-ups on heavy-duty generators. I assume this counts as a heavy-duty generator. You need 2 or more power buildings, which I think this thing counts as one of the power buildings. They don't really tell you any of this stuff, so I just kind of have to infer what counts as a power building. I have no idea. And then this one here, maybe this is a power building. I mean, obviously this one's a power building. I'm just wondering if the game actually documents any of this nonsense, which it quite often does not. Yeah, okay, this one's a power building, so I think I might actually need... No, this counts, because this is a power plant, they're using it now, so I have no idea why this game is the way it is, and I don't know why nobody is digging this out, but let's go plant a second one anyways, because I wanted it here. And I think they can move the microchips to the other buildings as long as they're qualified as being in a power plant. So we'll kind of iron out the details of that later if I run into issues with it. No, we don't have reed fiber for that. Right, meanwhile, while they're doing this, we have one of these running. So let's go see if I can figure out how this works. Well, there's no progress bar, so I have no idea how close this is to being done. Tune-up trait. No way, that's... Okay, so we just have an engineer that knows how to do this. What does it do? Generator tuning and microchip craft. I'm trying to figure out what this does. I think it just makes the generators more efficient. Awesome, thank you, devs. Very cool. Okay, we're just gonna have to pay attention to see if we can figure out what it does. Like, I think it just increases the wattage, but the, like, power or the fuel consumption remains the same. If anybody in chat wants to tell me... Yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah, they made it. I was waiting for that to happen. Let me guess. Yep, no database entry. Okay, so we have to wait for one of them to actually do this. So let's see if I can figure out how this works. There are no available errands. Power supply. I'm assuming they could do it to these, right? Surely they can apply this. Maybe that doesn't count as a heavy generator. What about this one? In-game wiki has a red link. Yeah, that's very common. We've had a lot of that happening. Heavy duty generator. Maybe the coal generator is definitely in that category. I think that the only thing that's not a heavy duty generator is this here. So you can't tune these up. Because it needs a skill. I think I have the skill though, right? Because they needed the power up trait. Let's go check our skills here. Who was the engineer? You're an engineer, right? Chad is that. Let's see. No, it might be down here. Electrical. Okay, here we are. Do we have anybody that has this? I almost certainly have someone that can do this. Where's my mech engineer? You're able to do this. Let's have a look. Yeah, we definitely have somebody who's capable of doing this. You click the generator and increase the priority. I mean, I'm just looking into where the task even is for the generator, because I thought this was a supply errand. Like they were going to supply the coal, but it looks like they need learned skills. This game is very confusing sometimes. Any spare dupes you can torture? I've tried to avoid torturing these guys so far. I mean, at one point or another, this place... I mean, it's still kind of full of stink gas, but this place was quite wretched for a while. They must have run out of sand again. Whatever, I'll deal with that. I'll deal with that later. But yeah, right now we're not actually torturing any of them. I'm trying to keep them all alive. We haven't had anybody die during this playthrough, which has been kind of nice. I don't know how long that's going to last, but we've only had a couple close calls. So the most torturing they've been getting is they just have to go through like nasty gases every now and then because I don't give them Atmos suits to go down here. Alright, so you did the buff. Yeah, it happened on its own, so it looks like I don't have to micromanage this. We can finally see what this does. It just increases the power output. Okay. So the question is this worth doing? How much does it cost? I'm assuming that the microchip is just 50 kilograms because that's how much they're loading in here. We are not that stacked on copper, so I don't know if this is actually worth doing. I don't think it stays in here. I think it just applies the buff and then it deletes the copper from the universe. Also, hello, Harp. Yeah, I don't feel like there's much else I could do with that. If anything, I would probably get more bang for my buck if I did that to, like, one of these generators over here, or if I ever set up petroleum, but I just wanted to see how this works. But I think for now, since we're not, like, dying for power here, I just needed to get a couple more generators set up. I think I'm just going to disable this building so they stop making these, and we'll have to come back to that at some point if I need more of them. Need a volcano for those chips, like renewable. Yeah, that's my thought on the matter here. I don't think I can afford to do that because we're kind of out of copper or any like good raw metals. Like I could rip up this lovely nature reserve here that I never put a sign in. In theory, it could be a nature reserve. But like I probably need to get a renewable source at some point because I keep forgetting to like have them mine out new copper and then it just runs out again and then I'm sad. So before I finish this though, I'm going to very quickly put up a storage bin and an auto sweeper. Oh, that's a good voice break. And an auto sweeper, just so that I can get them to automatically like fill up without me having to do anything. So just put it like right there. I think this arm can't grab the microchips anyway, so I'm not going to bother messing with that. Eventually, they'll get around to disabling this building. The copper field. I think there's a There's a joke in there, but I'm missing it. That sounds like a joke. Please explain it to me. I'm uncultured. Oh, you can actually see, I just noticed you can actually see the little thing stuck onto the side. It's not important or anything. Let's go get some power to this bad boy real quick. Just use the heavy one. Okay, eventually they'll get around to building that, and then let's set this up to have coal in it. Honestly, just a ton of coal, whatever. They can take it out of this room if I need it anywhere else to make, like, refined carbon or something. And we should be good to go on that. Okay, David Copperfield. Alright. Magician. That sounded familiar, but I just wasn't sure what you actually meant by that. Clear cut the entire asteroid and let the gases settle. I don't like... I mean, I want to do that eventually, but, like, I also don't want to disturb the nature reserves. And I just don't have the free labor necessarily, though I really need to get these guys to stop running on these. Why do I have these at such a high priority? I need to swap these. Hold on. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things on the to-do list that I want to get done here, but if it wasn't obvious, I don't entirely know what I'm doing here, and I don't have a robust plan for everything. Let me set these to, like, 40% or something. But eventually, I will probably resort to carving out large swaths of the asteroid. What I really need to do, though, I think, is just crack into some of these new biomes over here, because there's a bunch of, like, loose copper sitting around, and then eventually I need to get access to a volcano, and just do it with that. I want to leave those alone. Like, I already mined out most of the easily accessible stuff. I didn't even realize there was sucrose over here. I don't know what to do with this. And save the frames, kill the animals. We're still running, I think, at full, like, tick rate. Like, I haven't had any slowdown. I'm also running it on, like, baby weenie mode instead of, like, 3 times speed, so... I currently am not playing to optimize. I'm playing to play the video game. It's kind of the strategy that we're going for here. It's also a novel by Charles Dickens. I haven't heard that name in a while. Ever since I wasn't in school anymore. Why have they still not turned this off? Just do it. Just somebody walk over here and push a button. Building disabled. Oh no, okay, this is the one. Come on, somebody do it. Just do it. I just want to make sure that this happens before they waste all of my copper. I don't know why they're being so slow about this. This, though, is the reason why I can't have them just excavate the entire cave out, because I do not have enough spare labor for that, and I don't want to get, like, a bunch more duplicates and have them all starve to death. I think they picked literally the furthest, least qualified duplicant to do this job, because this guy is incredibly slow and was on the other side of the base. Come on, this is not... Yep, good. Is this guy anemic or something? I don't remember. Oh, God. Thank you, Rapini, for the 5 gift subs. Very much appreciated. And there we go. The Mulk finally got around to disabling this building. We'll just leave it like that for now. It might have been faster to just deconstruct it, honestly. Won't talk about the Mulk that way. What is this guy's superpower when he gets mad? This off-brand, like, just superhero character. Like, what is he gonna do about it? He's an ugly crier. This guy is not even destructive. Like, this is, like, the most, like, budget, like, off-brand Hulk impersonator I've ever seen. He doesn't even destroy things when he gets mad. The only characteristic this guy has going for him is he has that radiation eater perk. Like, it's the only reason I think you even named him that. This guy's kind of lame, if I'm being completely honest. I don't know why he's so slow, though. Like, his athletics is normal, but whatever, I don't know. Maybe he's just having a rough day, or he's sprained his ankle or something. He's gonna get the floor wet. I mean, that's honestly, in some ways, is also a problem, because everybody else around him gets mad when that happens, because they get soggy feet or whatever. Alright, anyways, back to what I was doing here. So I just wanted to get this room working. We have a little bit more, and we have a source of carbon dioxide now, if I need to do anything with that. We can go ahead and get rid of this coal generator down here. I think this... Actually, wait a minute. What did I have in here? This wasn't coal. I think this is... Oh, yeah, I have bleach stone down here. Get all the stinky chlorine out of the way of the rest of the base. Did you actually hit regulars? Oh, let's see. Yeah, all 5 of those are familiar names. Awesome. Good job. You hit regulars, not people who just aren't even looking at my stream. Excellent timing on the donations. So thank you for that in more ways than one. Here's Ligma. I don't think he had Ligma. He didn't have any diseases from what I could tell. Still haven't built the carpet here. Alright, so anyways, that's finished. If we start running out of power, we can do something about it. So let's check back up on this, because this is what we finished last stream. And I believe our current status is I am trying to get these guys... which ones am I... Hold on, which ones are going to be the glossy ones? Is it this room? Yeah, I think this room I'm trying to make glossy Drecos so I can get plastic from them, and then this one is just for the reed fiber. I think I swapped them at some point, or I don't remember what my organization scheme was for this. And in the meantime, there's not much we could do, so I think we need to move on to the next task here. I'm just looking to see if I forgot anything. I'm pretty sure we did wrap this up last stream. Why is there just a random igneous rock there? Yeah, I believe we wrapped this up last stream. So I think it's time to work on the oxygen project. While we're not currently in any kind of dire situation here, it is the name of the game, and I feel like this is going to come back and bite us if I don't do something about it. So this is going to be the place that we do it, and then we're going to sever the oxygen dependency from the other planet, and that should make this a little bit more of an independent place, and I don't have to worry about piping it over anymore. So let's see, first question is where am I going to put it, and then I will look at the video reference for what we're going to build, because again, we tried to build one and it was a mess and I hate it, and I want to make a better one now. I feel like maybe over here might be a good area. I kind of want it sort of centralized. This is in the way and I don't want to rip it down right now because the vaxilator is going to stay there. I could build it over here, but this is sort of like a kitchen area. And the kitchen is up here, but actually this is not really a kitchen area. This actually would be a fairly good candidate right here because I don't have to crack open a cold biome to do it. So the kitchen is going to expand over in this direction. I think I'm going to build it right here. Yeah, this is not too cold or hot. Yeah, this is where we're going to put it, I think, over here on the side. Because it's sort of close to the pipes, so I should be able to run them over along this area. That's what we're going to do. So let's see here. Let's go look at the video now. There we go. That's the pause button. Okay, so again, I don't like to do this normally. Actually, let me show you first the reason why we're looking at a video is because we tried. We made this thing during the stream, kind of based off of the premise of hydrogen being floaty and oxygen being sinky. Those are scientific terms. But what ended up happening here was the ratios were all wrong. I tweaked it a bunch, trying to get the pumps to only operate when one or the other gas was there. I refused to add gas filters for some completely irrational reason that I'm going to keep doubling down on. Is that Rodriguez? This is like Rodriguez at home is what this is right now. Because this was, I hadn't built one of these in years, and I refused to look it up because I wanted to see if I could figure it out myself. But there's just too much jank with the way the gases distribute. It's a Gonzalez, that's a good one. There's too much jank with how the gases float up and down like this. And as you can see here, this oxygen is close enough to that pump that it'll occasionally get pulled in. I simply could not figure out how to get it to stop doing that. And what I've decided to do here is weaponize game engine mechanics in my favor instead. And I'm going to look at a video for how to do this, and then we're probably going to mess it up anyways. But let's go take a peek at that. So that's... Get the video up. Alright, so you might have seen this earlier during the pre-stream segment. I'm not going to watch the whole video right now. I will link it in the chat right now for anybody who did want to watch it, or anyone who's looking at the VODs. So that's the video that we've got right there. And what I'm going to do is just try to build this, except I'm wondering if I want to make it double the size of this to get an extra pipe of oxygen. Because in the worst case scenario, if we don't use the extra pipe, it'll just back up and nothing bad will happen. But my understanding of the tech behind this build here, I'll let the video run, I've got it muted. But my understanding of the tech behind this is that due to game engine jank, when it tries to output two gases like this into this tile, it'll put the oxygen here, or it'll put one of the gases off to the side, one of the gases in this tile right here where this liquid is. The hydrogen will always go up, the oxygen will always go to the side and then down. And these pumps are far enough from any mixing in this area that it's guaranteed that these will filter correctly if you set it up right. And as far as I could tell, this is all you have to really build here. I don't think there's much intricacy to this other than turning the pumps on and off when there's not enough gas down there to justify turning them on, which I think is what this is hooked up to. I could do the same thing up here. And this is supposed to be a self-powered machine. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to probably just hook the hydrogen up to the rest of my grid. But this is kind of what I'm planning on building here. So let me just go ahead and pause that and get a frame. This is what I'm going to attempt to build here, but I'm going to try to build it twice as wide. And I believe I have everything available to me to get this to work correctly. I need to have like a heavy fluid for the bottom, a bunch for the top, and the secret here, the thing that I don't fully understand and that I didn't quite get from this video when I watched it, is how to make sure the machine doesn't count as being flooded. It might be that the oil is really thin down here, like it's very little oil with the salt water laid on top of it, and maybe the bottom is what it uses to decide if it's flooded. That's my understanding of how it works, because these machines will just automatically turn off if they think they're flooded, but otherwise I don't think it can overpressure on the liquid in these tiles here. Let's just go ahead and build it. We can tweak it if it really starts causing problems here, but that'll be the activity for the day. So let me go back to the correct thing. That's not it. That's Spelunky 2. We don't have that. There it is. All right. So hopefully that made sense to everybody. I kind of know what I'm getting into by doing this. So let's go ahead and carve out the room for it. I will have it on the side so that I could visually reference it, but I'm not going to open it up to show chat unless we need to. And this was where we were going to build it. It was, I believe, 9 tiles tall. I didn't see any way to like shave any tiles off of that, so it's going to kind of look like this. And let's go ahead and get a couple of like just doorways to get in there. I will eventually figure out how to set up like a proper lock or whatever to get into this room. But for now, let's just have like a couple of access points for it. All right, duplicants, go nuts. Actually, let's not dig that out just yet so they don't fall down. And we will destroy any of this like dumb room over here that's in the way, because this had like some kitchen related stuff in it and I tore it down ages ago. Just go ahead and remove all of that actually, except for the floor here. I'll leave that until I can get rid of it without them falling. So this is just polluted dirt, so none of that should fall into the room while they're building it. And they've been basically idle on this planet for an eternity. Thank you for the hydrate, just saw that. They've been idle on this planet for an eternity, so like we've got 3 of them working on it. They should be able to dig this out fairly fast. This is mud, however, so it does look like I need to build over that. And then on my end here, I'm getting the picture on my other monitor, just so I can reference it every now and then. We're going to be building it mirrored as well. I'm going to want a lock to get in at some point. The build here has a double lock. I feel like I could just get away with doing this with only one. I technically don't need it at all, though, as long as I don't need anybody to go into the room. So I feel like I'm going to be a little bit greedy here, and I'm not going to build the liquid lock. I'm going to just... Yeah, I'm just going to get it right on the first try, chat, like I always do. And then we're not going to need the lock at all, because nobody's ever going to have to go back into this room. That sounds like a plan to me. So, let's do that. Base. I do want insulated tiles, however, just in case I want to temperature control the oxygen that I produce. Liquor lock. I don't think there's liquor in this game. No, it'll just be a liquid lock. Not quite what you had in mind here. Now let's make this corridor a little wider. Maybe 3 tiles. Alright, so this is where we'll start our insulated tiles here. And the floor, that needs to be 1 tile lower, and that'll be insulated as well. Yeah, something like that should work. And then for now, I'm going to just put like mesh tiles here for flooring for them to stand on. Actually, I should probably go for... I mean, I do 5 tiles over here to be able to fit like power transformers and then a couple of other things. I don't want to make a second one of those, but I don't need to. We could always just cram the power transformer like on the other side of the hallway if we need to. Whatever, I don't want to overplan this because it gets really boring to watch whenever I like try to do that in these streams. So I'm going to just wing it and we will make do with what we got. So let's get rid of these. Do that. And I don't believe I need access to anything on the ceiling. I will place a few ladders in here, however, so that they can reach the ceiling. Why is there no deconstruct on one of these? It must have been in progress, so it just wasn't showing it anymore for some reason. They'll have the ladders, so they don't need that. I can just destroy these. Go ahead and get rid of that as well. And all of that. But I'm going to leave the ladders for a bit, just to give them any access that I can, so it's a little bit easier to finagle with all this nonsense. Let's see here. Not much to do here except wait, so let's go back over and see if we can have like a secondary objective in the works. Anything going on over here? Looks like we're starting to run out of salt water, so it's going to be pumping polluted water for a while here, which should be going through the bypass and running down over to the piss tank. Right, I think I'm cleaning it is what's happening. The overflow goes down to the piss tank. What is going on here? Why am I not... Oh, the water line is... Oh, I see. Yeah, the water line's backed up. I'm dumb. Yeah, it's just going to the overflow. Eventually, I might need to set up a second one of these things here, a second water sieve for this, if I start running low on normal water. Because if you look at the number of polluted water here, we have 20,000 kilograms in this one tile here, and we only have like not even a full tile of water here. So I'm going to need to set up a water sieve. I wonder if I should do that now before I work on the other thing, which I was going to look for copper and like other metals. I could have them just excavate in this area as well. It's very cold, but I think they could just run in and out of it pretty fast. Let's fix the water crisis before it becomes a water crisis. So where can I put a water sieve? We don't have anything here. I don't need a lot. So yeah, I'm just going to put it up there. What have we got here? We're not going to get more duplicates. Like I said, I don't have the infrastructure to do that right now. None of these guys are exceptional anyways, and these two fart all the time, which is kind of gross. I mean, Ren here is going to be like fast as hell, but that's really the only thing they got going for him. So we're not going to get more duplicates right now. Let's just keep it straightforward. Again, I'm playing like a weenie. I'm sure that I could take more if I knew what I was doing here, but we haven't had anyone die so far. Let's keep it that way. So I'm going to slap down just one water sieve like over... That's not the right button. Over here. I don't know what happened to the overlay when I clicked on that. I want to make sure I have the input and output on the right side. Yeah, we want to rotate that. I feel like that should work. Let's just put it there. This pipe was for ice melting. It shouldn't be in the way. I should just be able to bridge over that. And what we're going to do here is we're only going to turn this on if we like have too little water in this tank. I have to go off the assumption that I'm always going to have piss water available. So we're going to have a threshold for this hydro sensor down here, and that is why I put these in here. For anybody who was wondering about that ages ago, that is exactly why I built these into these tanks. It was for this. So we now have a need for this. I don't really care about the thermo sensor right now, so let's just run it up here. I think actually this is all we really have to do for it. Just run it straight up like that. I'm just going to turn the machine itself on and off to disable it. And the threshold that we're going to want for this, let's do it if, I think these go up to like 20 or something. Let's just make sure that we have at least like 2,000 per tile. So this is a little bit more condensed than that. I think I got to retype the whole thing for it to work. Actually, what does this go up to? Maybe, oh, it is, okay, it is 2,000. Yeah, that's the limit. Okay, so let's just make sure that there's always that. That's basically 2 tiles of water compressed into 1 tile with our infinite storage here. That is a plenty high buffer for just about anything that could come up here. That'd be like 12 tiles worth of water normally. Alright, so if the value is below 2,000, then we want to activate the water sieve, and that is going to pull the water out of here. And they should be able to reach all of this without any trouble. So where is my water output? It is running here. So we want to have it branch off like that. I'm just gonna get rid of this pipe for now, tentatively. I can rebuild it or move it around later if I need to, but it's in the way of the bridges. And we'll just do something like that. Alright, and then the output for it is gonna be... Wait, I'm dumb. That's the wrong water. Hold on. That's the output. So the output is going to run down, and we'll have it go through the floor. I'm just trying to finagle it into the water tank. If I do this, it will work, I believe. It'll just, like, potentially fight over that slot. We can reroute it if that causes problems, but I think this just means that the liquid filter won't be able to run at the same time that the water sieve has a packet in that output. We're not getting very much clean water through this liquid filter anyways, so that shouldn't be an issue. And then the input was going to be from over here. So let's just go ahead and run it like over like that. That should work. Okay, and I believe that's everything I need to do. They should move sand into it on their own. Oh, I need to power it, and then it should be good to go. And I don't believe I'm overloading any of these wires, so this one is pretty close. Yeah, the potential load is, even with that thing added to it, it's not quite enough. We're just pushing the limits of what that thing could do. That should be fine. So that will ideally deal with our water problem here. And look, we're not in an urgent state, but like I'm pretty sure I'm using it faster than I'm gaining it is the reason why we're doing that. And then back over to this here, I'm just kind of waiting for it to eventually drain enough of the polluted water and regular water out of here to just have salt water. But we gotta wait for all the ice to melt, which actually it might have already. Where's the polluted ice? Let me look at the materials overlay, it'll be easier to spot it there. Liquefiable. There we go. This is regular ice. I think actually all the polluted ice... Yeah, polluted ice. I think it actually all melted already, so it's just normal water and... salt water. Yeah, I think it actually all melted already, so I need to just get it all... I need to get all of the polluted water out of here, and then what that'll allow me to do is get rid of this filter, because you can put normal water through these sieves, and it won't damage them, just nothing will happen. For desalinators. So I just need to get rid of the polluted water in here. That's really the only goal that's left. Though unfortunately they stacked kind of weirdly, so I might need to like sort of pick at it a little bit. Now let's go check back on this. And then I'm gonna go back to the first planet and see if I could dig out all of the polluted water so that we can advance the progress on that a little bit. Why are they complaining about breathability here? Did I beef something? You got stink gas everywhere. I think they're complaining about this room here being unbreathable. Which, I mean, fair enough. I should probably fix that a little bit. Let's see. Can I set up a gas pipe? Yeah, let's just go do this here. Just a little bit more gas into this area. And that'll hopefully give them something to breathe. Because I think what's happening here is they're in a cycle of just running in and out of this room because they're suffocating. And let's also crack this open right here. Yeah, something like that so they can actually get through it. That should give them a little bit more airflow in here so they stop running in and out of it and getting upset every time they can't breathe anymore. Alright, and build the bottom across like that. I believe the drywall was designated to be destroyed when you build over the top of it. That's how that works, right? Are they going to destroy this drywall? Just as an experiment, I'm going to have them try that. Let me just give them a tile to do that with, because I don't actually know how that works. Preferably a tile where they won't get themselves stuck. I think that'll delete the drywall when they build that tile, but I remember the game I think didn't even used to offer that for you automatically. So I just want to test a little bit. So we'll keep an eye on that. Hopefully nobody gets themselves stuck in that single tile right there like I know they're going to do. And meanwhile, I'm just looking at the reference image. Let's sort of plan out where we're going to put these buildings. So oxygen, electrolyzer. Alright, so let's see. The electrolyzers in this build, assuming that we don't leave room for a liquid lock, because I'm a big dummy and I'm overconfident, my hubris is going to be my downfall. We want to put one right there. And then we want to put one in these two tiles here. The gas props, I think I can just wing it on the layout for those. So we want to build one there, have a couple tiles here, and like I said, I was going to make this a little bit bigger. So we're going to need to add that much more space here, and I don't think I'm breaking into anything dangerous here. This is all solid, and I do believe I have somebody that could dig out that obsidian, and if I don't, we're going to get someone who could do that. And I'm going to leave some natural like walkways for them so they can reach all this stuff before it's done. And I'll just dig out like that. Okay. That'll just get them going for a while so I can go back to what I was doing over here. So let's see. This is fine. What was I doing over here? My brain turned off. Hold on, give me a second, chat. Oh, right, yeah, that's what I was gonna do. Sorry, old man brain kicked in. So we want to get all of the polluted water out of here. The reason why I haven't been excavating the ice is because I believe that deletes half its mass, unless one of the experts wants to tell me that it doesn't do that anymore. So I've been avoiding doing that. We can get rid of a little bit, like snow has almost no mass, so there's really no reason to worry about that. So we're going to open that up as well. I need to give them access to this area. They can get over here. Let's dig this one out so we can mop up that one tile and give them like a ladder or something to hop across there. A couple like this. I think all of this collectively should be enough for them to get around in here. They can reach all of this. And that would be all of the polluted water in this area taken care of, and then I can finally fix all of this. I most likely need to put another pump here, however, to get this little pocket, because I don't think this stuff will like layer out to the sides. I believe it's the same density as the brine. But they don't tell you this anywhere, but I believe it settles in the same way that the brine does, so it won't like flatten out horizontally. So it will be a little bit of a pain in the ass to get the pumps to work for this, but it'll eventually settle itself. Hopefully it won't sink into this little pocket here, otherwise I'll use like solid tiles to squirt it out of there. And at some point we're going to tame that geyser as well. Yeah, speaking of metal geysers, that came up earlier. Do we have any on this planet? Can this planet even have metal geysers? I think the star map will tell you that information. I don't think it can, because the volcanoes, I believe, just mean that these just make igneous rock. So I don't think we even have metal geysers on this planet, so that might be a product I have to import. Yeah, because this one tells you which metal geysers that we actually have, so we don't have renewable metal on Pasta Land here, from what I could tell. We don't have it on this one either, though. We haven't done anything with this. Actually, wait, no, never mind. Yeah, we also have a base on this planet. This is the one with the teleporter on it. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure that out. This one has copper meteors at least, so you can theoretically get some renewable metal, but I need to figure out like space, just space mining, I think, is a mechanic that I have never messed with in this game yet. So this has copper ore. We haven't really discovered anything else. I think I need to build a telescope like on one of these other planets. I don't know if we're going to get to any of that today. I'm just kind of like thinking for the future. In the meantime, we definitely have enough copper on this planet. It's just a matter of actually getting the stuff out of there. So if I'm willing to send them into this like frigidly miserable environment, I could have them mine all of this copper, but I don't really want to set up more atmos suits for that because we're still running out of reed fiber because I keep making carpet for some reason. So instead of not making carpet, let's go look for better copper. Let's see, material overlay, metals. Alright, so what do we have available? We've got some here. What is that liquid? That's just brine. If I dig this out, I can get somebody to go over here and grab this. That's sulfur. I don't know what that does. I don't care about that right now. Where else can we get copper? I don't want to dig that one out because it has a plant on it. What was that notification? I have no idea what that notification was. Though I did just notice we got blueprints. Alright, what do I win? Wallpaper. I just want wallpaper. That's the only thing I want. God damn it, it's more gloves. It's only gloves. So when I play Don't Starve Together, I only get pants. I think I only get gloves in this game. That's the item that I'm cursed to receive instead of anything actually useful. There's a lot of copper over here if I'm willing to send somebody all the way into this area. It's cold, but not like damagingly cold. Is there a better supply maybe over here? This actually is pretty good. They can survive in here without any trouble. And there's oxygen in here. And eventually I want to get access to these critters anyway, so let's go ahead and open this up. I don't think any of these guys are aggressive. I think the poke shells are the only aggressive ones, and there are not any over here. You know what? We'll find out if any of them are aggressive, because I'm going in. So let's dig that out, and that'll get us a decent supply of copper. You guys go up like that. So we need all of that. I'm going to leave the plant alone. I don't really care that much about the oxalite. We can always synthesize it later if we need to, once we get some gold. And then I want to grab all of this. I'm going to figure out, like, the ladder arrangement after I dig all this out. I don't think there's really anything useful in this room, but we might as well open it up anyways. There's some copper over there, but I'm going to wait for them to explore that side before I bother trying to build it. And then for this, let's see, they can climb up here. I think I'll just give them, I'll just make a solid ladder. I know that I could do like one tile, like ladders or whatever, or skip every other tile. I'm just gonna do a solid tile for that because it's easier. Okay, I think that should be good for now. They need a couple ladders in the middle of the room. Yeah, I should get them everything. Alright, we'll see how that works out. They'll eventually do that. In the meantime, let me see how much copper ore I can, like, refine right now. So what have we got available? Yeah, not too good. Let's just go ahead and make, like, 10. And do I have a lot of anything else? We have a decent amount of gold amalgam. Yeah, let's go ahead and make, like, 20 of these. That should be fairly good for now. It'll hold us over for a while, and I think we have plenty of steel, because I'm not using it very much. Actually, that's enough for like a couple aqua tuners. Yeah, we have enough steel for now, so I'm going to leave all that alone. Let's go check up on this project. They're still doing it. Yeah, okay, we do have somebody that can dig this, so it'll just take them a little while to get around to doing it. So, what in the world path are they going to actually take here? Let me get rid of that. And it looks like they did destroy the drywall behind this, like I thought they would. I just wanted to confirm that, so that means I don't have to destroy these ahead of time if I want to build over them. I am, however, getting rid of all that, because we don't need that room down there. Like, this, I think, was where the game built the kitchen for us when it generated the asteroid, and this was a terrible spot for the kitchen, because it was just down here in this frigid room full of carbon dioxide, so I just moved everything up here. Okay, speaking of kitchen, that was the other thing I wanted to do today, was get them better food, because we have like 1,000,000 skill points available, and the reason why we have that is because they have very volatile morale. Like, right now, they're all really high for some reason, but I've had a bunch of these guys just, like, suddenly lose 10 morale for one reason or another. I'm not entirely sure why. They're having great meals right now, I think is what it is, but they keep randomly losing access to great meals, so they lose, like, 12 morale points because they go back to eating, like, mealwood or something. We need to fix that, because I can't spend these skill points with these guys becoming lunatics. Speaking of that, this guy's got skill points. This is our newest addition to the crew. I don't remember why I got him, but I think I needed him to do doctoring-related stuff. I mean, the Hulk could be a doctor. I don't know the lore. I don't watch superhero movies. So let's go ahead and get him to, like, maximum doctoring. Just in case we ever actually have diseases that we need to deal with in this dumb game. They kind of need to buff the diseases, because I swear I never, like, run into problems with those in any of my playthroughs of this game. They need to buff diseases. Which is a weird thing to ask for, but I mean, I'm not playing this game because it's easy. Alright, so what else do I need to build here? And we need that. We're going to need a vent tile. Yeah, they can get through this, so I'll just build all of that up right now. These two need to be vent tiles. That should be fine. Yeah, I think I just need to tile this structure right here, and they can access everything that they need to from up here or the ground below it, so I don't have to set up any additional, like, infrastructure to get them around. I will leave the ladders here, though, until they're done setting this up. And what else can I pre-build? Not really anything right now. I guess I could actually pre-build the walls. So I need 1, 2, 3, 4. So we got to build the wall like this. Apparently that's undiscovered. Okay, I got to figure out how to get them to learn about these tiles, because I can't build over them. What I'm going to do is just keep building around it, and hopefully it'll discover them so that I can actually build, because the game won't let me construct here. Otherwise, I think I know the hack to get them to do this. I think I need to go in from the top, and you know what, actually, it's not even a hack. I think I actually just have to go in from the top, and then they'll they'll see the room and then they'll discover all these black tiles because I think they're scripted to work like that. So let's just, you know, I'm just gonna hope that this is enough. If they see into here, that it'll discover the whole room. Otherwise, there's a couple hacks, like I could melt the ice and then drop a duplicate into that room, and I think that would also discover it. I'm ideally not going to have to do that, but they should be able to get in here once I set up everything. Actually, they can already get in here. I believe they have, yeah, they can do that jump there. That's fine. I just gotta dig that out. It's gonna happen over here as well. Yeah, nothing's gonna break from me doing that. Battery. Why are we getting a battery? I guess because yeah, it's just the default buildings here. We're not gonna mess with this too much today. This was where we sent over a couple of our rovers. Rest in peace. And we're not really doing anything else with this because I need to, like, sort of stabilize these bases again. Like, they've been doing reasonably well, but we've been having enough problems crop up that I don't want the extra hassle of dealing with another colony right now. Again, we're playing baby mode here. Like, if you clicked on this stream, like you saw what the title was, this is not a professional playthrough by any stretch of the imagination. Alright, sedimentary rock, we got a gazillion of. Yeah, I'm just going to make like 99 of these. I don't want to set it to forever because I will lose track of it and eventually remove it all, but the deodorizers are not deodorizing. And for some reason, we have polluted oxygen everywhere. I should probably actually figure out where the polluted oxygen is coming from. I think it's just off-gassing from a lot of the dirt. Well, I guess that solves that mystery. Yeah, we got a lot of things that we need to do here, but let's just like kind of chip away at them carefully. So, back to this planet. Let's see, how are they doing on the copper? I mean, they're doing it. They're digging it all out. They'll eventually come get it when they need it. They can access this. There are no imminent sand falls to block the way. Okay, somebody has to come over and do that. I don't think there's anything else in here. I see nothing buried behind these tiles. Usually there's a little thingamadoohickey there if there's a buried building behind them, so I think that's all that's in this room. Eventually somebody will come up here and rummage that, and we'll figure out what to do with this thing at some point. I have not looked into like the sugar industry at all. I do not know how it works. That'll be something to discover on my own at some point here. Let's see, what else do we need to do here? Why is our research halted? What are we researching right now? Okay, we are looking for materials. I thought I turned this back on. No power. Why is there no power? I mean, am I out of power again? I thought, I mean, we just built this for a reason. I guess I could turn the tune-ups back on if I need to. I think we are actually still running out of power. But yeah, this is the only thing producing the rad bolts, because apparently I ran out of, like, uranium. I could dig out the rest of this, but I was just kind of using it for free rad bolts. I think what you're supposed to do in this situation is actually use space for this. Yeah, we got 95 here, which is not very good. Like, this is really not making much. And we have like 125 up here by just placing this thing in space. I have a long to-do list of things to work on. The research isn't urgent, but I need to look into how this mechanic works. We use wards for rad bolts. Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, we have... Wait a minute, how much? That was a lot, actually. How much is this guy producing? Oh yeah, that's an excellent idea, chat member. We have the one wheeze wart here. I might have a seed sitting around. How do I see all of these? Is that how you spell that? I guess I don't have any more seeds. Okay, that might be the only one that we have here. Maybe there's like a buried seed somewhere. But the overlay is not showing any more radiation, so I'm guessing we only got one. But that would be a good idea, to just take it out of here. Like, we don't need this thing in here anyways. Maybe I can move it over here. Let me look into the growth requirements for this thing. If I just, like, plant it in a pot myself. So I have to fertilize it with phosphorite. How much of that do we have? Let me add that to my list of resources, because that comes up every now and then. Phosphorite. We have a lot of phosphorite. We got 20 tons here, or something. Yeah, 20 tons. What did this thing need? So it needs 4 kilograms per cycle, which I mean is that's kind of a lot actually. I could try to get the pips to plant this thing. That's a kind of a pain in the ass to do that. I mean, I could always just like put it in a room next to this thing and just eventually wait for them to do it. I think, where are the pips? I know we have at least one on the other planet. Now, this guy is, oh, that's adorable. I don't know what it's doing. It's really cute though, but yeah, that one can't plant seeds anymore, I'm pretty sure. And I don't know how to look for critters, and nobody has told me how to do it, so I'm guessing I just have to like find it the hard way. They might have all died, in which case I definitely don't have a good idea for this, but maybe I could just place it over here anyways and just see what happens. Like, the worst case scenario, it just doesn't work. Anyways, what else does it need? It has a very good temperature range, so it's going to be completely fine living there. And it's consuming vacuum. I'm glad they haven't fixed that bug yet. I think that just means it doesn't, like... I think it just, you know what, maybe it just cools the gas that it's in. I think that's what happens here. I think just whatever gas it's in, it just cools it and then re-emits it. Or at least that's my understanding of how this thing works. But we're not using it for the cooling effects. Let's just go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go ahead and dig it up, because I don't want to move the whole science like nonsense over there. I want to leave it in this area where it's probably a little too hot actually. But let's just put the Weezebort like over, just over here. Let's see. I would like to get it on this tile. I could also just move this thing or make a second one. Maybe over here, because I think I could shoot the rad bolt over to the reflector from this angle. And then it should just come back out the emitter. We'll experiment with this a little bit, because this is not something I've ever really messed with before. So, let's just find out what happens. We'll fix it if we need to. That's the part of the experience of what I'm doing here, is just learning. So we're going to want a planter pot. I'm dumb. Why don't I just look for these? It's just called a planter, right? Yeah, there we go. I don't know what category it's in anymore. So the origin tile we want to have right next to the, like, radiation emitter thingamadoohickey. So if I stick it right there, that should work. Is this considered hazardous radiation? Slight hazard. Slight hazard. That's well within, like, OSHA standards. We'll be fine. Nobody's going to get mad at us for that. No one has to know, chat. This is a completely ethical colony. So we need a Radbolt generator here. Which is weird. It's called a generator, even though it doesn't generate. I mean, I guess it generates them from environmental Radbolts, but then this is the thing that actually generates it from non-environment. I don't know, it's weirdly named, but I think what we need to do is slap this bad boy like right here. And then once I build it, I can change the direction it faces. And that should be it, actually. I think it'll go through this little point here, and then it'll get deflected down, and we'll have like 3 times as much like radiation for our research as we had before. So if I'm right about that, that's literally all I had to do to get that to work. Oh, we got a warm coat. Okay, I don't really need that. I thought that would be something else, or like a lore entry or something. I don't have access to that. Actually, I think they can just do that jump right there for some reason. I don't know how they do that without hitting their heads. Alright, meanwhile, we got the rest of this open. So let's just go get this copper over here. We're gonna have a little bit of trouble with the sand. And if I put one ladder in here, they should be able to reach all of it. Yeah, that should work. Okay, so they can reach all of that. And then the last bit of copper is here. So let's just actually do this anyways, because I need to get rid of the sand anyways. Okay, that is pretty much all of the copper. There's a little bit down here that I haven't gotten yet. And then I can desecrate this area full of wild plants. I think most of these might actually be the pips. We're making these before they all disappeared or became house cats. Not really sure what happened to them. If I get another pip from the printer, I need to actually pay attention and make sure it doesn't die, because I have no clue what has been happening to them when I'm not looking. They just roam around, plant seeds for a while, and then they disappear forever. Alright, anyways, back to... not that. Back to this. I think they I mean, they've got a little bit more digging they can do, but they're about done with things to work on here. So let's go ahead and start building these. They unreachable. Oh, they can't make this jump. Okay, now let's start carving this out and replace it with proper tiles. Eventually, this will be accessible, and hopefully nobody gets themselves stuck while they're working on this. Since the DLC, they can die from temperature. They're super nerfed. Not really. What? How have I been killing them? Is it that bad? You know, I wonder if they're stupid and they were wandering into like the cold area and dying from that. I mean, it's not that cold. Where were they finding a temperature that was outside their livable range? Because as I understand it, they always lay one egg before they die, if they're not like killed by something ahead of time. What in the world was killing them then? Because negative 45, is it that cold up here? No, it is not. And they can't get out of this because I don't think they'll go into the liquid. I don't know if that's what was killing them, and I also don't know how polluted water keeps materializing over here because I never see it happen. And none of this polluted water should be able to melt in these, or should be able to like freeze in these pipes. I still don't know how this keeps happening. Every time I look away, there is just water on the floor, and I cannot figure out what is causing it because I never see like a damage notification for the pipes. It just like comes into existence over here for some reason. And if you ever if anybody like catches what's going on here, I would love to know because I do not understand what is generating this polluted water. Like, it has to be coming from the pipes, so that's the only thing that could be making it. But none of this polluted water is the right temperature to freeze. Like, you can see it's already like 6, 7 degrees Celsius when it's in this pipe, and it freezes at like negative 20. And it's definitely not boiling because it would have just turned into polluted oxygen and steam, I think, is what happens when you do that. Actually, what does it boil into? I mean, I know it's not boiling, but I'm curious what's happening. Just click on that. What does it turn into when you boil it? Okay, it turns into dirt and steam is what happens. So yeah, that's not what's going on here. We would have dirt on the ground. I don't know if anybody has any insight into what's going on here. I'd love to know because I cannot figure out why that keeps happening. I don't know how it's getting in here. Like, it's not flowing in from the side. It is appearing in this area. These are all just normal insulated tiles. There's only salt water in there. I don't know. Whatever. We'll worry about it later. Why are you guys not doing anything with this? Just remove it, please. Get going. Oh yeah, these things require power to generate rad bolts. I wonder if I should just turn off the other one then. Because it's just a complete waste at this point to even have it here. We'll cut it off once we get them both running. We don't have to worry about this pipe, or this line overloading. We do, however, keep running into power problems. I'm trying to think, what am I missing here? I could add a third one of these and move the sweeper a little bit and it would still work. These are actually, no, they're not tuned up at all. I might just need to pay more attention to like wasting power. I'm not sure where that's happening in the base. What do we want here? Yeah, just go for the food. I don't really need those because I already have a decent farm for them, but we'll just get more. Anyways, really got to figure out the power situation. Also, why do we still not have reed fiber? How long have these guys been screwing around down here? Gas. No, this is fine. This is what we were going for. Maybe a little too much carbon dioxide, but it's not that bad. These guys are always regrowing. Scale growth. I feel like I should have more reed fiber than this. I don't know where it's all going. I don't know, maybe, you know, maybe I'm playing slower than I realize, and they just haven't done another cycle. Because we need 14 reed fiber to finish all the carpets, so we can have a beautiful massage table for when everybody starts throwing a tantrum again later. There's some copper right here. Let me just grab this real quick. This polymer press was a failure of an experiment. I'll probably be getting rid of it. Because we had slicksters at one point over here. They died like most of the wildlife in this base. I'm right, Mulk kind of sucks. Not really. You've seen things my way? The uncredible Mulk. Awesome. That makes it even better. Oh, where is he? Yep, you're kind of lame. I don't know what to tell you, dude. He just doesn't have any of the characteristics of his namesake. It just doesn't quite work out. So there you go. Still trademarked though, chat. You're not allowed to name a duplicate that. That's an official trademark of my stream. I'm not gonna do anything about it, but like, just be nice. At least give me like a 50% like revenue cut or something. If you name a duplicate the Incredible Mulk, it's extremely clever, and it's definitely, I definitely came up with it and not somebody in my chat. I would never steal from my chat like that. Let's dig out a little bit more of this copper. We're not even using this as a nature reserve. I'm gonna have to figure out what to do with it. For now, let's just get rid of all the copper that isn't specifically supporting a plant. Can they... Okay, they'll get stuck in here if they don't build that ladder, so let me get them to do it now. I dig that out. And... I think they can reach all of that from one side or the other. Yeah, it's gonna look awful, but whatever, we'll figure it out. That's all the copper I believe I can access in that room. There's a little bit here as well. Just right there, that'll work. Get some coal while we're at it. And I'm not gonna mess with this room because this one's actually a nature reserve. Okay, it's looking good. Back to this. How's this going? They're almost done. They're just kind of waiting for the obsidian to get mined out, so... I was hoping that somebody would be able to look into this little room here. Okay, let me see if I can just get one to, like, climb a ladder or something. Like, go there. You seeing you in court? Oh, shoot. Alright, you look, you can have, like... You can have, like, 40% of the royalties, alright? I don't know what the royalties are. I don't know how to, like, tabulate that number, but like, yeah, 40% of the royalties for the use of the Uncredible Mulk brand. All right, can you like go over here? Can you guys discover this room, please? This is getting really annoying. Okay, let's see. This is always a pain. I think... Oh, this could go really poorly. I think what you have to do is get a duplicate to fall through this area to discover it when the game like starts acting pissy like this and doesn't give you a way in. Or we can melt the ice to get them to walk into the room instead. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set it up from the bottom so that Severin here has a way to get out of the room after falling into it. Actually, that's... Yeah, if we put a ladder there, that's what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and set it up so that we can have somebody fall through that room, or maybe even just climb into it from the bottom, and see if we can get it to be discovered by that, because I cannot dig these tiles out here, so... Somebody should be able to step on this tile if I build this little contraption here. So I'm going to P9 these so that, like... So that you dig all of them out, because we're just waiting on the obsidian at this point. I really need to get the oxygen figured out. We just don't have enough. I mean, it's overpressured here. Actually, most of the oxygen, half of it is going through this vent here, because the rest are overpressured. I might want to actually just turn the electrolyzers on while I'm still building this room, like just for a little while. So let me work on the piping for it. Why does this game take so long to save? Alright, so let's get the piping figured out. I shouldn't need to insulate any of this piping if I do this correctly. I believe I could just run... Actually, how much water do these guys consume? Hold on. They consume... I think it's a lot less than a pipe full. It's 100, yeah, so I could feed 10 of these things with one water pipe, so we can just run them all off the same pipe. So let's do that. Where do I get my water from? That's the output. Okay, that's where we're going to take our water from. I want to give myself a couple tiles of space around this thing, because I'm not really sure what I want to do with it yet. Something like this.
Cosign's transmitted oxygen is running at the blazing fast speeds that Comcast is always promising.
Yeah, I don't think they advertise it like that. Also, it's Xfinity, by the way. I can't believe you're dead naming Comcast. It's really toxic of you. It's Xfinity. It's definitely not Comcast, and they're definitely not going to rename their service in 10 years to like reset the brand damage that they've done to it. I'm telling you what, I'm going to cancel you. What are you going to do now? You're not going to have enough money to sue me over the uncredible mulk. Like, you set yourself up for failure by doing that. Let me just pile this off now here. The only reason this fish is here is because I might want to farm these later and I don't want it to die. And I think it won't lay an egg if it's not in the water. And I don't really have any other water to put it in, so that's the reason why we're doing that. Yeah, 40% of 50%, 200%. Yeah, I think that checks out. That math looks correct. 50% of the IP ownership and 20% of the action figures. And that seems like a fair trade. I think the merchandise is where the profits always come from. And if I learned anything from Spaceballs, it's all about the merchandise. Alright, we need to power these. I do want to have a dedicated powered doohickey thingamabobber. I didn't really think about this. I probably want to run this heavy wire into this area just to have access to it on the other side of the base. And do the brain damage. I mean, honestly, I think they know what they're doing with the like brand. Like, they know how they're making money. They don't care about the brand damage because nobody can do anything about it, because that's just the society that we live in. I'm gonna go ahead and cut this off. But yeah, that is the society we live in. Like, it doesn't matter how much brand damage Comcast actually does to themselves, because what are you gonna do about it? Go to another ISP? That's cute. You think there's any other options? This is America. We don't have that around here. Let me go ahead and get rid of this. I should really start cleaning up all of like the stink dirt, because I think that's the reason why there's just fart gas everywhere. And I think it'd be a keen idea to fix that. Why do we not have filtration medium? I made like 1 million of these. I guess there's just not enough. Yeah, maybe we need to prioritize that. Beds. Wait, why do we have a... What do you mean beds? What happened? Did I break something? We have plenty of beds. 1 or more duplicates. Oh, somebody's stuck. Is that the first notification that I get? Alright, who's stuck? Or is this just a, like, pathfinding me dumb? I wish it would tell me who can't reach their bed. I don't even know where to start. I mean, it's probably somebody who was digging out copper if anybody got stuck. No one's over there. Enjoy your options of Comcast or no internet. To be fair, I think I can also get CenturyLink here. I'd probably have even shittier prices if that wasn't an option. I don't know who is unable to get to their bed. What am I missing here? I mean, I had CenturyLink in my old apartment. It was fine. It worked. It was a little slow. I'm worried, Chad, I'm worried that somebody is stuck and is trying to sleep, and this is like the first like warning that I got, but I don't know who it is. Well, the notification went away. Now it's back again. Devs, please, can you just tell me who can't reach their damn bed? I don't want to check everyone. Let's go check everyone. How do I do this? Vitals, I think. Okay, you're here. Oh, it's gonna close that screen every single time, isn't it? That is extremely annoying. I don't even know who that highlighted. Who the hell's Adam? Okay, let's pause the game. I just want to make sure no one's gonna die. Alright, so it's... I can't even see Adam. Oh, you're over here. It's just not centering on you for some reason. Clicking on the arrow, that's cute. You think that does anything? It just says 1 or more duplicates can't reach their beds. It's the only information I'm getting about this. It's not that they don't have... Oh, there we go. We got a trapped. Alright, who is it? What? Huh? God, I'm so confused. Yeah, Kai is... Wow, truly agonizing, isn't it? The door is unlocked. Oh. Wait, when did this... What? That they were taking when did I do this? They were taking this path where this copper tile was this whole time. Because for some reason, I don't remember why, I blocked this door. This game doesn't do a very good job at conveying these issues clearly. But yeah, I figured somebody had to be stuck. And Kai was just stuck in the kitchen, like just making whatever you're cooking here. Are you singing? I mean, he didn't seem that upset. Huh. I've never heard this, chat. I did not know they could do this. This is just one of the overjoyed reactions. He was so happy to be stuck in the kitchen for the rest of his life, apparently. That was finally, like, what did it. That prompted the overjoyed response. This game looks cool. Indeed it does. I'm sure you've never seen it before. You definitely haven't shown up in all of my streams to say something like that. But hello, Zapcat. It is indeed a cool game, and I've been enjoying this. However, it is a very terrible user interface. It is very hard to understand things that just randomly go wrong. Let's get rid of that. Let's see, how are they doing here? Okay, can you guys prioritize this? I really want to figure this out. They can't get there. It's already P9. Man, what are you doing? Are you going to ever work on this? Just P0. Just dig it out right now. I really want to get this figured out. Don't have a mess hall. No, I don't have a lot of things that I'm supposed to have here. This has been a very sporadic playthrough of this game. Actually, they can get through this. They don't even need to dig that out right now. You know, whatever. Just dig it out. I'm tired of seeing this here. But yeah, I need to do a pass on like getting their morale up because it's very inconsistent. If they don't have a good food, they become really sad all of a sudden because that's like the only thing that's giving them good morale. So I do need to get a mess hall. That's like kind of up there on the to-do list, but one thing at a time here. First, I want to explore this so that I can finish the oxygen room, because this is going to become a problem sooner than I realize it. We do not have a lot of oxygen coming into this planet. And hello, Captain. I might have said that already. I don't remember. All right, you, just come over here. All right, explore this. Discover this room, because for some reason, this might be the only way that I can get them to learn that this exists. Hey, look! Wow, it even has a vending machine, guys. Was that so hard? Was that so hard for you nincompoops to just come over here and look at the dark room? Alright, now we can finally dig that out. That's what I was trying to do this whole damn time. Just get rid of that while we're at it. You weren't getting food to kill your morale. Look, you can eat the dirt. It's fine. You don't even... Why do you guys need the dirt mushed into a bar to eat it? Just eat it off the ground. It'll have the same nutritional value. It's natural. Alright, let's go ahead and rummage this. I think this will just give us nutrient bars, which I think they're not allowed to eat those, so they'll just have like an emergency backup supply if we need it. I look around but find nothing of interest except for this floppy drive that was just somehow in this vending machine. You can get morale other ways. Oh, I'm aware of that. Like, this is... I kind of know what I need to do, I just haven't done it yet. You don't know why the mud isn't edible? That is true. They make the mush bars out of dirt and water, so I don't know why they can't just eat the mud. This game doesn't make any sense. I'm just gonna leave this here. It looks kind of cool. Alright, so anyways, that's what I was trying to do here. Back to this. Let me explain the morale situation. This is very high on the to-do list. I want to give them a mess hall. I want to give them individual bedrooms as well. They do have a couple of nature reserves. Like this one they will always go through if they come up here. I should probably get rid of these doors actually, because I think this room could have also been one. Yeah, why did I put these doors here? I'm dumb. Thank you for bringing that up, because I hadn't checked on these in a while. But we have a couple of these, which are also giving them a pretty good morale hit, though I don't have any set up down here really. This could become one, but they never really have a reason to go over here. But yeah, getting them like a mess hall or a great hall is probably a good step in the right direction. I don't even remember where they're eating. I think they're actually eating on the floor. Wait, did I forget to do that? Did I never even give them tables? I'm glad you brought this up. I think I literally didn't even give them tables, so they've been eating on the floor for 317 cycles. Transformers. Okay, yeah, good call. Is this... That counts as machinery, right? Yeah, okay, I don't know when I did that. I'm glad you're paying attention. You seem to know how to play this video game. These are things that I should know about, but have not been paying attention to. So we need to get this transformer out of here. And this one out of here. Or just forego... You know what, maybe I forego the upper nature reserve because they're going to go through the bottom one anyways. I mean, we have like 3 nature reserves here. I can just... Wait, I just cracked this one open. What am I doing? I just cracked that one open. And they're going to go through this one way or the other. And this one here would be the only other one worth fixing if I can get this transformer out of this room. I'm trying to think, how do I want to lay this out? So they will go through this one. Once they destroy this door, this whole room will count as a nature reserve. Anybody going up here will see it, which gives them the buff for like a day or something. I would like to get this one as well for anybody who only goes to the ranching level. I didn't even realize there was more copper over here. Let's get that as well. Do that. I think they can access it all if I dig it out like that. I'll get the stuff on the ceiling as well. Sorry, I'm being very just like frazzled and inconsistent about what I'm working on here. Your goal is to decomplicate stuff. You had the perfect simple fish farm before they changed happiness. So did they nerf the Paku like hyper density farm or whatever? I haven't even tried to do that yet. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about here. Anyways, let's go ahead and buff this here. I've been wanting to do this for a while anyways. Let's move these over. Do that. Get rid of the light here. I'm assuming that's what you're talking about with the fish farm. Drip feeding the Paku isn't OP. Okay, so they did nerf that. Yeah, I remember knowing about that ages ago, but never actually doing anything with it. And I'm probably for the best. Lights? What do you mean? We've had lights. Look at this bathroom. This is the nicest bathroom you've ever seen. And this. What are you talking about? Oh, no, we don't have any lights. No, you got a light right here in your crybaby, like, cuddle room. I mean, to be fair, the light bug died, and that was the only reason you got a light on the ceiling. But yeah, we've been doing that. It's not a completely degenerate society we're running here. Yeah, we got... I mean, okay, maybe it's not as good as it could be. Yeah, baby here is, like, afraid of the dark. And the shine bug just, like, died at some point in this little room here. It's so cute. Yeah, I don't know how the shine bug died, but yeah, we've had lights for a while. Anyways, what I'm doing here is I'm widening this room so I can upgrade this power transformer so that I can remove this one, and then this becomes a nature reserve. Because I had completely forgotten, the requirement for nature reserve is no, like, industrial machinery, I think is what we're failing here. Yeah, no industrial machinery. This thing is industrial machinery. Okay, the category's right here, so that's why this is causing problems for me. It also counts as a power building, apparently. I didn't know that. I could just put one in here to make it qualify. Shinebug died due to overcrowding. Yeah, you're probably right. Maybe it just didn't lay an egg. It looks like these two are content in this room. They're both satisfied, so I think they will always lay an egg before they die. Probability... this could actually make a normal pip. Hopefully it doesn't do that, but we'll try to get more of those if we need it, because they're adorable. I don't even know if they're worth having or not, but I kind of want it. Figured out the air bottle thing. Wait, is this the air bottle thing? I'm not even sure what you mean. Wait, what is this doing here? Am I dumb? Is this even attached? Oh, this is the liquid one. Where's the gas one? Oh, here it is. Yeah, I was using this to put air bottles in the rocket, I think is the only reason I built that. I'm not sure if you mean something else, but I used that to transfer some oxygen into the rocket as like an emergency supply for them to crack open. Didn't have to use it, but that's why that thing exists. It is cute, therefore required. I mean, yeah, look at this room. It fits the color scheme of this room and everything. It's absolutely adorable. Alright, so they finished that. Put more mesh tiles here. And let's build a power transformer. The good one. I don't care about the heat these things make right now. We'll burn that bridge when we get there. And then I need to give it the better wire because I want to double it up. I probably should have done this from the get-go instead of using the wrong wire. Oh god. I hope I have enough copper for this. I think I do. Yeah, it was like a third of our copper right there just to build that. Though I did mine a bunch of copper, so I could probably get more out of that pretty efficiently. We don't need that anymore. And then what I was going to do is delete this one and have this one do double duty. I mean, I could ruin this nature reserve, honestly. Just keep this one, because they have to go through this one anyway, so maybe we just kind of do that. Gold volcano taming. I don't even have a gold volcano anywhere. I don't know which planet has one. We are not ready to do that. You can handle liquid gold with your bare hands. That doesn't sound very nice. But yeah, we don't have any metal volcanoes, so that is very much like not within our capabilities at the moment. Specific heat is really low. I mean, you handle with your hands. I don't know what that entails as far as them being able to make stuff out of it. I guess you're saying that they could go in and just pick it up off the ground, right? Like, as long as it solidifies. Because, yeah, I might still try to get the heat out of it, but I'll look at the numbers when we get to that. We don't have access to gold volcanoes right now. Not even on any of the planets we have tamed at the moment. How much copper have we got? Okay, we could finally make a ton of that. That should put off this issue for a while. Iron will fry your base. Yeah, I think it tells you, like, roughly what it takes to, like, smelt these things. And I think that kind of correlates to, like, how much, like, heat they have. Like, how much heat capacity. So, like, this one... Yeah, okay, so it will, 6.3 degrees. This one's, like, 19.2. This one's actually really high compared to the gold. Yeah, I think this kind of correlates to the same value. I know I'm not looking at the same thing, but like this roughly like explains what the heat capacity is of the item. And gold is really low, so presumably they can just carry it around and it won't really destroy your base, is what I assume you're telling me here. Yeah, they can build wires using 1,000-degree gold. The problem I think would be if I store it somewhere and it just kind of sits there radiating heat. And I'm pretty sure iron and steel have really high heat capacities, so they will eventually melt your base if you just leave them sitting around. But the gold probably can't do that because it just doesn't have enough heat capacity to do that. That is my understanding of how that works. Anyways, back to this. Alright, so we have that set up, and then I wanted to... I want to do this exactly. So this one has a very high power draw because it's got those two things on it and a few of these machines. Though honestly, the way I did this doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Whatever, we just want to get the nature reserve working. So which one do I want to set up for that? How much power is being pulled here? Yeah, this is very low, so let's just go ahead and delete this one and run this one up top. Let's see, just because I like the aesthetics of it, I'll run it behind the door. I know this is not like the most optimal wire layout, but it looks better. So we're just going to do this, and that will free up our nature reserve. And hopefully they don't drop the copper inside of that room there. I think it'll pop out to the right. Gold is the only energy negative refinery turbine metal. I'm not entirely sure if I know what you're talking about with that. I don't know about mercury. I mean, neither. I haven't even seen mercury so far. That should be good. Energy negative refinery. Oh, so you're saying it eats, like it doesn't produce as much heat as it consumes to make it? I guess I don't really know. I'm not as keen on like the energy deletion characteristics of this game. Also, it looks like they did finish this. I'm not entirely sure if I know what you're talking about here, but it sounds like gold is very easy to smelt is the important part. So this is the other project we've been working on. Once I get all of the polluted water out of this awful room, which I need a ladder down. Once I get all the polluted water out of here, which I think I can just do by sweeping all of this, delete that as well. I think I can just get the remainder out of here, and then I can remove this liquid filter. It uses 1.2 kilowatts, but the heat produced isn't enough to get the energy back unless you have insane... Oh, okay, I see. Okay, so if you're trying to use a steam turbine, you can't get the energy back. So there's no stonks as far as, like, smelting gold is concerned. Because this game definitely doesn't have, like, all the laws of thermodynamics, like, completely checked out. Okay, I think I understand what you're talking about. For now, we have not been... Oh, sorry, hold on, I gotta sneeze. Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, for now we have not been doing anything with the heat except just dumping it into this cold water. This is not sustainable. We're kind of rapidly, I wouldn't say rapidly, but we're running out of ice in here. I might have to start using the cold from this. We don't have steam because we don't have plastic. Because instead of getting coal like a normal, or instead of getting oil like a normal person down here, I'm scared to go in here. So instead I have just been trying to get glossy Drecos, and they're not cooperating because it's taking absolutely goddamn forever. I'm probably gonna have to go into the like oil biome on that other planet and try not to get everybody killed by the spore kid that's in there. But in the meantime, I'm just like using this as just a heat sink for the refinery here, and it has been working fairly well because this water is still pretty cold. The other problem I'm going to run into, though, is since this isn't submerged, I think the heat transfer is not very good, so this is going to take a really, really long time to melt. Have I found the critter morpher? I don't know what that is, so I'm going to say no, I have not found it. I don't know if there's like a building or something. The hell is this? Is that the critter morpher? Doesn't look like it. I don't know what this is. I've never seen this before, chat. Biobot builder. Wait, I don't have that. I don't have the like the DLC or whatever for the bionic dupes. Is this just gonna like paywall me if I try to use this? I'm reading this right now. They've discovered a laboratory full of machinery. Yeah, my duplicants definitely found this, and it wasn't me that did that. It's unclear whether it's intended for biological experimentation or advanced mechatronics or both. I think I'm going to get paywalled if I try to use this thing. Uses zombie spores and steel. Or maybe not. I don't know. Oh no, this is something else. This is free. Okay, I thought this was like the bionic duplicates. I didn't know this existed. Uses zombie spores. That's terrifying. Okay, we are not going to be messing with this thing for a long time. It is spaced out content. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I wasn't sure. Because I've had a few situations where I found something in the, like, in the database, and then somebody in chat told me it's DLC only. And I don't have those turned on for this playthrough. Okay, that's a ways off. It's risky and not worth it, but it's pretty cool. The little robots are dumb as bricks. We are not in any condition to mess with zombie spores right now, so we're definitely not going to be doing that right now, but I think I want to just check it out to see if it's any good. We will have to figure out how to safely get this thing back home and not cause a pandemic. That is a later project, and I do have to worry about this damn thing if I go in here for whatever reason, because there are zombie spores in this crude oil, and I do not know like how they're able to like transfer. I think the duplicants have to breathe them in to get infected, but I don't want them anywhere because I know that these are the only disease in the game that actually can like kill your entire colony. Drown them. I mean, they're in the oil. Do I just need to like, I mean, we could look at the conditions for them to breed. Like, I think I could just have to look at the conditions to kill the damn things. Which I think, where does it show this? Let's see here. We're gonna have to deal with this sooner than later, I think, so let's have a look. Yeah, it survives in crude oil. It's killed by solid and liquid, even though this is a liquid. I've never liked how this is documented. Bleach stone or chlorine would kill them as well. Atmosuits counter zombie spores. As long as they don't, like, bring this oil into the base, right? The thing is, like, they don't explain the mechanics of these diseases very well. Duplicates who touch or inhale the spores risk becoming infected. So if they're in an atmosuit, they cannot do that. Can they get the spores, like, on their suits? Or, like, is there any other means by which these could find their way back into the base as long as the growth is halted? -10 all stats. Yeah, I know what they do. They're terrifying. I don't think it's explaining it here. These were in the base game before the DLCs came out. And they, like, basically turn your dupes into zombies. Like, there's a reason why they're called that. Like, they're all incredibly slow and inefficient at literally everything. And if nobody in your base can do any work for however long the disease lasts, it can just, like, kill your colony. We do not want anybody to be getting sick with this. Like, if anybody gets diseased by these things, we might be putting them in a permanent quarantine. Because I don't know how exactly the spread of this disease works correctly, but these are terrifying. That's what I know about it. I might honestly just go around this room and just not interact with it at all, because it looks like it's the only one that has this in it. We'll have to be careful about that. Let's finish our Oh, what the hell is this? Yeah, let's finish our current project. How have I not gone down here and seen any of these things? Okay, this is the thing you were talking about. This is the thing chat member mentioned. It could prove extremely useful for genetic manipulation. Okay, I don't know how I didn't notice these things this whole time. Like this. You know what? No, I know what happened. These were not visible until somebody went down here. When I did this project, that is when these became visible. I think these were kind of like in the fog of war before that. All right, so we have this thing, which I actually could send somebody over here now. Yeah, I have plastic. Well, I don't have plastic yet. This might actually be worth doing now, though, if I have the ability to operate this doohickey. Which, don't spoil it in chat, by the way. Do not tell me how this thing works. Let me figure it out. I think I'm going to prioritize doing that. Feed of 5 critters. Okay, well, don't give me information like that. Let me try to, like, discover this stuff for myself here. I'm glad that you told me this exists, but let me figure out, like, how to operate these machines. Let's go ahead and crack this room open. I want to work this stuff out. I want to experience it as a new player for a little while. It has directions on it. Well, I have to activate it, I assume. Or either that or the journal told me. This thing didn't tell me anything. This is just lore. We've been kind of ignoring the lore here, so I apologize for anyone who's interested in that, but I don't want to spend the stream time reading all the lore entries, so that's not what we're doing here. But yeah, I'm going to assume that once I activate it, it'll kind of tell me what to do, but just try to keep things kind of spoiler-free. Anyways, what the heck is this thing? Alright, you've discovered a dream analyzing building buried deep inside our asteroid containing new sleep-specific suits. Could they be the key to unlocking my duplicate's ability to dream? I've wondered what they might be capable of once their imaginations were awakened. Alright, so apparently they don't dream. I'm sure that was also explained in the lore. And once again, this thing isn't telling me how it operates. So I will send somebody down there at some point and we'll try to discover it. For now, let's just build a ladder to it. Alright, so they have a task to work on. However, you know what? Okay, hold on a second. No, they can't do this right now. I gotta actually get them an Atmos suit dock, I think, for them to go down here because this is way too far. Okay, let's cancel these builds because they're gonna die if I try to send them down here. So let me get my ducks in a row here. What do we want to do on stream today? We wanted to figure this out, so I want to deal with the piss water. The kind of thing is literally in the description. Collected species data. Okay, so it's species data. That's kind of what you meant. But yeah, I wanted to like work that out myself. So just for the future, like let Dom the streamer like figure it out, and I'll ask for help if I need it. But it looks like, yeah, it needs species data. I would have assumed that's 5 different ones, but I definitely have plenty of critters roaming around the base that I don't need. I have 5 unique ones, and we have a pip egg, apparently. Now, let me move this to somewhere that I know it's not going to die immediately. Let me relocate this to... Where can I put this where it won't die? It should be safe over here, and these are locked off. Let's move it over here so it won't die. It'll wander around that area until I do something with it. Anyways, we need to figure out this situation here. Like, get rid of the remaining polluted water in that area. On this planet, I wanted to set up a better, like, oxygen system. I think it's called a Hydra or whatever. I don't know. Somebody else designed this, but my abomination didn't work, so we want to do that. And then I need to get them access to this area so that we could set up critter morphs. And then I assume this is going to let me like pick out a glossy Dreco or something, because this has taken way too long to actually produce what I wanted. Alright, so that's kind of what we've got on the to-do list here. So as for the Atmos suit docks, I could try to just overpressure this with more oxygen, but I think it's already overpressured with CO2. So I want to store the CO2 because we actually needed that earlier for the slicksters before they all died. And I don't like have a very fast way to make more of it. I mean, I kind of have some polluting machines, but let me go ahead and put it in a tank somewhere. So do any of these have CO2 in them? That one's hydrogen, that one's chlorine, that one's everything else. I think we need to add another tank. Can you tell me a good CO2 trick? Yeah, go for it. Like, I assume that these power generators are pretty good for producing it, but there's probably something else I could be doing to make it. I'm probably not gonna do whatever you tell me to here anyways, because I just want to quickly whip something up for now. But I think I'm just gonna put a tank, like, maybe over here or something. I don't really care if I destroy these plants. They're not terribly important. Though this one does make this qualify as a nature reserve if I block it off, because there's 4 plants in here. And they don't have a guaranteed nature reserve when they go down. I really didn't give myself room to do anything over here, did I? Let's just put the CO2 tank in the power room, honestly, because it'll be easy. I'm going to regret this very soon, because I'm going to want to put more coal generators in here, but whatever. That'll be a problem for future me to deal with. So just stick it in this room here. And then we're going to have a gas pump. Like, just kind of down, maybe all the way over here, honestly. This is going to take them forever to build this. Well, whatever, let's just do it. Because I don't want to delete the CO2. If I fill up that tank, I'll start skimming the rest of it off. There's a building called a bottler. For the gases. Oh, you just, let's see. Puts gases in bottles. You put a pump to a bottler and put it at the bottom of your base. Huh. That's not a bad idea. Don't skim waste of energy. Yeah, well, I mean, I suppose I could just vacuum it into space instead. That's actually a good point. You know, I'm going to do that. I'm actually going to do what you just suggested here. That sounds kind of cool. Like, I assume I just need to just drop the bottles on the ground, and eventually I can do whatever I want to later. That's actually a good idea, though. Just compress it on site. I'm going to do that. So, we've got our pump. Let's see. Bottles chlorine, CO2. Can it not bottle everything? Skimming isn't a waste of energy. Dewater is more valuable. Okay, well, you know what? You two argue in the chat over whether or not that's a good idea, but I am going to take that suggestion. I need to find a spot where I could actually build it, though. It doesn't have plants all over it. Let's just get rid of the damn plants. We don't need these here. Dewater is better, but the rate is terrible. In case it wasn't painfully obvious, I am not min-maxing this game right now. So I have committed to an idea, and I'm going to do it that way now. So the question is, do I need the atmosuit docks, though? Because they still have to run down here to build all of this. I should probably set up an atmosuit dock just while I set this up. So let me get a spot to cram one in, because this is going to become a problem if I don't do something about it, like, right now. Let's just build it, like, right here, I think. We only need, like, maybe 2. So I could put 2 the dock and then a ladder right here. That's what we're gonna do. Alright, so let's get the atmosuits. What about those oxygen mask things? I haven't even been making those. I'm just going to make atmosuits. Don't I need to make a dock anyways? I mean, I guess that's not a bad idea. Actually, hold on. We could look into that. What's the temperature down here? Yeah, that might be a little bit easier. I think they move faster in the oxygen masks, and it's not hot down there, so let's set that up instead. We've never used those before, so let's see if we have the materials to make those. So first thing I need is the masks dock. Okay, we have to make the checkpoint. It has this horrible diagram, but I believe we just need to stick this here, and then build 2 docks, just a couple, for however many duplicates I want to have in here. How do I make oxygen masks? Hold on, let me do this first. Yeah, again, we're not... that's tempting, honestly. I mean, you can't do mech engineering stuff, because you're unconstructive. We don't really need that. Like, I have a couple that already have that trait. Let's just get the pufflet. Somebody might be wincing at me not taking that duplicate. Again, I don't know what the heck I'm doing here. Let's make some masks. I think it's the crafting station, which we probably have not built yet because I've never needed to use this for anything. Why would just look for it? Just look for it. Just use the search. There it is. Okay. Just whatever. Just stick it over here. No building thing is bad. Yeah, it's kind of, that's the turn off from that. Unconstructive ruins that dupe. Okay, so yeah, I don't like unconstructive because it's such a useful thing for them to be able to do. Was there a rancher with critter version in that? Nope. I was honestly not paying attention to the other ones. That's definitely, definitely doesn't make a whole lot of sense to do that. Can you guys please build this? I want to make oxygen masks, like, now. That's technically not in the way. I know they can get around that. Now, unfortunately, they're suffocating while they try to build this. It looks like this doesn't even need power. So yeah, thank you for the oxygen mask idea. I completely forgot those were in the game, like, at all. But this is probably going to be way faster to set up. I think they just need the oxygen pump. Yeah, they just need this to go into them. So let's just run this all the way down. This little bump here is specifically just to hold in any water that drips down here until I eventually deal with it. We can actually mop that. We might be able to snipe the polluted water if the game doesn't spread it fast enough. Alright, let's get this kind of higher priority. I want them to do this, like, sooner than later, so let's get them to build this now. Alright, let's see. Back to this. How is this endeavor going? Do I have a dump for the polluted water? They should be automatically dumping it in here unless I turn these off. Yeah, I think they're just not prioritizing that. Let me go look at this. They're not... I thought they would show that. Well, whatever. You know, we could just sweep it and that'll get them to do it, I think. Refuses outside help. So, to be clear, I've played this game before the Spaced Out DLC. So, like, I know the fundamentals of how to manage things in this game. The Spaced Out content is the stuff that's tripping me up because I just don't know how any of it works. But in all likelihood, I could prevent this base from dying in a horrible death spiral if I, like, don't get caught off guard by something really stupid. So let's see, if they sweep this, are they gonna just P9 it? No, they don't know what to do with this. I thought they would take this over to the bottle emptier. I think I'm doing something wrong here. Did I disable these at some point? No, it's not disabled. You know what? I think it's because the task shows up on the bottle emptier for some reason. Let's see if somebody... I think somebody is going to go pick it up now. I just want to make sure this works, and then I'm going to just sweep all the crap that's in this room. Oh, there's Wheezewort weed. Oh, I couldn't find Wheezewort seeds in my inventory because it's called a wart seed. Oh, how stupid of me. Gosh. How silly. So we did have more than one of those. I didn't have to dig up the one that was there earlier. Speaking of that, I completely forgot what I was doing over here, and this thing has just been sitting here wasting power. I guess there's a... Oh, there's a sun... We got a sun nymph. Okay. I should probably make a couple of those, like, Sporkid cures out of this thing at some point if I'm paying attention. Yeah, who am I kidding? I'm gonna forget about that and it's gonna die. I'm very, very flustered here and losing track of what I'm doing. It's a lot of hydrogen. I should pump this out as well. Now, we gotta stay focused here. Alright, so this wart seed, I'm just going to, like, relocate it just somewhere in the base. Yeah, just put it over there, whatever. If one of the pips grabs it, it's fine. It's pointing to the ceiling. Yeah, this wasn't built and I couldn't configure it. There we go. Thank you. Yeah, I forgot about that. It wasn't built when I checked on it last, so I just didn't redirect it. Do I have a decent amount of sand? On this planet, I'm pretty sure I do. I got sand everywhere. Yeah, I got 141 tons. These guys... not looking so hot, even though I keep telling them to make sand, and they're doing it slowly. Let me top this back off. We got so much sedimentary rock. But yeah, I got a lot going on here, so, like, I'm not going to be able to do everything that I'm talking about here today because we have a lot of stuff going on in the background. It looks like they finished this. They never rummaged it for some reason, though. Just gonna... whatever, I'll deal with that later. No, no. What is that? What is this bad? I'm not supposed to be doing this? I don't have sand on this planet. OMG, no. Look, I'm sure whatever I'm doing is suboptimal. I got 145 tons of sedimentary rock. Look, I'm going to go with my gut instinct here and say this is completely fine because I have had so many problems with these damn deodorizers because I'm too stubborn to actually do something about the source of all the polluted oxygen. Here, I'm going to double down on that. Let's make another deodorizer. You love hatches. There's your drama showing. Look, it's on this planet. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We got sand on this planet, and I'm not even feeding the hatches right now because they were eating, like, all of my minerals, and I stopped doing that. There's so many things that I want to do at some point here. The hatches have a ranch that I like just am leaving like this because we had like 30 of these guys in here. It wasn't actually 30, but it was too many. Eventually I'll probably end up getting the stony hatches and figure out if they're actually bad or not. Crush rock salt as well because it's mostly sand, but you get table salt as a byproduct. Do I have salt on this planet? Oh, I do. That's a good idea, chat member. Let's see, how much have we got? We do not have very much salt. I must not have been digging any of it out. Well, let's make a couple of those just to get the table salt going, and I'll just dig this out. We've got plenty of salt on the other planet that I should probably be crushing. And we need one ladder for them to be able to reach all that. That'll work. Alright. Yeah, there's a lot of things. I need to be probably doing salt for the, like, food quality. I forget how you even use salt. There's, I got so many things I need to do here. Let's focus. So let's go back to check the oxygen masks. I need to make the masks. So crafting station. Yep, it was the crafting station. For some reason, this is the only thing it makes. Apparently, I don't know if they can learn to make new things for it later. I'm just gonna make like a few of them. How expensive are these actually? Oh, these are cheap as hell. Let's just make like 10 of these just so I have them sitting around if I do this later. Only with the DLC. Wait, what's only with the DLC? Oh, you mean the salt? I thought the salt, you could just use it. I can make... I'm not sure what you're talking about because I can make the salts without the Bionic DLC. Maybe I just don't know how to use it. I don't know, do any of these use it? Or is there like a spice station or something that you use it on the food with? Because we can't just have things be normal in this game. I could have sworn that I've used salt before. The crafting the crafting station. Okay, so it has more uses, but I only have access to one. Okay, that's what you're talking about, not the salt. Because I was like, I'm sure I remember being able to use salt for something at some point in this game. Let's go have a look real quick. Add benefits to food. I'm going to guess that it's the spice grinder that does this, and we're just going to build it anyways because I have pepper nuts in the base, so it'll find a use at some point. Let's just go ahead and get them to do that. Anyways, back to this. I don't know why these are called suits. I guess they just, that's the template they used for it and they never renamed it. And then how's the oxygen going? Alright, cool. They are actually, the docks are both full. I don't know how much capacity they have. 30 kilograms? Okay, that's actually pretty decent. It's used to shake onto their food. Oh, so I don't even need the spice station. Oh yeah, I need to give them a place to sit down. My god, I am absolutely frazzled. I'm just all over the place with this game because there's so many things to do. Where are the... It's called a mess table, right? There we go. I'm just gonna start searching for things. How many duplicants do I have in this base? Let's do this right now. It doesn't even have to be the right room. Let's just give them tables. This is really hard to tell how many are on this planet. I feel like I have, like... I want to say I have like 9 or 10 of them on this planet. Don't let us stress you. Not too late. You already did it. I'm already sufficiently stressed. Oh, is that what that's indicating? Okay, so there are 12 on this planet. I'm just going to build the tables. There we go. That's 12 tables. You have some people hanging outside of... You'll have some hoodlums outside of your bedroom just eating food. I hope that doesn't bother you. God, that would drive me insane. Eventually, we'll give them a mess room. But I want it to just be right here because it's convenient. I might be able to repurpose, like, this area for it. Or I might push the bedrooms back and, like, use this area. We'll come back to that. But yeah, just understand, chat, like, I will get very stressed out if I'm trying to do a billion things, so I'm going to just kind of focus on the things that I set out to do here. Thank you for the hydrate. That is a good idea. I need to take a BRB soon, actually, so we'll do that in a little bit here, but let me keep at what I'm doing here. There's our hydrate. Alright, so our priorities. Pay attention to the polluted water here. Let me actually just get them to sweep all of this out of here now. Polluted water... we want to explore this, and then on the other planet, we are slowly chipping away at this task over here. Which I think actually, I could start just sweeping crap out of this room. So let's go ahead and do that. We're actually getting to the point where I could vacuum it and seal it off. I wonder... No, if I do this right, I don't need to I don't need to ever have anybody in here again. Again, I'm being very... There's a lot of hubris going into my decision to not make a liquid lock to get in here, but hopefully we don't need to do that. I need to empty the quantum storage, or they're never going to actually do anything in that room. There we go. Alright, so they're going to sweep out this room. In the meantime, let me reference the screenshot, and I haven't shown this for a while, so let me quickly change the overlay. Alright, this is what we're building right now, which there's not really a whole lot to go off of besides this picture, and I'm making mine twice as big. I don't know if I'm going to need it all, but I'm future-proofing it. This is what we're building right now. I do need to remember to put these tiles up on the top here. They're probably important for some reason. And I need to figure out what liquids I'm going to use for this. I think I have access to crude oil if I crack open that biome and stay away from the spore kid, and then I think I could just use any water here. I don't think it has to be salt water. And then I could figure out all the ductwork for the pumps as well when I get to that. I'll have like a couple of oxygen pumps or whatever, and one on the top for hydrogen. It's not going to be self-powered because I don't really care about that. I just want to get the gases. I just want to get the oxygen mostly. And then the hydrogen, I will just burn it off for power until I need to do something else with it. So that's what we're currently building in this particular spot. And it is indeed somebody else's design because, again, as much as I like to discover things for myself, this is what we built last time, and it doesn't work. It sucks, and I've learned enough that I do not know what I'm doing, and I want to learn how it works properly. So even if somebody else discovered this first, as long as I'm content that I understand how it functions, I will be sufficiently happy with the design. So let's go build the ladders, just to make sure if I do have to send somebody in here, they don't have to do any building. I'm going to make the ladders that they would need to be able to step across to the other side, and then I will build these tiles. Let's kind of prioritize all of this. Anyways, so let's start setting up the ventilation. Make a ghetto hydrogen. You make a ghetto hydro. You only store the hydrogen. The O2 is free range. That is actually a valid point. I could leave the bottom open as long as nothing else got in here that would cause problems, but I kind of want to control the distribution because this is not centralized, so it's going to take it a really long time to overpressure like anything I do down here. What are you eyeing? Did I make another questionable decision? I'll find out later. Now let's see here. I built these at the right height, didn't I? Yeah, I did. The pump can go like right here, it'll fit. They made the ladders, so everything except that one. And I'll build this one I'll build this one at the end when I seal it off. Ventilation, and a gas pump. I mean, it should not be getting that hot in here. If these are overheating, I have more pressing concerns. Alright, so I will put it right... Let me check the diagram real quick. Where did they place it? It's above the tile. I just want to make sure that this is not like too close to the oxygen. It somehow ruins everything. They built it right here. And I believe one pump should be enough for all of the hydrogen. And then I want probably 4 of these. Use bricks where you put the ladders. I mean, the diagram didn't do that. I feel like it doesn't matter. You know what, if we do have problems with this, we can always crack it open and come fix it. I'm going to just go with what was in the video. And then as for the oxygen pumps, I think I could just place them, like, just 4 of them like this. And that should work. That should be plenty. Because these output... How much do these output? This actually might not be enough. I think I need 8 now that I think about it. Though these never operate at full speed anyways. They're always, like, overpressuring themselves. Because one of these pumps, I think, is only 500 per second. Yeah, realistically, though, these never operate at full capacity. But if we were going to do that, we would need, like... I want to say, like, 7 pumps, approximately. I mean, I could just put 7 pumps in. A lot of pipes. That's probably overkill. This whole thing is overkill now that I think about it. I probably could have gotten away with just 3 of these. Whatever. You know what? Let's just put them all in. I can always open it up if I need to, deal with the gases, vacuum it out, and turn it on again. Let's just place 7 pumps in here. Or maybe just 6. Yeah, let's just put 6 pumps in here. I want the symmetry. But I don't want to have like a half a pipe of oxygen. I don't know. Whatever. This is probably not something to worry about. The way this happens is if anything overpressures, then it just won't use any power, and the problem just kind of goes away. Like, it's only a waste of space at that point. All right, so we'll do something like this. Yeah, it's 100. It says it's 180. It's 888. And given that they're not going to run at full capacity, it'd probably be a little less. So 6 or 7 pumps is probably enough for this. Realistically, I highly doubt we need this much to begin with. I'm not going to worry about ratios right now. I'm just going to wing it. All right, so let's see here. We're going to need that, that, and that. This is how we're going to get the oxygen out of here. And I will figure out what to do with the oxygen pipes after that. And then we'll run the hydrogen at the top. And for initially, we're going to use these same pumps for vacuuming out the room. They never overpressure. Oh, really, they don't? That actually prevents them from doing that? Okay. No, whatever. 3 oxygen pipes is overkill, so I'm going to just go with what I've got. Set that up. Let's see here. I can turn it on and off by just cutting off the liquid pipe. That's the whole point of submerging. I thought submerging them was actually to just force the gas separation. I didn't realize there was even more to it than that. I'm going to actually change this as well. I want to put this tile in now. Just because I don't want to forget about that tile when I'm setting this up. I didn't realize that the submerging, though, would also, like, affect that. Okay, hopefully they don't trap themselves in that room over here. That's going to be very annoying if they do. Just not plug them in. Yeah, that's what I plan to do. I'm just going to use the disconnect tool if I need to, like, turn a couple of them off or something. And I figure, like, the whole thing should balance out reasonably well, because I have to turn them off from right to left, but I'm not too worried about that. Okay. Alright, so they did dig that out correctly. They'll eventually work all this out. Yeah, it's kind of cold over here, but it's all going to be insulated. And this area is warm enough, and the heat is moving slowly enough that I don't really care. Where's Spez Camo? See, I haven't actually looked at that yet. I haven't added that to my playlist. And I'm still using the games playlist anyways for this. I haven't, like, run custom music over this game. At some point I'll probably do that. But I like the ambient music in the background of this game, so I haven't felt the need to change it. Alright, so this is the other thing we were kind of working on the side. I just wanted to get the heavy watt wire over to this area. Yeah, I'll figure out how to, like, set up transformers for it later. You'd recommend at least using an Atmos sensor both sides so they never reach vacuum. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to add a bunch of, like, sensors in here. Well, honestly, probably just the Atmos sensor, actually. I'll put it, like, probably, like, down in the center somewhere. We don't have any... Uh-oh. What did I just build this out of? No, that's cobalt ore. Okay, we need more cobalt. How are we doing on that? Okay, we got plenty. Let's just make a bunch of that. I need to set up a proper refinery for this. This is definitely not a good long-term solution. Exterminate? I don't know what we're exterminating here. Explain. Yeah, I do a lot of this on that stream. I'm thinking of where I could build a cold sink to build a proper one. Probably... I mean, I could expose it to space, but I mean, there's not that much thermal mass up here. This area I could use. This is probably the place to do that. I need to add that to my to-do list, but again, I got a billion things to do here, and I need to go to the bathroom, so I think we're about to have a BRB. Let me just check up on everything to see if there was anything pending. Okay, that's Brian. I can't get them to do anything about that. I'm not even gonna try to do the Dalek voice. I know what you're talking about. I have exactly one voice, and it's the one you're listening to right now, so I'm not gonna try to do that. I'm not gonna humiliate myself more than I already do during these streams. I think we're gonna take our BRB. So yeah, what we need to do is, now that they finish the docks, I need to send them down here to start excavating. I need to keep an eye on this, and I need to continue working on this project. So I'm just gonna show this. I'm gonna show this during the BRB here. So let's go ahead and pause. Alt S. There we go. All right, so we will be back in a few minutes. I'm gonna run ads during the break to disable pre-rolls. Don't touch that dial. Don't change that channel, or do. I'm not gonna stop you. I can't do anything about it. But anyways, I hope to see you in a few minutes, and we will be right back. Oh, you know, I had an idea. I could have like a little like clock, a little timer for the BRB, but it's just a unit circle. And it just, the angle is the amount of time that's left. Like, it works on multiple levels, because it's 2 pi. Even though I usually get back before the full 6 point whatever minutes have passed. I'm gonna write that down. Maybe that's just off-putting enough that people will not come to my stream anymore, because there's just too much math. There we go, let's write that one down. Incredible idea. Tremendous innovation. Anyways, welcome back, folks. I hope you did not have to suffer too much through the ads. And that. Whomstedively Yates Teddy's yes. I don't think I'm even close to getting that correct. I'm not built like that. I can't do that. The ads were unbearable. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't get control over them. I don't know what Twitch is even advertising anymore at this point. Like, I just mute the stream and like tab out like whenever another stream has ads running, because I just don't even want to look at them. So I don't know what unbearable like garbage they've been like shilling with the ads recently. Such is the way with our modern society of never wanting to spend money on anything. All right, let's get our game back up and running here. Why is my... I'm just looking at my audio settings. Why is my Steam audio quieter than everything else? When did I do that? Whatever, just Windows doing Windows things. Alright, so... Overwatch. What, there's Overwatch ads? Are they that desperate? They're advertising Overwatch? Like the new season? Oh god, you're right. That's probably what they're doing. I don't think I've seen one of those yet. They must be advertising the new season because Rivals is just shitting all over them. That's kind of funny and also sad at the same time. Yeah, well, we'll see how that works out for them. Anyways, what was I doing here? For a while there were a lot of ads. We're pausing if you tab out. Huh. Well, I guess when I say tab out, I don't mean like change tabs on the browser. I usually just looked at my other monitor or like scrolled down. I don't know. Too bad I don't want to play. Oh my god, are we gonna have this conversation right now? I don't want to play Rivals because I'm old and I don't like change. Because believe it or not, I'm more of an Overwatch player, even though I haven't been playing it all that much. Like, back in the day, Overwatch was like the greatest thing that had ever happened to the gaming industry. And it's sad to see how far it has fallen since then. But I played Rivals a couple times and I don't know how to get into that game. Like, it is just such a clusterfuck that my old man brain is just not capable of dealing with that game. At some point I might give it another shake, but it hasn't been looking good for me. Like, I can't handle it anymore. Like, just getting thrown into the fray and getting just stomped over and over again. Anyways, let's focus on this. We still don't have any cobalt. Okay, I think I have the mod that lets me like build with materials I don't have though. Where do I put this? This fish tank is kind of in a shitty spot. Whatever, I'll just stick it over here. Well, eventually I'll figure something out. You're terrible at FPS, so bad you're a Bastion player. No, I'm even worse than that. I play like Mercy and May. Like, that's how bad I am at aiming. I'm not bad at FPSs. I'm good at the FP part, not so much the S part. Is kind of like the ballpark that I'm in with those games. I tried to re-release the game. Look, let's be clear about stuff that I'm not sitting here shilling for Overwatch. They have fucking dropped the ball so goddamn frequently with that game. Like, they had such an amazing thing going when it came out, and they have just consistently fucked that game up over and over again in the name of profits. Like, I am not like an Overwatch shill. I am just saying, gameplay wise, that is the game that I have preferred. That's like my situation with that. We might actually need a couple of these. That's 1,000. I'm trying to think about how to like divvy up the power here. I could run the heavy watt wire into the room instead, but I don't have a good place to... I could put a plate like here. I'm thinking about how I could route that. I know your age because I clearly never played Tribes. I think I did play Tribes, but it was like it was on like a computer, I think at school. It was like on one of the middle school or high school like lab computers. They had Tribes installed, and that was something you could do during lunchtime until they shut it down for some reason. I don't remember much about that game. Was that the game that had like the frisbee launcher or something? That is an extremely like vague statement I just made right there, but it was one of those like crusty old games around the time of like Unreal Tournament 1. I don't remember. I might be mixing it up with a different game, but I'm pretty sure it was Tribes. Alright, anyways, I'm trying to figure out how to divvy up the power here. Okay, these... I think we can have these two, and then this one up here. I think this tracks. Actually, no, we can just hook all these up in sequence. Yeah, these are fine. Yeah, because we're using the right wire for that. Yeah, we can hook this... Oops, that's not what I meant to do there. We can just hook this one up like straight down. We're eventually gonna have enough cobalt to build all this. It did have a frisbee launcher. Okay. Yeah, it was like a discus that like exploded or something when it hit things. I vaguely remember that. It's been... Oh my god, this is unlocking memories. It had been so goddamn long since I played that game. I couldn't tell you much else about it. I just remember it was just some kind of like just open arena shooter or something. Like we were just playing like a free-for-all, I think is what we were usually doing. I don't know if there were like objectives or something. Like I was not particularly into like the first-person shooter scene around that era. Like it wouldn't really be until Team Fortress 2, I think, that I started like consistently playing like shooters. I had like a little bit of Halo in there, a little of Unreal Tournaments, Tribes, of course. It wouldn't really... I didn't do like any Half-Life deathmatch or anything. I just generally played other games around that time, back in like the late 90s, early 2000s. I guess we just kind of gotta wait for them to... Maybe I should do this. Because like this is gonna take forever and it's very inefficient. I wonder how long it would take me to whip up a smelter. Because we really just gotta like pipe it up here, get a little bit of like melted ice or something for it so that the pipes will actually conduct heat properly. But I mean, this is a fairly good supply of cold. I can definitely put off the problem for at least 100 more cycles if I just do that. Played it twice. Dropped your brother off at college, once when you picked him up. He wouldn't let you touch his stuff, so he loaded and unloaded the car himself. Wait, what was that? When I'm not piecing these things together, what does that have to do with Tribes? Or do you just mean you happened to be there at the time? I'm not sure if everything in your story there is correlated. I gotta decide if I want to set up the refinery. I should probably set up the refinery, because it's gonna take forever otherwise. Well anyways, how's this project going? Just while I ponder that. They still haven't uprooted these for some reason, even though they're supposed to do it. Unreachable. What do you mean? Can't you guys, like, just do this? Wait, they still haven't delivered... Hold on a second. What are you idiots doing? They just haven't prioritized. Just deliver the damn masks. Come on. Please don't make me yellow alert this. Okay, well, they're doing one of them. They'll eventually do this. I'm not actually sure what they're working on at this point, because we had, like, a bunch of them free earlier. You've done all the mining. I don't even know at this point. Yeah, it's brine. It's brine. If oxygen wasn't included, what makes you think the masks will be too? Yeah, well, they're over here. I made them myself. I took care of that part. Oh yeah, they have durability. Forgot about that. I feel like I knew about that at one point. Maybe I never knew about that. I'm just like gaslighting myself into thinking I know what I'm talking about because I've never used these before. I wonder if I like made one and saw the durability and then said this is not worth using. Whatever, they're hella cheap, so I'm not gonna worry about that. Maybe they can repair them or something as well. In any case, they finally installed the damn masks, so I think that they can go over here now. Clearance. No, I don't want them. I don't want them messing with the masks. So make sure they always have like a mask on if they're gonna go through that or come back. That shouldn't happen ideally, but I want to make sure. We need power down there. Anyways, it was to set up the story of how you found out how bad you were. Set up the game. You played for a few hours. Told you to get up and go. You said you've been playing for almost an hour. I'm assuming the story doesn't end there, right? Why do I have this? Oh, I wanted to put a transformer here, probably. I think I had a small one there. That's not what I selected. Oh, yeah. I need to get power down here. If that is the whole story, then I feel like I'm missing a critical detail here. Alright, so let's get the power, just kind of... Whatever, just whatever. As long as I can reach it, I don't really care. And there we go. That's looking great. Excellent. Okay, there we go. There's the punchline. He said, no, you aren't playing, and to prove it, he sat down and killed everyone and won the game in literally 45 seconds. I mean, if you haven't played a lot of shooters, like... Oh, thank you, chat. If you haven't played a lot of shooters, I mean, yeah, you're not going to be very good at the game compared to somebody who's been playing it for, like, years, which I'm assuming is the context behind this, because even in my prime, I don't know if I could have wiped a lobby that fast. I believe it or not, I used to be better at shooters. Oh, hey, we actually got a skin for an item and not just gloves. Even in my prime, I wasn't ever, like, terribly good at these kinds of games. I'm sure I was a lot better than I am now. I've gotten very crusty. Half of it is getting older, and the other half of it is probably I just haven't been playing these games very often, so I just also am getting worse at it over time. Oh, cool, they actually did mop all of the polluted water. So why are they not automatically storing that? Is this just not prioritized highly enough? Yeah, it's just... I think it's just not prioritized highly enough unless I give them a sweep order. Because I don't want this sitting around off-gassing. I mean, it's not off-gassing down here, but it's going to be once I activate the pump. Alright, anyways. Ventilation, is that where the canister filler is? This is the brilliant idea that I was given. Just fill canisters and empty them out every now and then. I don't know if that can be automated or not, but I can do it manually if nothing else works. And presumably this could just overall store more gas than one of these large gas reservoirs can, because I can just basically make a quantum storage. And it's a slider. Well, the problem is once it fills up, I gotta somehow get the gas onto the floor so I can fill it up again. At least I'm assuming that's what you were talking about when you, like, suggested this idea. Was just dumping them on the floor, making like a quantum storage pile full of gas canisters. I mean, I guess 200, I mean, 200 is a lot if it's 200 kilograms. There might be... No, there's probably not enough. I probably have to do it a couple times. I don't think that's going to be enough to get everything that's down there. Oh, pip eggs. Awesome. And I was just thinking about these. It occurs to me this is not even a nature reserve because I never did this. My god, how long has this base been this dysfunctional? And I just never noticed. Alright, anyways, the pip eggs. Yeah, they can wander around, and I just don't know where they're going to wind up if I do that. I think I'm just going to put them in this area because they should not be able to get themselves killed here. It's like, it's just all oxygen. It's all a reasonable temperature. So I'm going to put the rest of the pip eggs over here. Where there's 3 there. When did that happen? Huh. Wait, I thought I just got 2 from the printer. Was I just not paying attention, or was there a 3rd one here this whole time? Okay, you slide it back down to 0. Okay, so I do have to manually do it, though, is what I was trying to confirm there. Yeah, this is working considerably better than what I was going to do with the Atmos suits. Eventually, they'll get this nonsense done. I want them to do this before I start building it here because I'd like to be able to remove the oxygen mask dock. So I'm going to wait for them to finish this. Back to here. This looks like it's moving along nicely. I need to dump out the quantum storage again. Alright, there we go. They should be able to sweep the rest of the junk out of here now. Just put another high priority sweep just in case. And they're slowly building these wires as the cobalt comes in, so I think I could deprioritize making the smelter for now. Alright, so as far as emptying this out is concerned, I am just going to just dump it all out using gas vents. These are probably going to all overpressure, but I'm just going to... I'll figure it out once that's finished. There's 7 pumps in here. It shouldn't take that long to vacuum this whole thing out. Now, we need sensors so that I can turn these on and off. So I need I think just Atmos sensors will do the trick. Probably want to put it like up near the top. I don't think the placement of this matters too much. Just like right there or something. And I don't know if somebody could tell me if that's a really bad idea. And then we want to just hook all of these up. Something like that. And once again, we are out of cobalt, so maybe I should do this. So let's work on that little project here. So this is extremely cold. I'm gonna want to probably put insulated tiles here instead of letting this cold leak in. I could always deal with the cooling problem later, but for now I think I want to be careful with this. So we're gonna want to drop like, I'm thinking where I want to put them, like here maybe. Something like this. Yeah, they should be able to reach all of those. And then once that's done, I want to put the refinery in this area. And I can expand it out to the left if I need more room. And then I'm going to put a cooling loop up here. And what I need to try to do is melt some of the ice so I can get a pool of liquid in this room. And then from there, it should be a pretty decent, like, heat sink for the smelter, and then we can stop doing this, because this is very inefficient. I think it's half the efficiency of using the normal smelter for this. And that's on top of the fact that I think you cut the mass in half when you mine the material to begin with, so it's not a good way to do that. We do not want to be doing that if we can avoid it. And now as for this area here, let's see, what liquids do we want to play with, and why is there water here? How did it get out? What liquids do we want to be using for this nonsense? We are out of polluted water. That's not really important right now. It's unexpected is what it is. I'm not doing anything with it, am I? Just the plants? I guess we just don't have a source for it. Huh. This is kind of a weird problem to have. I usually feel like I'd never run out of this stuff, but I guess this is the only thing that's making it because the sludge press ran out of stuff to do. I finally, like, pressed all the sludge. Polluted mud to polluted dirt and water. I suppose I could just go dig out more of the polluted mud. Yeah, we might as well. I mean, we don't want it around. It's off-gassing. So that's polluted dirt. Now let's go ahead and get a little bit more of the mud out of here. We got most of it by the look of things. I'm just kind of visually, like, eyeballing it because I don't remember exactly what it looks like. And we got the one right there. I'm just going to leave that one for now. I don't know why this is still here. It's hard to access. Then we can get this. That's dirt. Okay, that won't fall, so we can go ahead and dig all this out. That should be the majority of it. That'll give us a little bit more polluted water. I don't know why I don't just dig all this out, actually. Put like a airflow tile or something here. Okay, I should hold us over for a little bit. Alright, I feel like I forgot what I was going to do. Right, the liquids. We need to figure out what we're going to use for this. So I think it's time to poke a hole into this biome. It's extremely hot here. I could send crude oil from the other planet instead, though that's also a pain in the ass for its own reasons. I only have to go into here. Oh, this is pretty bad, though. There's a lot of... Oh, that's really bad. Oh god, I'm glad I didn't do that. Yeah, that would kill this base. There is some extremely pressurized natural gas in there. I can't just open this because that is going to kill the entire base if I open this. This one here is slightly better. I'm thinking I ought to just send the crude oil, or maybe I could just go get this actually. This is pretty tame. I think this is the one we're going to use. Yeah, we're just going to have them crack this open, and then I'll seal it off when they're finished. And whoever gets like severe burns from going in here, well, I don't really know actually, but surely everybody will be fine, right? No one's going to get hurt by this project. And we'll get some lead, I guess, which probably not going to ever do anything with that. So let's go ahead and dig that out. And I'm just going to have them run in here and mop this. I only need a little bit, and I'm going to move it up here and dump a bit out. And that's really as far through as I've thought this plan out. We got a few fossils along the way as well, which we can grind up to make steel, I guess. Well, the fossils don't become the steel, they become the lime or whatever you need to make the steel. So I do need to pay attention to this, because I'm going to want to block this off so it isn't leaking heat in the base. But that should do the trick. It'll get a little bit of lead while we're here, and then we're just going to have them like high priority mop all of this. Something like that. They should be able to reach everything if I do that. If they start getting severe burns, I'll stop them from going in there, and I'll figure out something else. But we don't have atmo suits here, so I don't really have a good solution other than just winging it and having them run in there. And we don't have reed fibers either, I think. Yeah, there's no reed fibers anywhere here. I might have to import them. Oh, they never dug out this salt. Why did I think they could access that? This has literally never been accessible this whole time. Okay, well, they're doing their thing, so let's go back and check up on this project over here. They're just finishing it now. And I think this is going to be carbon dioxide for a very long time. I don't know what happens if you mix gases with these fillers. I don't know if they take element damage or something, but I'll worry about that when it happens. For now, though, this is going to slowly, like, pull the carbon dioxide out of this hellhole and make it a little more survivable in here. I think I can go ahead and have them start on this project now. And ideally, they work on these first, and this second. Because I want them to go into this area over here, and I want to see if I can get plastic, because plastic is, I think, the thing that's holding us back right now in our tech. And this is just how I want to do it. I want to use Drecos for this, because these guys refuse to make, like, glossy Dreco eggs for whatever reason. Just the RNG has not been favorable. It's like 31%. I don't know how long they have to be doing this for it to go up to, like, 100, or if it ever gets to 100. I don't really know how this works. Whatever the case is, it's taking too long. I want my plastic so I can get them nice beds. Okay, yeah, it's set to 200. I think it just... Did it just drop the... Oh, maybe it's not ready yet, so it pulled the canister back in to finish it. Alright, so this will be going on for a while. And they still have the oxygen masks in the meantime, so 2 of them is the only amount that could be down there. I could just get rid of this, honestly, and make a 3rd one. Yeah, let's just make a 3rd one. I'm gonna make the pit. I'll just move the pit back a little bit further. Yeah, I need to tap into this at some point. There's a lot of water in here, though it is very hot, and I don't have aqua tuners because I don't have a good way to dump the heat. Eventually, we're going to need to get around to doing that. Let's make one more oxygen dock. Let's see, what else can I do here in the meantime? Okay, you guys are doing that. Let's go check up on this over here. Alright, it is finally, like, pumping a tile of polluted water, and this actually shifted upward a little bit. I don't know what that tile was doing. We can go ahead and get rid of this so it flows a little better. I'll have glossy Drecos soon enough. Yeah, one way or another, knowing this game, I'm gonna get one from this, like, right as I finally unlock this area and figure out what to do. I'm gonna get a glossy Dreco from this farm. Though, I mean, it still has to hatch. I don't have incubators. It's gonna take forever. We'll see. Something tells me I'm gonna get an egg from this thing anyways, but let me figure this out as I go along. Not this one. This one here. That's what we're looking at. Though I should probably open this up as well. We're not gonna be doing anything with this one for a while, but I mean, I might as well have it. That should work. Okay, that'll get them in there. Just so they can go over here and do whatever. This is just full of, like, stink gas and not really anything else. Alright, so back over to this. Someone will dig this out eventually. We do have more polluted water here. I'm not sure how that got there. But I've been trying to remove all of it from this area, specifically so that I don't have to worry about this anymore. I can't mop any of this, it's too deep. This little bit will probably drip down at some point. Once I remove these tiles, I think it'll all sink a little bit. Make sure they don't store your entire steel supply into the biobot builder. Oh, is that a thing I need to worry about them doing? I think I have to restore it first. Okay, well, I'll have to try to remember that. I'll manually tell them to restore it when I actually see it. Anyways, they dug this out, so let's see. Let's see how this works. Let's see if somebody comes over here to do this. You gonna do it? I mean, you're apparently the only one that can reach this, because you're the only one down here. I think I have to... I'm just going to P9 these because it seems like these idiots will not deliver these unless I specifically set it to be high priority. And I just want to see how this looks. I don't know if they have like a little animation or something they're going to do for it, so let's pay attention and see if we can spot them doing it. It's high priority apparently, so they really want to do this task. But nobody is actually willing to do it. You know, yeah, I know that. I've done the mesh tile mopping thing before. That is indeed a thing that I've used, but it's too thick. Like, there's too much of it here to mop any of these tiles. These ones are almost moppable, but at that point it doesn't really help because they're going to drain anyway, so it really won't save me much time. It's useful if I just need to get rid of like a little layer of water or something on the top of another liquid, but that's not what we're working with right now. Okay, come on guys, just do it. Just do the damn thing. There's like 2 of you in here. Just do the thing. Thank you. Oh boy. Okay. This is really complicated. You almost got it, Adam. Any second now. Any second now. I swear to God, if you like lose interest and run off to do something else, I'm gonna be really mad. Drum roll. He's doing it. He's doing it. He's doing it well. Alright, he did it. It lit the arrow up. Okay, that wasn't nearly as interesting as I thought it was going to be. Is this thing solid? Hold on a second. What's the... Oh, it is solid. Okay. So we're going to have to make a way to get to the other side of it. Alright, so what does this do? Let's see here. How do we use this thing? Waiting for a critter to get sucked into its scanning area. Well, that's ominous. Alright, let's see. Which of these do we not like the most? I'm gonna have to, like, yellow alert everything I tell them to do here. Click the log entry. Okay, well, is this important? I mean, well, there's no database entry because imagine a universe where they did that. Or, oh, there's up here. Okay, these log entries. Let's see. Alright. Yeah, I never pay attention to these. Apparently I got an achievement as well. Experiment designed to analyze the evolutionary dynamics of critter manipulation or mutation. Once it has gathered enough data, it can provide extremely useful... I read that in the wrong... I'm not dyslexic, I promise. Whatever, it's going to be useful for genetic manipulation. Alright, what's the next one? That's the somnium thing. I think I read all of this text more or less when I initially looked at the buildings. Yeah, this we already read that. And then I said I wasn't really gonna dig into those because I have been ignoring them for most of the playthrough. Oh. Okay, we just randomly got that by moving around apparently. I don't know what this is. I don't have to use the cheese strat. I can just actually just check like what this is if I'm just careful and I just poke it a little bit. So I'll put that on their to-do list. Alright, so we need a critter. It's making it sound like it will just pull one in on its own. So I'm assuming if I put a critter right here, the game will just grab it and put it in there. So let's go find a subject. These hatches are not worth a whole lot to me, though they're all eggs right now. There's a couple burrowed ones. Let's see if we can get these guys moved. Hopefully they're not going to cause me problems. So let's go ahead and relocate this guy. I'm gonna yellow alert this. They're never gonna do it if I don't yellow alert it. Priority 9 has not been enough to get them to cooperate. So the question is, can they actually get to this guy while he's under the ground, or do I need to wait for him to come up? Move here command works as well. Well, I can't do that with the critters, can I? That's not how that works. I gotta relocate them. Then, yeah, I don't think they can do it until nighttime. How long till night? Okay, just a minute of yellow alert, chat, and then these guys will come out of the ground and they'll pick them up and move them. You've never used the Morphomatic before. Yeah, well, we're gonna learn together. Can wrangle them also. Can I wrangle it out of the ground? Yeah, why not? Let's do both. This game is not consistent. It pulls them out. Yeah, this is not the first time we've had this problem. Like, wrangling lets you do some things that the other one doesn't. I don't understand why it literally wouldn't just be the same exact functionality, but this is oxygen not included, and there's nothing consistent about this game. So now somebody should be able to relocate this bugger. Alright, so let's go have a look. I think this is what'll say if they're gonna do it or not. Alright, we have somebody moving it now, so let's go lower that so we don't have to look at the yellow alert anymore. Why did you drop it? Oh my god. Why do they do this? Alright, I have to cancel the goddamn relocate and do it again, or they will never pick it up. Devs, please fix your game. I beg you. Move the hatch. And don't drop it this time. Every time, chat, I think every single time. What do you mean unreachable move? You guys can walk out of that door. Can I wrangle it again? Every single time we try to move an animal in this game, this happens, like without fail. There's the priority change. I think it's because they went on a break and dropped it. I mean, we could try that, I guess. Well, let's keep an eye on it. Alright, so you're moving it. I'm going to change the priority, like, right before it gets there. So, I'm just going to watch you, and then I'm going to change it when it's all the way down there. Also, door. What about it? The door is closed. I don't think it can walk back out. I mean, they for some reason couldn't wrangle it out of the... They couldn't relocate it out of the door, but they could wrangle it out of the door. Door for reserve. Oh, yeah, thank you. There we go. One of these days, I'll get that nature reserve finished. Alright. I'm gonna wait for him to get it, like, onto these stairs over here. Alright, let's change the priority to just something else. I don't know, 5. Now, he doesn't drop it. I think the idiot just went on a break and dropped it on the ground, and then it just becomes broken, and they'll never do it again for some reason. How long is this gonna take? Also, is this ethical? I mean, it's not dead. Oh, it does. Wait, it does have to be different species. Poking and prodding. Look, maybe hatches like that. I don't know. They're hardy creatures. They're probably fine. It's like those cats that like getting like belly slaps and like the ragdoll cats and like some animals just enjoy that for some reason. Animals are weird like that. Like maybe the hatch is into it, even though it is glum. I think it's glum though because it's hungry, not because of anything I did here. So yeah, I don't think putting 5 Drecos in here is gonna work, or at least it's making it sound like I need different species. I don't know, let's go get a Dreco. I'm gonna go with my gut instinct here, even if I'm wrong, and I'm gonna move one of the Drecos instead. You do. Okay, well, let's... how old is this one? I don't know if the age matters. I'm just gonna take the little one, because I can't shave it, so it's not gotta be good for something, right? Alright, so we're going to relocate that. Once again, let's try 9. Shine bug is easy. I don't even know if I have any. I have that sun nymph or whatever somewhere in the base. I could move one of the long hair slicksters. This guy, this is useless. Let's do that. I don't know how you relocate these things, so I'm just going to wrangle it and relocate it, and hopefully some combination of those actions will result in it being brought into this room. Okay, it combined the relocate orders. But yeah, let's get a couple of those going in parallel here. We do have that shine bug right there, which is probably what you're telling me to do. I don't know if I get them back at the end of this. Wait, where the... Oh, the hatch is burrowed. And we'll see if we get them back. Specimen attempted to snack on the buccal smear. Is that how you pronounce? I don't even know how you say that word. Oh shoot, we got this. Okay, hold on. I'm getting distracted here. What is this? Whether or not it was ever used on non-critter subjects is unclear. Its DNA database has been wiped clean. It's probably ethical. I'm sure it's fine. So I didn't know there was like a whole lore entry specifically for this building. Let's read through this a little bit. I'm not going to read all this out loud here. I'm just going to kind of mumble along as I go. But let's see. So we already read that. Hatches. Okay, so it's going to add an entry for every single one. It attempts to snack on the bukkake smear. Sample is viable, though the apparatus may be somewhat mangled. Atomic force microscopy, that's how you say it, I think, of the bite pattern reveals traces of goethite, a mineral notable for its exceptional strength. Okay. Alright, we're gonna get one of these for every critter, apparently. I don't know how to find that without that little pop-up there, so that'll be fun to rediscover that later if we need to. They don't die from it, it's flavor. And I'm just wondering if I can get them back. I mean, I could probably carve out the other side of this machine and bring them around. I'm not going to destroy the building. Overcrowding will kill them. Okay, maybe we should probably just do this now. I'm just going to assume that I can go in through the back and get them out later on if I need to. So let's just go ahead and do that. Set up some slightly unnecessary ladders, and we'll figure out the rest of that as we go. Sweetle is easy as well. I mean, a lot of these are. I can move. I got plenty of critters. I got more than 5 of these guys roaming around. The question is, can I get these idiots to move any of these things? Eventually, I kind of want to get like one of each, but for some reason, nobody wants to move this. Because I have a wrangle and a... Well, I had a wrangle. Cool, it's gone now. They probably picked it up and dropped it again. Canister needs emptying. Alright. Well, how we do that? Just 0. There you go. Alright, awesome. How much did that get? That didn't even, like, do anything. That like, didn't even do anything. Like, it just had no impact. How much have we got in here? This is a full canister, right? Very hard to tell if I'm picking the gas in the background or the canister. Yeah, it's this one. It's 200 kilograms. Okay, well, we'll keep at it until it works. What happened to the little guy? Where is it? Someone doing it? There we go. Alright. I gotta watch these things so they don't drop it. No oxygen. Oh. Yeah, should probably do something about that. He's already priority 9. Just build the pipes, please. Drop if there are no masks available. What do you mean? Why would they even pick it up if they can't? I thought they, like, reserve a mask when they pathfind. Wait, did he drop it? Or is he holding it? I can't tell. I think he's just not rendering. There we go. Alright. There's number 2. Okay, so we know that they'll eventually do their thing. We know what the scan looks like. It'll be fine. Let's see, what else can we move? Let's just... This thing is... No, these are annoying to move. Is there anything else that stays on the ground? Yeah, the Squeedle, these guys are... Why do we have like 8 of these things near the start? I didn't even realize these were here. Let's just wrangle one of these. Alright, so again, high priority wrangle, and then also relocate. And I thought I had another one that I was trying to relocate over here, and I have no idea what happened to that task. So I'm just going to let them do their thing. Hardly seem to notice it was being examined at all. Yeah, Drecos are pretty chill like that, aren't they? And what do we got? Okay, this is a normal volcano. I have no use for this right now. Yeah, we could do the shine bug too. Alright, let me read through this real quick. Also, how do I find this actually? It's just called like the Fluxomatic. Okay, I can get back to this if I want to read these later. Alright, Drecos. Built-in scanners determine that the fibers on this critter's train... What? Grow in a sort of Trinity stitch pattern reminiscent of a well-crafted sweater. The critter's leathery skin remains cool and dry, however, likely due to an apparent lack of sweat glands. Alright. So it's just going to be a little flavor text, I think, about each critter. That's kind of cute. We'll read through these as we do it. So you want me to do a shine bug. These are annoying as hell because they fly around, but maybe we'll get lucky and it'll come to the ground. So let's try the shine bug. I think it should converge those two relocates, so it should move it eventually whenever it gets low enough. And then we could return them all to their natural habitat. Let's see, what else was I doing? I wonder if I should start farming dust caps. I've kind of been ignoring this. We do have a single thimble reed, but at this point I think we're fine on reed fiber. And I say that even though we're definitely not. It is taking forever to get the reed fiber. The evolution chamber. What do you talk about evolution chamber? What is this, a euphemism for unaliving all of your critters? Because we don't have one of those. I am literally just letting nature take its course because I have no idea how to build that, and I haven't needed to yet. Alright. What a wretched creature this thing is. Let's go look at the lore for it. Yeah, just make me scroll all the way down to it. I appreciate that, game. I scrolled past it. Alright. Critter bumped up against the building's interior repeatedly. Despite this, its skin remains surprisingly free of contussions. Fluorescence imaging reveals extremely low neuronal activity. Was this creature asleep during analysis? No, these things are just stupid. There's really no... You don't really need to look any deeper into it than that. These things... I don't understand these. These are useless. They will usually just float somewhere that they cannot survive because it's too cold, and then they die. Let's see what we got for the other creatures. Alright guys, could you kindly relocate this thing? Because it is going to get out of there eventually. Current errand. Okay, somebody's doing it. I guess, are you suggesting using the volcano as the evolution chamber? I don't know, I think you're like 2 minutes behind on Twitch delay or something, so I can't really be sure. I'm going to keep an eye on this, and then I'm going to go check up on the Pistroid. But for now, I just want to make sure that they do not drop this thing. And then I think we need one more critter after that. Wait. Are you the one that's doing this? Or did I already have two? Wait, I might have had two critters already. Oh, they finally did the Sweetle. Well, hold on a second then. Why is that one red? I'm so confused. Why is the relocate red? Clearly you're doing it, so I'm just gonna let it do its thing. Alright, specimen responded gently to the probative apparatus. I swear to God, they're making up words. Like, based on real words. As though being careful not to cause any damage. Oh, it's adorable. Alright. What did we learn? What? Wait, divergence. That's the Sweetle that just triggered that. It also produced a series of deep rhythmic vibrations during analysis, an attempt to communicate with the sensors, perhaps. What do you mean diverge? Is this like a... No, these are just called divergence. Okay, I guess these two things are pulled together. So we got the Sweetle and the Grub, and they are both collectively called a divergent. Okay, that's... Sure, okay, whatever, game. Alright, then here comes our last one. What did I just do? What did I win? Enter an oil... Okay, that's actually important. Hold on, let's go look at that real quick. They finally finished this. So we need to give them just enough access to get down here and mop the oil. And I have to just kind of hope that they don't get themselves burned down here. They're not going to be in any hot liquid except the oil itself. Ah, they're going to get scalded by this. Yeah, this could be a bad idea. You know they were named Divergence? Yeah, me neither. It's the same critter, but it's like the name Divergent doesn't in any way indicate what the heck they were talking about, so I was just confused. I gotta pay attention to this. Let's remove this because I need to make sure that they're not like gonna severely injure themselves if they run in here, because I think that oil's hot enough to do damage. So for now, I'm gonna have them run around in the hot air and dig it out, and then we'll figure out like how exactly to get them in there. Maybe we could have them build a pump without stepping in the oil, and that's probably the safer way to do that. I might have them build a pump instead and stay up here while they construct it. But I think they'll be okay just running around in the hot air without getting severely injured. And let's go look at this real quick before we do that though. Alright, I think we just did a shine bug. The critter kept trying to befriend the reflective surfaces of the scanner's interior. During examination, it cycled through a consistent pattern of 4 rapid flashes of light, a brief pause, and 2 flashes, followed by a longer pause. I don't think that's Morse code for anything, so I don't know if there's an Easter egg buried in that text. Its cells appear to contain a mutated variation of oxyluciferin, similar to those cataloged in bioluminescent animals. Alright, so it's all just flavor text. Okay. Look, guys, I don't care if you showed a puffed on that screen. I'm never making one of those things. I hate puffs. Sufficient samples collected. You can now trigger genetic deviations in base morphs by sending them through the scanner. Existing variants can also be scanned, but their genetic makeup is too unstable to tolerate further manipulation. So I think if I have a base copy... Yeah, burn the little guys. I think if I have a base copy of the creature... The heck? Why did I get a ceramic morgue? Yeah, if I have a base copy, I'm assuming then that I can convert them. Now, I don't think I can get these guys out of here until they finish digging this, so I probably should... Well, I mean, I can't really speed that up at all. A pottery project produced in an HR-mandated art therapy class. It's glazed with a substance that once landed a curious lab technician in the ER. That's awesome. I want to put this in the base. I don't know what this does. I'll make a pedestal for it at some point, maybe. Let's just put it over here. It's probably safe now. I'm sure it's good. Could go through the ceiling. What, and ruin the beautiful structure? Look at this. It's pretty. I don't want to break it. I'm not moving the puffs back in the base now. Alright, so how does this work then? Let's see. So I think we just gotta drop a critter here. And then I'm assuming like I'm gonna get a little UI, or it's gonna pick like a random morph to turn it into. Yeah, random, okay, analyzes it to transform base morphs into random variants. I think the Dreco only has 1. So let's get an adult and use that for this. Does the printer pod room count as a great hall? Probably not. I don't know, it's got industrial machinery in it, so I don't think it counts as anything. Oh, there's a door actually. That's a mess hall apparently. I don't know if it's big enough to be a great hall. I need to rebuild all of this. It is big enough. But I don't think I have a fancy decor item is the problem. Yeah, I would have to do that. Maybe I can make a fancy decor item, honestly. Like, this Great Hall sucks, but it's better than nothing. This one doesn't count as anything at all. I need to redo all of this at some point. There's a water cooler and a plant. It's not big enough to fit all that crap in it. Whatever. We got too many things going on right now. Nobody is in an urgent crisis for morale, so I'm just going to keep working on what I was doing here. So we want to get a Dreco over there. Let's see. One of the ones in the chamber for the glossy. If we get lucky, it'll actually regrow its scales when I do this. I'm not sure how that works. We're going to find out. Let's wrangle it and relocate it. What? Oh yeah. Okay, well maybe I... What are you doing? What are you doing in the oil? You don't need to pick that up. Oh my god. Alright, well. Let's see. They're gonna try to grab the eggshells. Okay, let's just watch them do it. Yep, right into the oil, right? No? Nope, okay, not yet. Yeah, they're fine with the toasty surroundings. The problem is if they actually go into this oil, they burn themselves. Yeah, not that bad. I think I'm just gonna have them mop it. It's the secret ingredient to the donkey sauce. Ew. Let's have them mop it. Let's go ahead and have them mop it. Yeah, it's disgusting. I don't want to think about that. I have to move a table. I want to put all of their tables in the same room. I don't want to have to just like hack something together and then fix it later. We'll come back to that. Like, we'll figure it out at some point. But for now, let's stay focused on what we're trying to accomplish here. So everybody here is about to get severely burned. Or not. Okay, now you two actually mopped it faster than you got yourselves burned doing it. Alright, I want them to be able to get this last little bit here. Yeah, they're not taking any damage as long as they don't step in the oil. That's what I thought. I was worried about the oil itself. I knew that the rest of the room, they should be able to tolerate the heat for a minute. Did I give them tables here? Yeah, I did. I actually did remember to give them tables in this area. Alright, so they'll get the last little bit. In the meantime, let's see. How do I want to do this? I don't really need very much oil in these spots. I'm thinking if I want to like measure this out or just put like any old variety. I'm gonna go look at the reference like video real quick just to see how much oil is in each tile. To see if this mattered. I'm not gonna show it on stream because I showed it earlier. Let me just see if I can spot when that gets highlighted. I think it doesn't matter. You could probably have a really small amount and I'm pretty sure it'll still work. As long as it's not too much, as long as it doesn't like flood the machine, I'm pretty sure it'll be fine. So I'm thinking I'm gonna stick like a kilogram in there. Dude, just mouse over the crude oil. Okay, the video has like 3 or 4 kilograms per tile for where the oil is. So let's see what we've got here. Very hard to tell because it won't highlight. 3. Yeah, we can make this work, I think. I'm gonna grab like this one here and just relocate these. I can always like remop it and redistribute it better if I need to, but I'm just gonna kind of wing it and put whatever I've got available. And we'll have a little bit of extra sitting around if I need to make like a liquid lock out of it. And eventually we'll be able to like dig down and get more of it if we need to. So this is not like a precious resource. The problem is I'm not equipped to go into this area and actually deal with the heat for long periods of time because I do not have reed fiber or atmo suits here. And I don't even have enough reed fiber to send over to this like asteroid right now. And then after that, I'm going to try to dump some like probably just normal water in here, tentatively. I can't really think of anything better to put in there. And if this all works correctly, then we'll have our beautiful oxygen supply. And it'll be great, and it'll be better than the one that I have in the other base, and then maybe someday I'll tear down the shitty one that I built, and make another one of these in the other base. Just need them to be able to get all the dirt out of here. That's actually mud, that's why they're not moving that, that's because it's mud. We can probably just make this sweep only at this point. Just to dump it on the ground. There we go, they should move the mud now. And the nosh beans, I think they're too stupid to put these in the fridges, because I didn't tell them they're allowed to. There we go. I'm kind of running low of food here. Let's see, how much do I have on this planet? Can I send some over? I've got a billion foods over here. Can I just like send them over some like mealwood or something? I think I already have them doing that automatically, actually. Yeah, they're already sending lice loaf over. I don't need to send muckroot. There just isn't any to send over. Make sure to store some beans in farm tiles because of your black thumb. I'm not sure what that means. I assume that I could just get more beans when I'm actually ready to farm these, but look, I don't got no ethanol here. I'm not ready to deal with whatever it is you're supposed to do with these. I don't even know why these are here. There must have been like a couple plants or something in this room. I haven't even found wood. I don't know how to make ethanol right now. Yeah, we need the distiller for that, and I have no idea where the wood is. Beans rot, but seeds and tiles don't. I'm not worried about them rotting. I don't know where in the world to put them right now. I mean, I guess I could store them in farm tiles. I think I see what you mean now. Whatever. I don't think I care right now. Like, I'm gonna crack it, open this room eventually. We can get them from here. There's 12 nosh beans on this tile. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Let me just see if I can get them to actually do what they're supposed to. So, of course, they refuse to move these. So, let me go ahead and P9 these so they actually get the oil out of there. What else can we be doing here? Do we have any geysers for polluted water, like, hiding anywhere? Can this planet even have those? And what do we have? No, they are not. There is no renewable water on this planet besides the asteroids, actually, unless I'm missing something here. I think technically you get a little oil out of the, or you get a little water out of the petroleum generators, but like besides that, I don't feel like there's a good way to get water here. Does this planet even have trees on it? No, it doesn't look like it. I'm not sure how to get more ethanol for the nosh beans. I mean, I presume they have to import trees from somewhere else, and I think the planet that has the trees is this one, and we are not, like, ready to do anything with this place. Yeah, this is the one that has the trees, but we have not been able to do anything with this because I've been busy stabilizing the other bases. Again, I don't really need any duplicates right now. Let's get the ice. Now, before the ice melts in a couple of years, I probably want to make sure they sweep it. They should just put it in there if I P9 it. Or priority 9, I P9. I don't even know if that's a term in this game, but whatever. P1 is like a programming term, but this game it's the other way around. Bigger number. Why is this thing floating? Whatever. Let's see, what was I doing here? So they're still working on this. No oxygen. Yeah, okay, it's just because they're using the things a lot. We still don't have the ability to really have them stay down here. This is actually taking a really long time. Well, P's programming... Okay, so here's what it is. In software development... No, not player. In software development, priority refers to how important it is to fix, like, a bug in production, pretty much. And a P0 is, like, drop everything and stay up the whole night fixing the issue. And then, like, P1 and 2 are, like, less severe than that. And I just, like, instinctively said P9 in this game as, like, a high priority issue. Because in this game, it's the other way around, where the higher numbers are the higher priority. But it's a programming thing. It probably exists in other industries as well. But it just means, like, yeah, you're doing overtime to fix it, is, like, generally what a P0 would be. Well, they're almost done with this nonsense. And I'll be able to extract the critters. Alright, so let's... Actually, I wasn't paying attention to whether or not they actually moved this guy over here. Oh, they just did it. Okay. Let me pause. I'm gonna keep an eye on that one. So we want to trigger a wrangle, and we want to relocate this guy. We're gonna have to unalive a few of these, I think, but I'm just gonna relocate one of them to back in here. I need to figure out how to automate killing critters, which is something I've never had to do, so that'll be an adventure. We'll make an evolution chamber, like, at some point here. It's doing a good job. What is the puff to actually, like, processing the gases in here? I mean, it sure made it almost unbreathable in here. Extracting genetic... You have that information already. Look, just make a morph. There's only one that you can make, right? I don't honestly care about the other critters in here, except maybe the shine bug. Let me go ahead and relocate the shine bug as well, because I want the shine bug to not die, so I'm going to put it back up in the living area. We got one in there. I can stick it in this room right over here. That's a decent spot for it. Eventually, I should set up like a little ranch for the shine bugs so they don't all just like perish somehow. Food poisoning. Whatever, I don't care. It's running now, 1 per day. Oh, there it is! Oh, I didn't get free scales. The devs actually thought about this. Okay, so yeah, 1 per... Yeah, 10 minutes. Okay. That is excellent. Unfortunately, I was wondering if I could get a free refill on the scales, and I couldn't, so we have to wait for this guy to become normal again. Or to regrow all the scales again. So once again, wrangle and relocate. I love having to do this whole, like, shindig every single time. And priority 9, I don't know why my game lagged when I did that. And it didn't work. Okay, there we go. Alright, so hopefully they'll bring these back. It's not the end of the world if they don't. I don't think it'll die down here. It's not like outside its living environment. You can just drop the baby Drecos in there and they will come out glossy. That's a good point. Yeah, I guess they'll just walk in there on their own. I want to move the adult ones, honestly, because I want to get more, like, immediate, like, scales from them. Get your skin out. Good call. I looked at that and I thought to myself, I'm going to do this before chat tells me to, and I completely forgot. Oh, shoot. I clicked through it, but we got something that looked kind of cool. What was that? I mean, I think it was a storage, but it looked like a slot machine. Mod.storage bin. That looks kind of good. I hope this is not like I get like a shiny Pokemon or somebody and I don't know it's a shiny and everybody else is just like freaking out in chat and I'm like, huh? No, it looks alright, I guess. Kind of cool. Sure, you know what? Why not? Let's just decorate our base. Make it look a little bit different. There we go. We got something nice. It's not more gloves. Finally, we're not getting gloves anymore. I want, like, wallpapers as well, because I can do dumb shit with wallpapers like this, but we don't have a very good, like, amount of pickings for the wallpapers right now. These are our only things. We somehow got 3 red ones, and then, like, a few other ones. And we used a few of these wallpapers in here. I mean, this bathroom, I'm not gonna lie, this bathroom looks pretty sick. But, like, beyond that, we haven't been able to do much with the wallpapers. Oh my god, that skin is so insane, so lucky, I'm so jelly. Streamer doesn't deserve nice things. Alright, how's this going? Alright, so we can go ahead and empty all of these now. I mean, I know you didn't say that last bit, I wrote that in myself. Gotta be a proper, like, obnoxiously toxic, like, chat member. Alright, so let's go ahead and empty all of these. And then I will figure out how to get the water in here after that. Great, finally getting Touchy the Clowning Jonkler vibes. That's a very loaded statement there, with at least 2 inside jokes buried in it. But yeah, it is definitely looking kind of like a clown base. Like, if I get enough blueprints to, like, theme an area after, like, anything, I will probably just do it. So we may have, like, a clown recreation room or something if I can get enough clown-themed, like, polka dot skins. But it's just a matter of whether the Bless RNG gives it to us. Alright, so let's see, what do we want to do here? Yeah, streamer luck, that's the term that people use for that. Never mind my streamer unluck that I always get when I play, like, almost any other game. If you ever see me play Spelunky, you know how that goes. So I think what I could do here is just dump the water, like, under the oil, and in this universe, water floats on oil for some reason, so it should just, like, settle on the top if I do that. Alright, let's do one. Let's do one experiment with this. I don't have to empty the storage, I'll just do it on their own. Alright, so, let's go ahead and relocate this into one of these and see if we get the result that we wanted from it. And I'm gonna turn this thing on briefly after that to see if it'll, like, separate properly. And if that works, I'm gonna put the water in the other 3. And then we're going to, like, vacuum out the room properly. Which, it occurs to me, these should have been running this whole time. I think they're turned off right now because I never actually, like, gave them power, so... Actually, they're also not running because maybe the circuit condition's not correct, but let's go hook up the power. I forgot I was supposed to do this ages ago. I don't want to do this. Something like that. I don't like to build in the walls because if I deconstruct the wire for any reason, it might drop inside of the building. So I'm going to run the wires like that. And we don't want to connect those, actually. I needed 2 transformers for this. I'm going to have priming issues. Okay, well, we'll burn that bridge when we get there. I'm not entirely sure if I know what you mean, but I'm going to find out the hard way one way or another. So just let me cook for a bit here. So this is going to dig out the water. Alright, so I wanted to eventually replace this floor anyway, so what I'm going to do is replace this, and then I'm going to, like, let them build the wire the rest of the way through it. Get a bottle of hydrogen, a bottle of O2, and then vacuum out. I'm not sure, I mean, I can't open the bottles while they're in here. I mean, I was just going to turn one of them on for a little bit and, like, just kind of see how it settles. And I can, like, manually turn one of the pumps on and off until I get the distribution I want. Yeah, I'm gonna delegate this one to let the streamer cook, and let's see how bad it is if I do it my way. I'm gonna go ahead and cover this up. Once vacuum, properly seal, and then empty in the right spots. Well, I don't have a way to let them back in there. Because in my hubris, I refuse to build an airlock to get back into the room. So I'm going to do this my way, and, you know, we'll just see what happens. So send green signal if we're above, I don't know what's a reasonable amount, probably 1,000. Well, I don't know why pressing enter changed that. And we're going to do the same thing with this one. I will tweak the numbers later. Let me learn from my mistakes is what this is going to boil down to. Guys, can you please... Why do they literally never do anything regarding moving things unless I set it to 9? Like, I don't know if there's a way to prioritize that by default. They just refuse to do it. I guess I could set everybody to have that as a higher priority. Maybe the problem is I just need more idle duplicates, but they're all in this base for some reason, which is the opposite problem that we were having earlier. Because I only ever get idle duplicates in the base where I don't need them to be idle. Because they finished all of this. I want to explore this in a moment, but I want to be paying attention when they activate that, because it looks like it might have a really sick animation, because it's just a conglomeration of giant brains. Like, there's got to be something cool that happens when you use that. They're doing it because I have guests over. Yeah, they're just not cooperating, just embarrassing me in front of millions of people on Twitch. Alright, so they finally moved it over here. And I want to keep an eye on this to make sure that nothing weird happens. It should just float to the top and then level itself out. Eventually. Someday. There we go. Guy Fiery 2 is taking care of it. Meanwhile, this finished, so we can go ahead and hook the rest of this up. And let me make sure these don't turn on until I'm ready for them. Okay, that's exactly what we wanted. Alright, so I'm gonna turn one of these on and I'm just gonna briefly see how exactly the gases like settle here. I know that there's a bunch of other gases that aren't supposed to be in here. I just want to see how this works, like just a little bit of it. So once they're done building this, actually I can just hook it up now. Alright. I have no power. Why do I not have power? Oh, no tile. Guys, can you hurry up and build this, please? I also don't know how there's water there. I'm not sure if they've been stepping in that long enough to get upset, but let's not find out. Oh yeah, salt vines. I forgot these were even in this game. I don't think I've ever farmed this plant in my life. It works for sure. Yeah, I'm not that confident. Alright, somebody finish this, you know, like... I know you have enough cobalt now, because I made like 1,000,000 of it. Alright, it's on now. Empty pipe. Oh, did I never hook up the water? Did I just expect the water to magically teleport? No, I cut it off is what I did. Okay. In my infinite wisdom, I realized that I should probably cut the water off. I'll redirect these pipes like later when I'm finished with this whole gun up. All right, so let's have a look and see what happens here, just to like see if like the hydrogen pokes out the top or everything goes horribly wrong. All right, here we go. Hydrogen gas in that tile. Okay, so it's fighting around a little bit. Now, it's not primed, as you say, so it might not work. I just kind of want to see what happens here. Alright, so is this like the consequence of what happens if you do it like this? Like, this might be what you meant then by having it primed. Like, maybe I need to have a bunch of oxygen in the bottom room to guarantee that this doesn't happen. Because it might be stuck in this state now. Which is fine, because again, I'm going to vacuum out the whole room, but I wanted to see how it would work. And it looks like it probably shoved the oxygen into this tile, and then like, or one of the top ones, and then the hydrogen just for whatever reason picks the left tile instead of going up. And I think, let me go ahead and cut this off now. I think it's going to just stay like that. Actually, let's use the water pipe to cut it off instead. Alright, it should stop running in a moment here. Yeah, it's out of water now. Polluted oxygen will mess a bit. Yeah, I mean, I know this is not going to work correctly. I was just wondering what would happen. I am trying to like I said earlier, I'm trying to sort of understand the physics behind these things instead of just blindly copy pasting a blueprint off of Reddit. And what I think is going on here is that it like tries to put both gases here. It probably has some prioritized system for like which side it likes to eject the gases out to. I think it put the hydrogen here, it combined the oxygen into one of these surrounding tiles, and then for whatever reason, probably because of like high pressure or just RNG, the hydrogen slid out to the left, and now the hydrogen cannot push the water out of the way. So it's just stuck there forever. That is like my theory for what is going on here. But what I wanted to verify was that the electrolyzer is not going to be like flooded or overpressured, and it doesn't seem to be the case. Which means I did at least something right here. Why is this giving me this warning? Oh, no power consuming. It's okay, well, we'll fix that later. So I think what we could do now is we can move more water into it. So we're gonna do that. So let's relocate the rest of the water. These should fill fairly fast. It'll take like 10 game ticks or something, so I'm just gonna wait for this. Said it would work because you did it the way I have it set up, but you made a vacuum first because the dude on YouTube said so. I think this is the reason why. I mean, we're learning something from this. Like, sometimes it's important to try things that you are almost certain are going to fail, because if they don't fail, you save yourself a lot of trouble, and if they do fail, you can confirm that that's how the mechanic works. I was expecting this to not work, but I wasn't sure how it was not going to work. So now we know what we need to do. I'm going to vacuum out the top room and the bottom room. I'm going to try to get like only oxygen to be in the bottom room. Like, I may do a couple cycles of this to see if I can get there to be only oxygen in the bottom room or only hydrogen in the top room. And then I think what'll happen is the game will prefer to put the other gas into the other room, like whichever one doesn't have a gas in it already. So I think I only need to prime it with one of the two gases, and we're going to be opportunistic and see if we just happen to get a room that has only one gas in it. Unfortunately, we might end up with a room full of like polluted oxygen or something, so I may have better luck getting like this one hydrogen to be the only gas in here. I don't know. You know, and the problem is halfway there, and that's what I'm trying to figure out here. Right, these guys are never going to move these, are they? Alright, let's get the last one. So we're going to relocate. Priority 9, set these back to 5. I'm not even sure what the priority does on this building. I guess just for any of these actions. Usually you can't even see the priorities for a building unless it's like able to do something. So I'm not sure why this particular building has a priority. Like, I can't put a priority on the gas pump. Even though these both have the exact same set of options on the bottom, I cannot put a priority on the gas pump until I set one of these. Inconsistent game design. Alright, so they're moving the water now. Let's go ahead and empty this. At least this is pretty cool how this is working out. I'm a little upset that I have a different amount of oil in every tile, but I'm not gonna let my OCD kill me with this game. Like, not over something that dumb. Functionally, this appears to be working. So I gotta wait for them to do this last one. And then I should be able to seal off this room at this point. Okay, let me do a double, like, paranoia check for this. Okay, so we have all the pipes set up. We have atmo sensor. We have power. Top one is also set up with the pipes. We have the atmo sensor, which we can use to turn them off entirely if we need to for some reason. We could also cut the power as needed. I don't feel like there's anything else that I need to do in this room. I don't think they have any reason to go in here anymore. So I'm going to start walling it off. And we're never going to have to open this up again, chat, because we didn't make any mistakes. I've never made a mistake in my life. Flawless gameplay. There's nothing left to sweep in here. I want to see them do it because I want to start the pumps immediately. Let me pause for a second, just a moment to check up on this planet. Alright, so it was suggested that I place a couple more Drekos in here. Let's do that in the background. We don't have to watch these. So let me get a couple of the Drekos from this room. Yeah, this is the original one. They are cramped, so I think I need to relocate some eggs as well. Yeah, we have to figure something out here because I think they're going to start getting sad. And I don't remember which of the 70, like, status effects on the critters are really bad and which ones aren't. But let's go ahead and relocate this guy. And I also want to wrangle it just because this always works. And then the other thing I wanted to check on. Okay, this is kind of what I was hoping would happen. It actually, most of the polluted water has settled on the surface here. I might even be able to mop this, actually. Though I think if I just wait, it'll eventually, like, move over here. Nah, we probably should mop it. Yeah, let's set up some tiles to tentatively mop it. We do have a little bit of polluted water on top of these. I don't know how this keeps happening. I'm not sure where this polluted water keeps coming from, so let's go do another round of mopping to just get rid of all that. I'm not sure why that's happening, but it should get mopped up if I do this. Okay, then back to this. Let's have a watch and see what they do here. So far, nothing has gone horribly wrong today, so I feel like we're overdue for something to break. Like, we've kind of almost had starvation here, but it looks like they sort of pulled it back through. They're not, like, in a crisis for food anymore. Melted polluted ice. I tried to move all the polluted ice out of there, but I might have missed some. Like, there shouldn't be any polluted ice in there anymore because the temperature is too high for it to form. Maybe there was some that I missed when I swept it ages ago. Alright. Vacuum. Engage. I guess the pressure's not high enough. Let me just set these so they will just definitely work. Okay, this one's gonna fight with me. I'm just gonna set it to something ridiculously high. I just need to get it to run for now. I'll set these back to their intended values later. I just need them to stay running all the time. Alright. Did I say that? Or are you referencing gold or something? That'd be a good... That's a good joke, actually. You just do that. You talk about gold and you go like, alright. And then you sound really smart to your chat. Or you sound like a complete idiot. Depends if they pick up on it or not. Well, they're doing their thing. Let's see. So these are going to overpressure, and the ventilation in this area is definitely not anything to write home about. I'm going to get rid of this wall. It doesn't need to be here at all. I'm going to make this corridor a little bit wider. And I know that I could use ladders for this. I like to use mesh tiles because then I could like slap like buildings on top of these. Oh right. Well, like hydroxide? Or that's illegal to say like H2O like that. You can't do that. That's illegal. Like the chemistry police are gonna come get you if you do that. You can't put it in that order. I think there's actually a reason why you're not supposed to put the elements in a different order. I don't know what the reason is, but it's probably illegal somewhere. So don't get caught doing that. Yeah, this is gonna be very fast by the look of things. Like, this one is already like in the microgram territory. Unfortunately, it looks like it's full of hydrogen, which is the opposite of what I wanted. So we're gonna have to see, like, this is, god damn it, this is literally the opposite of what I wanted. We have the oxygen on the top and the hydrogen on the bottom. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to vacuum out the rooms entirely, and then I'm gonna have to, like, babysit it to see if I can get the right distribution. The worst case scenario is that we crack it open again and put in the gas that we want. I'm hoping I don't have to do that. But it's not the end of the world. I could probably figure something out. Yeah, I made super heavy hydrogen. I don't know how I managed to do this. I think it just happened that there was a little bit of hydrogen down here from the one that I turned on, and that just ended up being the dominant gas. So they're going to empty this out probably within a couple minutes here. The top one is going to take a while by the look of it. I actually didn't realize how much gas was in here, but the top one is going to take a long time, so I think we need to focus on something else and just check up on this every now and then. We are running out of power, however. What is our power solution for this base? It's this, I think. It's this, and then these guys, some of which have become smog slugs for some reason. You know what? Let's have some barbecue. I think we need some delicious barbecue here, because these guys are not doing anything useful. Yes, thank you. I know, combat. Do I have barbecue on my list? Yeah, I do. Okay. Yeah, these guys are not doing a damn bit of good for me. I know you're supposed to, like, use these guys to pump the hydrogen or something. I don't care. I don't want this room to become crowded. I want it to make power. If it's a bad idea, then whatever. It don't matter. None of this matters. What else can I do for power while I'm here? Stop the hydrogen generators, wait until vacuum, and restart. What do you mean? There are no... What if you mean these things? They're not running. The pipe is cut off. So these aren't going to do anything. I think what happened was these guys might have... Let's see. One of them... Yeah, so they're all hooked up to the water. I think what happened was these guys drained off the remaining water that was in the pipe, and then they turned off. So this whole system is empty right now. So I am just trying to vacuum the room at this point. Which... It's not going to take that long. It's kind of hard to get an idea of how much gas is in here, because for some reason there is no density, like, overlay in this game for some reason, which would be really nice to have. I think it's going to be a few minutes before this empties out, possibly longer, because it always takes a really long time to get the last microgram of gas out of the room to make our completely, like, physically possible perfect vacuum, because you can just do that in this game. Because thermodynamics be damned. Alright, so they finally did this. I'm going to... What can I do with this? I kind of want them to just dump the brine back into this room. Maybe I'll have them just sweep the brine and put it back in this room. There isn't polluted oxygen, or polluted water over here for once. Or do I want to have them empty? Yeah, actually, let me make a bottle emptier, but I'm just going to put it up top where I, like, clean this out. So let's see here. This pipe, where can we inject liquid? Probably right... Yeah, right here, actually. Why did I have this here? I have no idea why this is here, but it's literally perfect for a bottle drainer. Pea water is moppable now. It's not even pea water anymore, actually. I can't... I can get a little bit of it from this side. You know what, let's just go ahead and mop it, because if nothing else, this will improve the rate at which the pea water gets prioritized. And then I'm also going to try to get all of these, like, jugulars out of here. We can leave the ice, though, that's fine, but I want to just get all these loose jugs out of here so that I can not have to worry about there being something in here that I don't want. And then eventually, once this is all finished, we're going to, like, close off this geyser. I don't know what we're going to do about the cooling. Hopefully by then we have, like, a proper steam, like, system set up so that I don't have to use a thermal, like, just a heat battery for this. I don't know, we'll see how that goes. I could destroy this ladder, I guess, if I wanted to make another mesh tile. Should probably do that. Yeah, this is not going to work. Let's just go build one more. But yeah, we're almost done cleaning that nonsense up. And then over here, the point of this is so that I can put the brine here. So they should bring it all over here. And it's going to just get dumped. It's going to go through these. Yeah, it should work. Everything should work correctly. It's going to go through these desalinators, and then we'll have very nice water. It's dormant. This thing's been dormant for a while, I suspect. Yeah, this water is getting hotter faster than I would like it to as I do more and more of these. Speaking of more and more of these, we don't really need anything in particular. Maybe a bit more iron. How much iron do I have sitting around? Yeah, let's make a bit more iron. I have to keep an eye on this, because if this starts getting too hot, I will be running into issues, and I'm going to have to, like, accelerate the rate at which this melts. I might want to let the water level actually get higher up so that this exchanges heat faster, but I could also just use some temp shift plates to melt all of this. That's probably what I should do. I should just put plates in here to melt the rest of this. I could also dump some of it down by just digging out the salt. We can just dig out the salt now. I'll have to keep an eye on duplicates getting stuck over here now. Heat from the machines will also heat the water. I mean, this arrangement here is intentional. These are intentionally not insulated tiles because I wanted to keep this area cooler. This is all a temporary solution that has kind of worked in my favor for a very long time, but eventually I do want to change this into a sustainable, like, aqua tuner setup with a steam turbine above it instead. It's kind of like what I want to do at some point here. And then I run the coolant through the aqua tuner, or maybe I have the aqua tuner somewhere else and I exchange heat into it. There's a million ways that you could do this, and I'm going to figure it out when we get to that point. But for now, I just want to get the rest of this water to settle down. We got a bit of the salt on the ceiling as well, just because it's upsetting me. It doesn't actually do anything important. Something like this. I think they'll be able to reach everything if I do that. There's a little bit of ice on the ceiling here. There's some over there. I'll have to decide if I want to do anything about that. I could probably just use some temp shift plates to just flash melt that ice. Coolant doesn't need to go through an aqua tuner because you can use 200-degree liquid as a coolant. Well, whatever I use as the coolant, I gotta cool it down at some point because otherwise it's going to evaporate. I think oil might be the best coolant I have access to as far as its like heat capacity, or not heat capacity, as far as its boiling point is concerned. But I mean, yeah, I know I could use 200-degree liquid, but it's gonna evaporate eventually, like whatever it is I keep running through. So I have to solve this problem at some point. I can't just put it off forever is what I'm saying. Speaking of awaiting coolant, it doesn't usually happen. I don't know why it's awaiting coolant. I don't know, whatever. I thought I had enough in there that it always had a backlog, but maybe if they operate it too fast, they go... You know what? That might be what it is. If the operator is too fast, it probably goes through the backlog. I don't know. I don't remember exactly how, like, the buffering mechanics work with these things. Outside of kitchen. There's a kitchen. Oh, you know what? This room is too big. That's probably why they're complaining. Just build a door there. I didn't even know there was a kitchen in this game. Is that new, or have I just, like, never built one? Enables... Okay, specifically for the spice grinder. I wonder if this is new, or I just never played with this. Yeah, this should become a kitchen, because there's no industrial machinery in there, unless that... Actually, that doesn't even matter. There just has to not be a mess table in here. And the refrigerators are in here, so yeah, this should be a kitchen once they build this. Yep, nice, good lag. Alright, how's this endeavor going? Alright, they finally did it. Now let's wrangle and relocate. Alright, we got 2 of these things now. I don't know if we have gotten any plastic from this yet. I think neither of them have, like, regrown their scales yet, so let's move another one. Honestly, let's just move them both. Alright, you go in there. Like, eventually, every day, one of these guys will get, like, changed into the other one, which is very convenient that this is the only thing they can turn into. Alright, there we go. Just let them do their thing. made your brine tubes. I don't know what you tried to type there. You made your brine tubes the coolant for the refinery so they don't freeze the desalinator. That's one of the nice things about this game, is there are a million different ways that you could solve this kind of problem. In my case, this is definitely not the most optimal way to do it, because I mean, I'm just generating heat here instead of using the heat from the refinery, and you could have like a prioritized system. But in my case, I got to make a decision at some point for how I'm going to go about doing this, and the decision I made was just get something that kind of works. Like, that's what it ultimately boiled down to. I was just like, I just want to get something together that works correctly. And I can go back and change it later if I need to. If I think of something better, if I need a more optimized solution, we will be revisiting this problem at some point here. Eventually, we're going to lose this cold biome. Like, I'm going to use all the heat from this biome one way or another, and I'll have to make my own solution. But for now, we're just going to make do with what we got. Because part of the thing that caused me to burn out on this game, like the first time I tried it, way before I was streaming, was that I overthought everything. And I was like, no, I gotta make the perfect solution from the get-go. And that is the opposite of what you want to be doing in this game, because that was not very fun when I was playing this game like that. Why is there a wire here? Whatever, if I could just hijack one of these if I need it. So I'm approaching this with more of like just a wing it like attitude. Like, just get something that works. Alright, how's this going? These are all in the microgram range, so they're fairly close. Eventually, like, what happens, I think, is once you have 1 microgram of, like, a gas or something, I think it has a chance to just, like, disappear or evaporate or something. I'm not entirely sure how the game handles it, but once you get it down to that threshold, that's when it deletes the gas. So it's just a matter of waiting for it to work correctly. And I will turn these on like very briefly just to like see what we get. Hopefully the hydrogen goes up and the oxygen goes down. If that doesn't happen, we will prime it. I will figure out a way to like prime the gases that are in this room. I don't want to have to do that because it's kind of inelegant, because I probably have to like put a vent in here and pump a little bit in and then just leave the vent in the room, and it's unclean. But you know what, we'll do that if we have to. But let's see if I can figure out a better way to do this first. And I'm just looking around to see if there's anything else I could be doing in the meantime. You know what, I should probably sweep up everything in this area. Let's see here. Let me set up a very... Actually, I can just relocate these, I think. Let me relocate these out of this area if I need more oil. And then I'm going to close this off for now so it's not letting a bunch of heat out. And then we're going to sweep all of the other stuff that's down here, because I would like to have the lead. Sweep that as well. And then we'll just leave the slickster in there to do whatever it is slicksters do. Presumably just make more oil. So there's going to be a little bit of extra oil on the ground if this thing gets enough carbon dioxide, but I don't care that much about it. We have plenty of slicksters elsewhere. I don't really care if this one dies. But I want to have a little bit of oil available. We're very close now. It's a little thick over here. The gases in this game don't spread nearly as aggressively as they would in real life. There we go. Okay, the left side is vacuumed out now. We're just kind of waiting for this gas to like waft over to the left. And then this oxygen is going to take up the remaining space, and it'll be done in a minute here. Let's watch it. Actually, they might be dissipating now. I think they thinned out enough that it's starting to delete them. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't physics just marvelous? How the gases just magically disappear. And they're gone. Alright. So, let's see if we can figure out how this works. Let me go to the plumbing overlay. Life finds a way indeed. Truer words have probably been spoken. Alright, so I'm gonna connect this, and I'm gonna like let like one tick of like water come in. Alright, the water's all over here. Okay, well we're gonna wait for it, unfortunately, so I gotta time this a little bit. It's over here because when it loses its output, it just kind of goes back to this side. Well, the physics are weird. I really don't know why the pipes in this game are directional like this. I guess it just made like the engine easier to program. But the pipes are very funky. At the very least, they could add like little arrows indicating what direction the pipes think they're going in, but whatever. Instead, I think they just like it when people post on Reddit about how their like pipe system doesn't work, and it's because their like outputs are all in the wrong order. I've gone through that trial and error, so I actually understand how that nonsense works. Okay, there we go. Let's see what we get out of that. Oh, let's go. It's beautiful. You love to see it. Let me really quickly, I need to turn these off so they don't start pumping immediately. I'm gonna cut their power. Actually, I can just use this actually. This'll turn them off. All right. Which now I think about it, I wonder if I should have put another Atmos sensor in here. No, I could actually put an automation wire right here. I was wondering if I needed to be able to read the pressure in the room from the outside. And the worst case scenario, I will like ease my way back in here and just, will rupture one part of the chamber or put like a temporary liquid lock in. We'll see. For now, it'll work. What I'm wondering is if this is going to overpressure to the point that it wastes all of my water. I will worry about that later. For now, it looks like we have what we wanted. I mean, that's it. That's what we were aiming for. Okay, let's put more of them in. So let's hook the rest of them up. There you go, lads. Let's watch the magic. I mean, it's hard to, you can't really see what's going on. Let's just look at it in this view instead. You can't really tell it's hydrogen. It's slowly becoming more and more pink as it goes on. Ain't that beautiful? You can sort of see it like filling up with pink. Oh, look at that. Look at that delicious oxygen. Our problems are almost gone, chat. We don't need the import. We don't have to worry about the tariffs because we can make our own oxygen now. This is beautiful. All right. And then as for the hydrogen, I think we just put a couple of like hydrogen generators on top, honestly. I don't know how many I need. Let's see, so these are going to produce about 400 grams per second of hydrogen, roughly. And this thing takes 100 per second. And ideally, this is going to actually produce all of the power that it made, because in this game you could just do that. So I think exactly 4 of these actually just fits the bill. We may not need all 4 of them. As you're saying 3 should work. We may not need all 4 of them, but I'm just going to go with this. Deconstruct that gas vent. And I need to hook it up to the power line. Which, let's see, I can just run it behind the ladder. Okay, just like that, whatever. That'll work. They heat a lot. Is the water that I pump in, is the temperature of that water going to be enough to cool these, or am I going to have to figure out a better solution for this? Or do you mean the hydrogen generators? Because I'm not worried about that right now. I will address heat problems as they arise. Like, I have a cold biome over here. If I need to do anything with it, I could move these to the bottom. I will worry about these causing too much heat if I see them making too much heat. I could always just move them to the bottom. Right now, I just really want to get my oxygen situation sorted out here. We're still doing okay on the breathability, but if you remember at the start of the stream, this was looking a lot more fresh than it is now. So we are slowly losing it. Are they made of gold, amalgam, or steel? They're made of cobalt. Because I presumed that if it is getting that hot in this room, then I'm probably doing something wrong. We'll see. If things start breaking, I am ready to make a temporary liquid lock, probably on this side over here, to get back into the room and have the duplicants put a cooling system in, but I don't have a cooling system right now. So, whatever. Just let me deal with that issue when it arises. For now, it's looking adequate. It's looking acceptable in here. If we start overheating, everybody can point and laugh, and then we will fix it together. But I'm okay. I'm willing to accept that. As it stands, I think I might need to go back in here at some point to put Atmos sensors that I can access from outside. Unless I, like, just use the same setting that they have here. Well, for now, let's just go ahead and set this one up. Let's go ahead and run it if it's at below 1,000 or something here. Wait, my thought here is I don't want this room to over-pressurize. I keep feeding it cold water, it won't ever go above 85. Well, I mean, 75 I think is the overheat threshold for these buildings. Yeah, we'll see what goes wrong here. I kind of expect something to go wrong here as I do this. Oh, this actually overpressured and triggered the, like, the threshold for these to turn on before I even told them to. Okay. So, let's see here. I'm thinking how I want to distribute the oxygen here. I think we just kind of wing it on this. Like, again, this is probably more than I could possibly hope to need in this base. So this thing is going to be... Ideally, it would have been bottlenecked by overpressuring in these rooms, but I'm finding out now, because I know someone mentioned it, and I didn't realize this as I was building it. These never stop producing. They don't overpressure, and they don't become flooded, which means they will run forever. So I essentially am just dependent on the gas pressure and the rest of the base to eventually, like, prevent these pumps from running. And I need a different way to get the oxygen to stop accumulating in this room. I'm just thinking, is there any way I could salvage this, or am I going to have to send somebody in here to fix this right now? Or do I just, like, throttle the amount of water depending on, like, the quantity of gas in the pipes would be the other way to do this. Yeah, shut off the water input, but I don't know when to shut it off is the problem. That's the issue I have here with this design that I didn't think about until I sealed it off, is how do I know when to shut off the water input? No need? Well, what's going to stop this thing from just exploding well, it's not going to explode, but what's going to stop this thing from eventually just using all my water? That's the thing I'm worried about. We don't have infinite water. We have a decent stockpile, but, like, this is not going to last forever. We just steal the output. Yeah, I guess I could do that, right? I could set these to something reasonable, like 2,000 or something. And then I could just read that output from the top and the bottom and turn it off if the oxygen is too high. Yeah, that's probably what I can do. I can just use, like, negate the value in the sensor if I need to. In fact, let's do that now. Let's go ahead and set up a cutoff for it. Because I can just let the hydrogen do whatever it wants to do. And let's just not get an insane amount of oxygen. And meanwhile, though, I wanted to figure out the oxygen pipes. So I think the first step that we're going to do here is we're going to remove these vents. And I'm going to reverse the oxygen back up this pipe system. I'm also going to go ahead and, I think, disconnect this. I'll figure out what I want to do with this pipe later. I might just turn this into a generic, like, just whatever pipe for, like, any gas I need to send across between the two planets, because we shouldn't need the oxygen anymore. I mean, I say that even though it's not running right now. I guess they're turned off just because it happens to be a little bit low. Or maybe, wait, why are they turned off? Green signal if below. Wait, am I dumb? Hold on. Oh, above. I'm dumb. Yep. Okay. I was like, that is not the correct way to do this. There we go. That's what we needed. Signal if above. I don't know why I reversed those. Okay, now it's working correctly. So these two aren't running because the pipe is blocked, which is fine. Remove that. Here's just output to the environment. They stop when they pressurize your environment. Yeah, that's a valid point. Like, I could just open this up here. Though I don't... You know what I would be scared of is if a packet of hydrogen wafted over into that tile right there and ruined the whole thing. I don't think I want to risk that. I don't know if that's a good idea in this design. I feel like if the wrong gas got into these two tiles here, it would ruin everything, and I don't want to deal with that if I can absolutely avoid it. I want to reduce the rate they produce oxygen to spare water. That's what I'm thinking of doing here. And I could just read off of this Atmos sensor Yeah, I can just read off of this Atmos sensor here. So like if there's too much oxygen in the room, that means the pumps must be backed up, and that therefore means I have enough oxygen in the base, and then I can turn it off. And luckily it's on the bottom, so I could just do this without having to crack the room open. And then we can set up the logic for it. So let me think about this. How do we want to cut these off? We want to cut off the water, I think. That would be the most sensible way to do this. It might be the only way to do this besides the power. So let me make a water valve. Like right here, I think is where I'm going to make that. We're going to stick a water valve right there, liquid shutoff, I should say. And that's where we'll put that. And I'm going to have to think through the logic here. I don't remember which of these is the automation tile, but let me just run the wire underneath here. These two vents, I'll just get rid of these. Because it's an infinite oxygen, if the base overpressures, they stop, and if they don't stop, it's fine, it's O2 for later. And you worry about water. Why did I'm confused. I'm not sure who is telling me to restrict these and who isn't. But what I'm going to do here, because I don't want to waste all my water, my theory is that if I don't limit something here, this thing will literally run forever. It'll overpressurize the base, and then it will keep accumulating oxygen. It will turn all of my water into oxygen and hydrogen if I let it run. I want it to turn off after the base is overpressurized, which means once this room reaches a certain oxygen threshold, I want it to turn off. And I have to limit it because these will not limit themselves. That's the problem. These electrolyzers will never self-limit by overpressuring. It's like nothing will stop the base from just getting more and more and more and more oxygen in this tank. So I need to turn it off myself. That's like my understanding of the problem that we're looking at here. So I'm going to do that by setting this up, and I think I need to figure out if I need to negate this. So let's think this through. We want to have this running if the pumps are able to run. I think this is correct. Yeah, so we turn this off if... I'm wondering actually if I should turn the pumps off at all now. Now that I think about it, maybe I... this is a little bit... There's a couple things I'm trying to do here with the same sensor, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. To the electrolyzer, I'm looking to not go back into this building at all. Like, I don't want to go back in here, because I didn't wire this correctly, because I didn't think it through the whole way when I was designing it. I'm trying to think what we want to accomplish here. So this Atmos sensor, the purpose of this is to make sure that the pumps aren't wasting energy. There has to be enough gas in the room to justify, like, pumping, so they fill full packets, because if it's really thin, then they just waste a bunch of energy. But then on the flip side, if there's too much gas in here, how long do they take to produce enough for one cycle? I really don't want to have to do that, because, like, that's going to be variable depending on how much I grow the base, how many, like, duplicates I add and remove from it. Like, again, if I have to, I will go back in here and add a proper sensor to this. Like, it wasn't that difficult to set this up, and as long as I can prevent the wrong gases from getting into this room again, I should be okay. So let me figure this out. Hook this up to the top one. At the very least, we can turn that back on. So anyways, if the gas pressure is above 1000, this is going to turn on. I feel like we're going to have a problem with this. Hey, Swordfish and Ozium. Yeah, I've seen you before. I remember you. Welcome. Thank you for the raid, everyone. We're making a better oxygenator design than last time, because the last one I made was embarrassing. So I found one on the internet, and I managed to screw it up, because that's just what we do around here. Ooh, barbecue. And yeah, that's what we're working on, so welcome to the stream. I'm trying to figure out if I can cheese this with, like, an automation setup that I didn't prepare it for, or if I have to swallow my pride and open this and ruin the distribution of gases to put a sensor in here, because right now I don't have a good way to turn this thing off when my base is overpressured. I could also make like a priority buffer for the gases that would only fill up if they were backed up. That's also convoluted. Why is it overpressurizing? Alright, so this bad boy that I got off the internet is jank. And the game jank allows you to basically put an infinite amount of gases in these rooms. It's some nonsense that has to do with this electrolyzer off-gassing into the liquid, and then the gas is getting pushed into the surrounding tiles. But the electrolyzer itself is in a really, really thin layer of crude oil on the bottom, so it doesn't think it's overpressured. It also doesn't think it's flooded, but then it's actually able to make as much gas as it wants to. And what'll happen here is this thing is going to drain all of the water in my base because I did not put an off switch in this thing because I'm a nincompoop. And what I'm trying to figure out is there a way that I can easily turn it off with these Atmos sensors that I already built in here? Because these are just for the pumps. And I don't feel like I have a good solution to that, so that's what you all stepped in on here. I'm gonna go ahead and throw you a shout out. I'm assuming you were playing Oxygen, but let's go do a shout out. What were you up to? Oxygen. I hope your base is going well. Whatever your endeavors were. But this is what I've been spending kind of at least half of the stream working on here. The rest of it I've been like multitasking, trying to get a couple other things to work. I don't know why they can't access this. That's why they can't. But yeah, I've been kind of multitasking, playing around with whatever this feature is. I didn't know that this existed, but apparently you can just make critter morphs now if you want to. You don't have to like wait for it to happen, which is very convenient because we still have not been producing any plastic from these bastards because they've just been taking a really long time to grow. It's been an interesting playthrough. I've learned a few things from it. But anyways, back to this. This is like the main course. This is the thing that we're trying to fix here. You just sent another dupe through the teleporter. That is awesome. I hope they're not miserable, like whatever they encountered on the new planetoid. Because yeah, this is the planet here that we had the teleporter on. And I mean, it's not exactly like the ideal living conditions. It's a little bit stinky here, but I've gotten my bearings on like how to actually manage 2 colonies at once. And they both have idleness, so it has been going fairly well as far as the survivability of the dupes. But congratulations, and don't be afraid to send things through the supply teleporter, if it comes to that. Because that has been extremely useful to me in my playthrough, to prevent these guys from dying while I was setting this place up, because my god, this was awful. Yeah, it's the same one I have, I'm pretty sure. I don't know if you've looked at the star map yet. But like, I think it's always the same one if you use default settings. I could be wrong about that, but I think you get sent to this planet, whatever the RNG names it. I think this is what you get sent to. It's always like these two, unless you have a customized start in your settings. I could be wrong about that, but I feel like this is how it always works, because I very vaguely remember the first time I played Spaced Out years ago and burnt out on it, that it looked like this. Yeah, okay, yeah, chat's saying it's usually the swampy one. That's what I figured. You sent in a loner, and you unlocked the dupe that's always there, and he lost his bonus. I didn't know there was a loner bonus. Where is the... Wait, is there a dupe locked in here? I know that I have the hermit on this planet, but you have to send a rocket over here. Or is there like another duplicate that's like locked in a container, or is this like randomized, like where this guy spawns? Because we haven't done this at all. This is the 3rd one, and we had a robot come over here to build this place before it died horribly, and I have not sent any duplicates to this planet at all. So I'm not entirely sure how that nonsense works. You'd put a smart battery on the hydrogen gens because you'd like to stretch your hydrogen power to the limit. Wait, do they waste power if they don't have a consumer? Where is it? I'm dumb. I didn't know they wasted power. Okay, hold on. Let me watch these for a moment. Frozen enemy. The 2nd asteroid has a frozen friend. Huh. Oh. Wait, is it? No, that's not what it is. We saw that earlier. I don't know what chat's talking about here, but we must not have found it yet if there's a... Or wait, oh, no, I'm a dummy. No, I'm dumb. I know what you're talking about. It was this guy. Okay, I completely forgot about this guy. Yeah, you're right. I got this guy ages ago. No, I completely forgot about this guy. I was thinking you were talking about the hermit, which I think they added... I don't remember when they added that, actually. Yeah, okay, now I see what you're talking about. I immediately thought this guy. I didn't even know that there was a solo bonus. Alright, so somebody was saying that these things just waste power. So I don't know how to tell, really. I mean, they're all running. Do I have any batteries in this base? Wait, did Did I ever build batteries in this base, or have I just been doing like on-demand power? No, I did build batteries. And they are full, and they are running. Okay, you are correct. So let me go slap one of these down. I guess the coal generators are the ones that can kind of pay attention to that. I don't know how the other ones work exactly. Do I have smart batteries? Power. I'm pretty sure I do. I built one earlier. There we are. We just need like the one. Just put it out here. Yeah, because I definitely don't want to waste the hydrogen. I could use that for other stuff, maybe rocket fuel later if it comes to that. Okay, I'll wait for them to build all this and then I'll configure it. So in less than a cycle, the wastage is... Oh, I know. I mean, I know I haven't wasted much, but if I just never do it, then who knows how much I'm going to waste. Alright, so back to this problem. What we want to do here is probably not possible with a single Atmos sensor. Because let's see, if it's above 1000, I want it to run. But then I also want to cut off the water if there's too much gas in here. So I'm going to turn it off every time that I try to pump it. That actually might work. That's going to be a little bit gross, but that might actually work. If I just negate this. Yeah, I want to turn the water off while the pumps are running. This is going to look really stupid, but I think this will accomplish what I want to. Hopefully. Just put that there. Alright. I think this will actually accomplish what I want to do here. Like, they'll take turns pretty much. The gas pumps will only run while these things aren't. That might be very stupid. But there will be kind of like a fluctuation. Yeah, the thing is, it's going to fluctuate a bit. There will be a little bit of leftover water in the pipes. But I think this will work. Yeah, knockgate. Oh, I know the knockgate existed. I know how to do all the circuitry stuff. I played Factorio. I played Minecraft. It was just a question of like working through the logic in my head to determine if this was going to cause like a weird feedback loop that isn't going to work correctly. But yeah, the goal here is to only consume water if we actually need oxygen in this tank. And I'm going to go ahead and bump this up so I have a slightly larger buffer. And it's already at like 36,000. So the pumps are allowed to run, but the water is not allowed to run, is what's going to happen here. So if we look at the plumbing overlay, we can get rid of that. Yeah, it's turned off right now. And the second this thing drops below 2,000, what's going to happen is the pumps are going to turn off. These are going to turn on a couple seconds later when the water gets there. And if the pressure peaks, it will turn off the water and turn the pumps on again. Which means we may not necessarily get 100% throughput from these. I feel like this is not a good solution to the problem, but it's the solution that we have for now. If it becomes an issue, I will come back to this later and do something about it. So they finally built this, so I think we could just have it bounce around to like 50 to 90 or something. I don't think it really matters that much, or even 100%. There's really no reason to turn them off right now. So if our power gets sufficiently low, then they will all turn on, they will top it off completely, and then they will turn off again. And if we have some other like renewable power source, like solar panels or some crap like powering these, then they'll just never turn on as long as the battery stays at the right threshold. I wish we had more buildings that have this high-low like threshold mechanic. I forget what the name is for this kind of logic circuit. I wish we had more buildings that have this kind of like setup to them, because it's really a pain in the ass to do stuff with a lot of these buildings here. But oh well. I think we're good to go on power for this base as well, though, because this, at the very least, should be a pretty good amount of power. The only issue, I guess, is the fact that if I don't need oxygen, I'm also not going to make hydrogen. But it looks like they're turned off as it is, and I could put a hydrogen buffer in here if I wanted to, so I could store more hydrogen, which I probably should do, but I'm dumb, so I'm not going to do that right now. Alright, they emptied this out, so we're going to go ahead and seal this off so I don't keep letting the heat out. It's not too bad yet, but this is going to leak heat into the base, and I'm not ready. Set it to 90. Okay. I kind of instinctively wanted to set it to 90. I'll just go ahead and do that because someone in chat's telling me it's a good idea. And we should be good to go on this. We have plenty of water. We don't have any polluted water, really, which is a problem I'm going to have to deal with some other time. I think I've used all of the polluted mud I had at this point. Oh, they're not allowed in here. Huh. I don't even remember why I locked this off. Okay, well, they've not been doing that at all this whole time. What else have we got here? Nothing here, no blueprints. Are they actually... Why are they not sweeping these? Oh, it's unreachable, that's why. I was like, I'm pretty sure they can get down there. Or rather, I'm pretty sure they have room for that. So we have a lot of idle duplicates, like, meandering around the base. I think it's time we do something with them. So, what is our next project? We almost... Why do you have... Oh, you have stunted scales because you're in the wrong environment. But yeah, we are almost there. What is our next project? We almost have plastic. What can we do in the meantime? Dinner time? Alright, Swordfish and Ozium. I assume you're talking about both of you. Thank you for the raid. Enjoy your lurk. Let's see. The carbon dioxide situation in here is getting a little better, but they still can't really breathe down here very well. I want to have a project going on both planets to keep the duplicates busy. You know what? Here's what we're going to do, actually. Before we pick a new project, let's see what this thing is. I do not know what this does. It's just in the ground somewhere. Let's discover it. Oh god, spore kids. I'm terrified of those things. You build idle gyms, but it requires knowing how to manipulate the priorities and door priorities. Yeah, you lost me already. I know what you're talking about. I'm not going to do that right now, though. It could solve my idle dupe problems. Okay. Alright, is somebody gonna come over here and do it? No, somebody's on their way. Alright, let's watch those funny animations, see what they do with this thing. Okay, this one doesn't take nearly as long to turn on as the other one. Okay, that wasn't very interesting. It literally just turned a light on. It's for your dupes to report their dreams. Well, don't spoil it. Let me figure out what this does. I've never seen this thing before, and I only get to learn about it once. So, what do we need to do here? Alright, so they gotta wear pajamas. Well, let's read the information. So, it's a multi-cortex repository and processing system fueled by oxygen. Alright, so we'll pipe some down here. It analyzes dream journals produced by duplicates wearing pajamas. Okay. So, I mean, we're gonna have to hook an let's do the oxygen pipe right now. How hot is this? I'm wondering if I should just run this all the way down. We do have to go around the spore kids and then run it across like this. The better animation is on the right. Oh, it's a pajama cubby. Okay, well actually, no, hold on. I wanna see these animations. Let's see here. If they're gonna have to go to this thing frequently, yeah, it's a spaghetti route. That's a good word for that. I think I should probably just go straight down, go a little around this, because we really don't want to go in here. If you know what these things are, it's not good. Let's go ahead and dig out a tunnel, because we're slowly, like, pumping oxygen into this mess. I should really build another one of those oxygenators to replace this dumpster fire of a build that I made. But let's go ahead and force some oxygen down this tunnel and give them access to this area. So I'm just gonna kind of just build a ladder, just going down. Let's get the floor figured out as well. So how are we gonna do this? I'm gonna just keep doing like 4 tile increments. So there's a plant there. It would be there. Hopefully I'm not off by 1, because I'm gonna be very sad if I am. And then we are just gonna kind of go over the top of these. Let's not go in there. It's a silly place. Okay, something like that. And I want to widen it so that the gases can, like, even out a little bit more easily. So we'll do that. Probably your spawn next. I mean, if you want to link something, I can look at it. If it looks like it has some interesting reason to build it instead of yours, or instead of the one I made, I'll give it a shot. I think that's going to break that oxygen mask dock, but that's okay. We're going to have them have a better way to get over here pretty soon. Alright, I wonder how this lined up. Yeah, it's one tile too high. Whatever, just build it like this. Okay. I don't like that diagonal tile. I don't think it can go through that diagonal. I'm not gonna find out. I don't want those spore kids. In fact, I'm scared of those things. I'm gonna go around. There we go. That definitely won't do anything bad. Made by Lumon Industries. We talked about the pajamas. Yeah, no database entry. How silly of me to think there would be one. Let's see. Anything else I could do here while we're waiting? I wanted to run the oxygen pipe as well. Probably put it like right over here. I can always move this later. Somebody dropped the soap. I just saw it falling down the corridor there. I love how they just drop crap down these mine shafts. This might be like a compelling reason not to make these kind of mine shafts, is because they will just drop stuff down them when they go on their break. Oh, let's go! We got plastic! Oh my god, we finally have plastic! One of these guys got shaved like just a moment ago, I think. This is like the first actual usable amount of plastic we've made so far, I'm pretty sure. Finally! We can finally make proper beds. Oh, it's a miracle. But yeah, you put a sweep. I was about to say, yeah, I know that you can do that, and at some point I should, and just have it move the items all the way back up and dump them in the quantum storage pile, which is right at the base of these storage bins. Because rather than an actual, like, enormous storage hall, you can just do this, which is easier. They're building this actually fairly fast. I mean, I guess they're going in for both ends. So as long as these guys don't go anywhere near these spore kids, we should be fine. They don't go through solid tiles. I don't think there's any way that these can get broken. I'm going to be very sad if these get broken somehow. Alright, so anyways, let's go look at this animation here. So, what does this do? How does this work? Is anyone going to do this? Somebody do it now, please. I don't know how this works, so I just want to see it for a bit. Hopefully the mask doesn't interfere with that in some way. What is this thing doing anyways? It's kind of got like a mix of gases in it. I'm not sure how it's going to do that, but I think it just dumped a canister of both gases. We're pretty close to not needing that there anymore. Yeah, pick out the right one, buddy. Make sure it's your size. You can't be too careful. You know, I'm feeling the one on the right. Like your right, my left. Yeah, that one. No, the other one. The one on your right. I have no idea which one he picked. That's awesome. So they literally they just stand here and waste their time. That's some of these animations are just like 10 out of 10. They just stand here and waste their goddamn time picking one out. Alright, so how does this work exactly? Let's see. Let's just put this on the uncredible Mulk. That seems like a good candidate. Alright, buddy, go put this on. Let's see how this works. You put a dupe sensor because there's no way to automate it. Are these like one-time use? Do they like disintegrate or something? I mean, no, no, don't tell me. Let me figure this out. Let's discover the process of the Somnium synthesizer. So we should have somebody going over here, and they're pretty close to cracking this open. Let me go ahead and dig this out as well. Eventually, I'm going to dig the whole thing out. I just need to keep an eye on this guy here. Now, why are you so slow? I mean, I know you're having a... No, you really don't need to do that. No. We're gonna be waiting like 4 hours before you put those on. Well, at least they're having a good time. This'll do fine. You just drop it. Like, my work here is done. This'll be great for whoever we put this on. Okay, so this is all carbon dioxide. Kind of a problem. I mean, we're about to push out all the carbon dioxide anyways. I do need a better solution. I don't have the DLC. I don't have any bionic dupes. I just started this playthrough without the DLC, and I decided I didn't want to add more complications because I don't already know what any of this like spaced out stuff does, because I had not really played the DLC properly. So I didn't want to make this even more complicated than it already was. If I play this again, based on how this has been going, I probably do want to play this again at some point after like a break. I might do another game. But when I come back to this, I will probably add the other DLCs, like whatever they've released so far. But for now, I want to keep things reasonably simple. Like for my own sake. Let's see, it's kind of toasty down here. We should probably put insulated tiles up for all of this. It doesn't really matter what I build them out of, as long as it's not sandstone. I'm gonna build over the abyssalites because it looks better if I do it this way. Except for this floor, we are not touching that abyssalite. We're leaving that alone until I have a proper way to deal with these spore kids. I'll have to figure out a way to like drown them out or diagonally remove them or something, but we're not touching those right now. I do not want to risk like exposing anybody to those things. Alright, so can you please just... What are you doing right now? It's bedtime, yes, of course. You know, you could have put these on before you went to bed. That was the whole point of what we're doing here. And instead, you decided it was too far away and it wasn't worth the trouble. Can I give this guy better agility? He is so slow. Like, this guy is unbelievably slow. Okay, you have another skill point. Which of these makes you move faster? It's... like athletics or something, right? I gotta give him two. I gotta give him this one, right? To give him athletics. So let's just give him carrying for now, because he likes that anyways. We'll get him athletics at some point. You usually just diagonal dig them. I figured there was a way to do something like that. I'm not gonna mess with those right now, though, because I don't need to. I'm just gonna instead, like, look at them, like, kind of cautiously every time I run by that area. Alright, so this is just a normal volcano. We have no reason to crack that open, so I'm just gonna leave that alone. We got plenty of heat down here already. Wheezeworts fight on the side of good. Why are we talking about wheezeworts again? Or are you saying like put a wheezewort down here? I guess I could do that. Or I could put one of those ice fans, but that's probably more trouble than it's worth. Yeah, well, you know what? That's actually a good idea. Let's just slap a wheezewort down here. I don't know if that's what you meant, but I've decided that's what I'm going to do now. There's like there's like right here. It's sort of in the middle of all this. I wish I could like prepare what I wanted to put in it before it's actually built. But we can't all be Factorio, can we? Well, let me give them more orders after they're finished digging this out. Put it right next to the spore kids. Nah, we're leaving it. We're leaving it where I wanted it. Any reason? What is it? Like irradiate them or something? I don't know how many rads per cycle that thing produces, but there's solid tiles here. Ice fans don't make radiation. Surely they're only going to be next to the wheezewort for a little while. I'm sure it's completely safe. It's a completely acceptable dose of radiation. I'm not going to be putting it in my butt. That's gross. Why would I do something like that? I don't really care if he's... You know what? I'm going to accelerate the process. If you're going to starve, let me just do that for you. Added a new entry. Critter Fluxomatic. Okay. And then why is the ceramic morb, like, just appended to the end of this notification? I don't know. I thought I looked at that text already earlier, but apparently not. Did they ever finish that research? I think they actually did. What was I researching anyways? God, I got a lot going on here. I don't remember what I was researching. Was it... I think it tells you, right? Hold on. Food repurposing is done. We had already done that. Then we did... Crash plan technology, gourmet, so that got us the gas range, which we had already. Advanced caffeination was what we just did to get the espresso machine. Alright, we can build one of those, I guess. How's this work? I feel like I've built one of these before, but I don't remember how this works. Dehydrator. Low even heat to eliminate moisture and render them shelf stable. Wait, does that mean I can make things that last forever? That sounds like a great thing to put in a rocket. Oh, but you'd have to put a rehydrator in the rocket. Yeah, the liquid fuel tank as well, so we can stop using the crappy carbon dioxide rocket. There's a lot of things here that I need to play with. Alright, so apparently it's not in the kitchen, so it's probably in the somewhere else, but I don't know. There it is. So what does this thing do? Provides refreshments. Let me pause. It's a recreational building. Okay, so I could put this in the room with like the water cooler probably. I'm just reading through what this does. Just take some power, rec room, pepper nuts and water. Okay. He gives them athletics. That seems way better than the water cooler. How big is this thing? Oh, it's huge. Yeah, of course it is. Well, this like little shitty hovel here has been our rec room this whole time. It might be time to reevaluate the way I've laid out this base. I don't want to start that right now. Let's see. 5 hours in. We could do the morale like rebuild, or at least start on it now. I kind of want to turn like this whole area into like more functional like duplicate living quarters and move the research somewhere else, like up here maybe. I could afford the coffee. Well, yeah, I'm going to build the coffee. I want to build this thing. I'm just thinking out like the whole process of how to do this, because I can make the Great Hall. I can make the rec room. There's a lot of things I could do here. I know there's a whole lot of different like rec room buildings, and maybe I'll have a couple different designs like on different bases, but I want to get this one figured out. You reuse hot tub water for the coffee, of course you do. Let's see, anything else here? No, nothing particular. I think I just have to provide it pepper nuts and water, and it'll just do its thing. CO2 goes into soda. You're right, that's also a thing you can make. You can make like a fizzy water machine or some nonsense like that. I don't know what the fundamental advantage is to like all of the different machines. There's a juicer apparently as well, which I don't remember what you can make with this. It's also enormous for some reason. You'd move the entire base away from the eye-scorching power line, but that might be too much effort. No, we're not getting rid of that. I didn't build it with that in mind, and I'm just gonna keep it this way. We're not gonna make a mess out of that. And then there's the bedrooms. Okay, we've got a few things that we could do here, so maybe we'll wrap the stream up with this activity for like an hour or two. So let's see here. This, I think, is finished. Is there anything I can do on the side on this planet before I go back to the main one? These guys are just kind of idle. I'm wondering if there's any, like, activities I could have them work on that are low maintenance, so I don't have to worry about them getting themselves killed if I'm not looking at them. You know, look at the decor mode. Yeah, where is it? Yeah, I mean, it would be worse. The other planet's definitely worse than this one, but I mean, I've seen worse. It's fine. I can't think of anything. Wait, why are these guys... Oh, wait, uh-oh. Actually, hold on. We might have a problem here. I forgot about this. Yeah, these have been using all our polluted water. That's why we're running out of food on this planet. Okay, before we start on that activity, what can I do about the water situation on this planet? Because this is looking like a problem. And it's going to be a problem sooner than later, I think, if I'm not careful about this. This is what's going to happen. That's what's going to go wrong. We don't really have a source of polluted water on this planet. Sludge press. We're all out of sludge. Like, I don't have any more polluted mud. I could, like, probably like, scrape a little bit off of, like, some of these corners, but I got almost all of it. There's very little, like, remaining. Like, a little bit, like, right there. Okay, so we've got a couple options here. We need to focus on this for a moment. Tame CSV, cool. We don't have one on this planet. It doesn't exist. Oh, hey, it's this thing, the anti-entropy thing. We don't have one on this planet, unless I'm dumb and we do have one, right? Like the asteroid thing doesn't say that we have one on this planet. The only source of, like, the water that we have really is the ice meteors, and I don't even know if that makes polluted water or not. I'm not sure what drops with those. But yeah, we dug out our entire swampy biome. I can't, like, I don't have the situation to make, like, petroleum generators to get, like, a little bit out of that, because I think those will also spawn some water. Yeah, you seem to enjoy the sludge press. Which I think I missed a few chat messages. Hold on, let me go back up. Okay, I didn't miss any from Soviet. I'm not gonna get yelled at. Oh, you finished your achievements perfecto, so you're playing the modded planets. I still haven't gone to the shattered planet, if I'm being completely honest here. I've been sandbagging. Well, not sandbagging. I've just been, like, procrastinating on that. That's an old chat message, though. I missed that one. Yeah, so the power line's kind of a mess. Yeah, no water sources on the Desolands planet. Is that what this is called? Whatever the case is, yes, carbon skimmer. You know, that's actually a good idea. Whoever said the carbon skimmer is bad, it's better than nothing. What am I doing with my carbon right now, though? Where did it all go? Did I... Oh, I have a carbon skimmer. No, never mind. Hold on. We're already doing that. It's just not enough. Yeah, we just don't have enough. Okay, well, this is the interesting part about this game. We have a problem to solve here. We have a resource that we don't have access to. I always have the option to send food in from the other planet, which is to some extent kind of what I've been doing this whole time, but I would rather not have to keep doing that. It's not very interesting. It's viable. I probably could do it forever if I needed to, and I might just use that as my, like, half-ass solution for now. What else can we do here? Like, what can we do with the resources that we have at our disposal? I could send bristle blossoms over because we do have access to normal water, but we don't have much normal water here. What occurs to me is I think we're actually... We don't really have a source of any water, now that I think about it. I think it's the swampy metallic. Yeah, I don't know the names of any of these. Sleetweed, what do these need? Yeah, I did see that. What do these need? Okay, they just need normal water, so it's a viable option if I can keep them cold. What else have we got? So we got sleet wheat. Got more wheeze boards, can't eat those. Nosh sprouts, I don't even think you can make a... Oh, you can make tofu out of those, actually. But those need, They need ethanol, which we have a very finite amount of ethanol. It's going to be gone before we know it, so I can't depend on those. Because I don't have wood, because wood is on one of the other planets. What can I do with what I have now? And what I'm realizing is I don't have water. I might just want to start melting this ice. Now that's very cold. That is going to take a very long time to melt that ice. And of course there's mealwood, which I can just give them... I think you just need dirt for that. Which is not a terribly elegant solution, but I mean it is a solution to the problem. I could also pump polluted water from the main planet. Yeah, gotta import water. I was about to say, like, I might want to just pump polluted water into this planet for now. How much do I have on the main planet? That might be the solution. We might just pump the polluted water. Like, just directly to the plants, not, like, into the tank or anything. And see if that'll, like, hold us over for a bit. Yeah, we have a lot of polluted water on this planet. Let's go ahead and do that. So, where's the thing? That's the input. Yeah, okay, let's do that. And then I'm going to go work on the bedrooms for a little bit, but I don't have a quick solution to this problem anyways, other than just doing this. So that is the solution that we're going to go for. It wouldn't be too bad to do the arbor tree loop on this planet if you aren't doing anything with it here. I don't have any arbor trees. I haven't gotten them yet. That's the issue. Yeah, I got to go on to the third planet to get the trees, which I'm not set up to do right now because I don't want to do that at the end of the stream here. It's going to take too long. So I'm looking just for something sufficiently productive that I could be doing right now. Speaking of productive, I don't want to destroy all of my polluted water because I do need it for some things. And I'm actually... Well, no, the sieve is only turned on if we need regular water. Right, okay, so this is fine. It's just we needed regular water right now. Mine it out and abandon it. Well, I mean, I gotta send somebody over there, I think, to bring them back. Like, I am not. I have to just get somebody to land on the planet, and then I have to somehow take off and leave again, and I have to set up a rocket to do that. I did not check out the pajamas because I forgot. I've got a million things going on again. Let me just worry about this. So what pipe was this? Okay, we have a leftover pipe that I wasn't doing anything with, so let's go ahead and repurpose that. This is going to be a pee-pee water pipe. I don't know why I have this set up like that. Just gonna do a bunch of bridge juggling here. Okay, so we'll have it like that, and then we're going to run it across just like this, I guess. I think they can reach all of these tiles and build it. Something like that should work. Okay, they should be able to build everything I needed them to there. And back over on this planet, we need to just run the pipe. We're aiming for this. Yeah, 2 providers, 1 receiver. And I don't want it to fill the tank. And I also don't want to destroy my nature reserve. Okay, that should do the trick. Okay, so hopefully that'll take care of the problem. If there is a food crisis here, I can send them more foods through the teleporter. But for now, this will allow them to keep doing their thing here. Alright, so let's go look at the pajamas now. Which planet are those on? Those are here. Okay, somebody did put them on. Let's see, I remember who it was, but where are they? Can I get lucky and they're in bed? No, of course not. Just go find them here. Alright, let's see, what are you doing? This is not normal, right? Like, why are you so slow? What are you doing? There's nothing... What am I missing here that is making this one so ridiculously slow at everything? You're not, like... Read the athletic stat. Yeah. Why are you minus 11? Nodding off. Oh, God. Does that have something to do with the thing? Did he just, like... Is that the pajamas? Is that how this works? Okay, hold on. Don't tell me how this works. Let's see. Does the pajamas do this? Yeah, okay, that's it. They're just insanely slow. And I missed what happened too. Okay. How can I do this? I want to see how this works is the thing. I don't know how this works is the problem. I don't know if anybody has used this thing yet. I think it actually doesn't have oxygen. It has a little bit. Does it need an oxygen pipe, actually? I never did that, did I? Yeah, it does. Okay, I don't know what exactly this thing has been doing here, really. Let's run a pipe into it, I guess. What the heck? I'm just trying to not overwrite... Whatever, I'm just going to overwrite the pipe. Whatever, just rebuild it. Well, I don't know what material this is made of. Obsidian, apparently. Obsidian gas pipes. Yeah, they have to be in permanent comas. Alright, so how close are we to his night cycle? I would really like to see what he's actually doing here. This is a problem. This guy can't do anything. I might as well just put him on, like, the relaxed schedule instead, because at this point he's not doing anything useful. Let's see here. Okay, that's where our cycle is. Usually just restrict them. Yeah, the crybaby schedule. Alright, we're gonna move him to this one for now. Okay, so you're not gonna even try to do any work, because this guy is never going to actually get anything done. And I need to figure out how stupid this is. I don't even know what you get out of doing this yet. I don't know what, like, the magic breakthrough is that happens if you have them wearing the pajamas. I ain't this slow in real life when I'm wearing pajamas, but apparently it just, like, makes you really sleepy all the time. Just imagine that one, like, Chariot's song or whatever like playing every time this guy like moves around. I'm not gonna play it on stream because I'm probably gonna get VOD muted, but if you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. Well, I'm glad you're having fun, buddy. Alright, so I need to pay attention to when nighttime rolls around. I mean, I could just make it nighttime. He's the only one on the schedule. You know what, buddy? Alright, hey look, it's sleep time. You're the only one on the schedule. Go have a nap. I'm gonna give him a little bit so he doesn't just like cut off his bathroom break. I want to see what this guy does. I want to understand this game mechanic right now because we're gonna miss it. Then we'll go work on like the dorms or whatever. So right now he's just like in break mode. I don't know what he's doing here, but it's about to tick over. Speed it up a little bit. Alright, it's bedtime. Yeah, Dr. Mulk is going to do a test for us. We're going to learn something. I guess. He's eating, apparently. Do 2 downtime, rest, sleep. Well, I'm literally just have him on this schedule to get him to go to bed right now. I don't care what optimized scheme you have in mind right now. I just want him to go to bed right now so that I can see how this game mechanic works. Your carpet's almost finished. Alright. So he's dreaming. That's like the whole premise of this. He's dreaming about a book about the moon. Apparently is what's going on here. I'll give him a few cycles and then I'll put him back on downtime. I'm just gonna ruin this schedule here. I think they need like 3 cycles of sleeping or something. I wasn't paying attention to when he went to bed because he was dicking around, so I'm just gonna let him do his thing here. Alright, does he have anything in his bio while he does this? Dreaming. Okay, so here we are. Dream journal will be ready in... Wait, how long does he have to do this before he has a thing? Does he have to do this like multiple times? Am I just gonna miss this? I think he might end up being useless for like a long time if it takes this long for him to actually make his dream journal. I don't know how long they stay asleep. Can I put him in a coma if I just make it bedtime, or do they get up eventually? Let's find out. You rest easy now, buddy. We have some science to do here because Cosine doesn't know how this crap works yet, and I want to figure this out and not forget about it. Alright, so let's speed this up. I don't think anything's going to go wrong. Takes a good amount, you need to manipulate the schedule. Alright, well, let's see. I assume he'll get up if he, like, gets hungry, though. Oh my god, this guy was binge eating before he went to bed. Okay, well, he learned something. Yeah, they're just, like, really tired all the time for this. Alright, so 3 more real minutes. We can look at our printables. I don't think we really need any of these things. And we're not really in the market for another duplicate. Although she does have suit wearing. Like, this one's gonna automatically be kind of fast. You know, we're gonna be going to that other planet soon. I feel like we could probably take another dupe, and this seems like just an all-around competent dupe. Choose pay. Yeah, I think I'm going to, because I mean, this is kind of like a good start. A little better building, a little faster, and a little stronger too. She's the first member of the DK crew. Alright, chat, I'm going to turn on the redeem to name a duplicate, so just if you want to name one, snipe that. If you already have a duplicate, I respectfully ask that you don't name one for a while in case anybody new here wants to name one, but yeah, you can pick the name for that duplicate. I'm turning it on in a moment here. There we go. Alright, go for it. And if nobody names her, I'll just leave that be for now. So let's go figure out the schedule, and I need to pay attention to what the Mulk is doing here. But meanwhile, where are you going to be on the schedule? Eventually, I think I want to send this one to the new planet, but for now, you're just going to kind of fill a slot. So let's see, they're all drip pair. So we have 3, 3, and 6 for some reason. So let's redistribute these a little bit better. Let's see, shooting star. You can go on this schedule here. Okay, I think that's good. We've got 4, 4, and 4, and then for now we have like 13 duplicates, and I think we have. Yeah, we need one more bed, so let's go do that as well. Eventually, we'll skim off a couple of these and send them over to the new planet. That's going to be in the future, though. We're not doing that today, but I figured that was a good duplicate to take. And then the other thing I need to do is the priorities. I wish I could make this UI taller, but I cannot. All right, so you're good at building. Let's see here. What else? You know, you can just kind of be a, you just be like a supply monkey, I guess. Just do whatever. You're kind of good at these. Yeah, just a few of these tasks. And then this one I think can't do farming at all, was the downside. All right, and then let's allocate the skill point at the start. I haven't done this in a fair bit. Yeah, I don't think I need more building right now. You just be fast. You fast. Here you go. You can have a cool looking hat. Very good hat. All right, so back to what we were doing. So what is his schedule looking like? Is he gonna wake up? Each of these is. I don't remember how many of these are. How many segments are there? There's 24 of these in a day, right? And a day is like 10 minutes. I don't feel like doing math right now. Well, a day is like 600 seconds. There's 24 of these, and I don't remember what 600 divided by 24 is. Is that like... I want to say it's 25. It's 25 seconds per tick? Is that what this is? I want to say it's 25 seconds off the top of my head. And it looks like he is just barely not going to make it. He's hungry as well. I think he might just not make it, so let's give him another tick here. Once my game stops saving. Yeah, he's not gonna make it. Alright, we gotta give him one more bedtime tick. I think he's not gonna starve to death. I don't know why it says he's hungry. Dude, you got like 3,000 calories in you. You are not gonna starve to death. You'll be fine. Yeah, he just barely wasn't gonna make it. So there we go. We can make this schedule a little bit less stupid now. I'll take him off of it once I've like figured out the whole situation with how this works. I think he did his job. I don't know if he has to be the one to put the dream journal away. I kind of doubt it. 25 per tick. Okay, good. I'm glad that I was able to do like elementary school like division off the top of my head. Though to be fair, it was 2-digit division. That's advanced division. Alright, I don't think he has to do anything else, so we might just have him take off the pajamas at this point and go back on the normal schedule. Because I think he's done. I think anybody can research this. This doesn't appear to be associated with anybody. Okay, so let's have him take off the pajamas then. I'm just gonna have him drop them on the floor. How do I take these off? Unequipped clothing, there we go. Ripped? Oh, okay, well. I see now why there's a 4-hour animation for picking out new pajamas. They just destroy them when they take them off. Okay, so like there is a time investment in getting a duplicate to start this process, but for now I just want to see what it does more than anything else. So let's get him back on a normal schedule. You did a great job. We're learning all sorts of exciting things. I'm going to be very upset if I need like 2 of these books for some reason. So, there you go. Back on schedule. Go do useful things. You didn't know they destroy them. What, do you have somebody who is just permanently locked in that state? I mean, I'm not sure why I'm asking that question. Of course you do. Alright, so, wait, I wasn't paying... Where the hell did the book go? I was not paying attention. Did somebody, like, swipe it? I just saw, like, Bubbles or whoever that is just, like, zoom off screen. Where did it go? Is somebody, like, gonna do something with it? I assume that we need to research it over here. Okay, somebody is storing. Wait, you're doing it. Do you have it? I'm confused. Oh, there we go. Okay, yeah, you do have it. Alright, it's been delivered. Now what happens? I'm gonna be very annoyed if I have to do a bunch of these, because I really want to see what happens. Uh... Has a dream journal. They have 1 kilogram of dream journal, because I measure information by mass. That is the correct unit of measure for that. Provides a sustainable boost to duplicant skills and abilities throughout the colony. You need more than 1. Does it tell me how many I need? No, of course not. Like, I'm just not getting, like, the thing that's annoying me here is I'm getting no information about, like, what it's waiting for, like what needs to happen for this thing to turn on. Presumably there's not enough. It only tells you how much you need when you activate it. What do you mean activate? I did activate it. Or do you mean, like, there's no database entry? Adjust to your colony. I don't know what you mean by that, or am I missing something here? I'm glad that this thing doesn't link to its own, like, journal entry. Now, we read this. It needs more moon books. Okay, I mean, I figured as much at this point, but... Okay, I guess we're making more. I don't know if it's gonna do anything. You know what I'm gonna do? Okay, I'm gonna lock off access to it. Well, let's get some pajamas. I'm gonna lock access to it to make sure I actually see it running. I'm gonna get like 5 more of these journals. We're just gonna have somebody in a coma. I'll figure out whoever is the most useless duplicant and just put them in a coma for an eternity. And we're gonna make like 5 more of these. And then I'm gonna try to see if that's enough to get this thing to turn on, because I just don't know what it does at this point. So that'll be a future thing, most likely. I don't think we're gonna finish that today. Look, I know it's kind of hot down here. You'll be fine. Just pick one out you like. You drop it in the water. I don't know why there's water all over the floor down here, but whatever. And there really is water. I guess it must have dripped. I'm not sure from whence the water dripped, but I suppose I could put just a little hole, like, I really don't want to get near those spore kids though. Yeah, we'll just put like a water catch like over here or something, or maybe actually no, I know the way to do this. Wait, no, I don't have room for that. I really need to get rid of these goddamn spore kids. Whatever, nobody's going down here for a while, so I'm not gonna do anything with that. It's probably the plastic thing. What? Why is this turned on? When did I get oil? Or... Wait, I'm confused. How did I get oil? I didn't get oil, I think. Is this thing even turned on right now? I thought that I had emptied this out at some point. Because we were only able to make like a tiny bit of oil from the slicksters. You know what? Okay, whatever. I'm just going to turn that off just in case that's what happened. I have no idea how this water got down here though. I will just not worry about it. Alright, so who is the least useful individual here that we could put in a coma for a while? Might be easier actually if I just look at their skill page. Like, who is not, like, important? Honestly, it might be Pei. Which, by the way, if you redeem the thing, if you want to name her. If not, eventually I'll open it up to people who haven't done the name yet. But let's... Honestly, this seems like the best candidate for this. I don't know how they generate skill points. Like, I think maybe they have to do things, but you know, whatever. You're a candidate. Congratulations. Welcome to the colony. You get to sleep in for the next, like, week straight. This will be your hazing rituals. You just get to go to bed and have a good time. This is a very wholesome colony here. We have a good time in this place. You get to go to the crybaby schedule. I'm going to set a very long amount of bedtime. Maybe 2 bedtimes. I don't know how exactly this works. You know, you could have 2 bedtimes. So we got 4 cycles. Something like this. That looks like a pretty good schedule. Existing. Okay, so they don't really have to do anything. You could wait till sleepers have enough skill points to get to work. This almost seems like a good idea, actually. They can come in, they can have some lovely dreams, and then they can have a miserable life after that. Alright, let's go ahead and thicken this up a little bit. There we go. That's your schedule now. That is like the cat schedule. Enjoy. Have fun. And there you go. Soft, fleecy ticket to dreamland. Helps duplicants fall asleep by reducing stamina. And they produce dream journals. Okay, well hopefully you don't suffocate on your way back up. I think there's oxygen down here, so they should be fine. Kind of. I mean, actually this is a little bit... Yeah, we'll find out. I can take the pajamas off if somebody's gonna suffocate down here, but the other guy was able to somehow survive down here. If I mop up the water, I could probably also, like, give him more of an opportunity to get out of there alive. You know, let's go ahead and dig these out. I don't need this wire down here just yet, but eventually I'm going to, so I'm just hooking it up now. Because I know that at some point, we're going to do some shenanigans with the heat down here. So might as well just build the wire now. Okay, let's see here. I think now we might be able to start working on the sleepy area. So how much plastic do these beds require? Because I kind of want to give them all, like, individual bedrooms. Because it looks really nice. I don't remember what these are called. It's called liquid bed. Comfy beds, that's the one. And we have two skins, apparently. You could have a boat bed or just a normal comfy bed. And we have a lot of plastic now, so we can get started on that process. And I could also put a proper toilet in the rocket. Okay, let me pause. Let's think here then. So I need to do a big, like, overhaul on the design here. So the ideal situation would be that we have them run through, like, a nature reserve, guaranteed, at some point during their day. Which kind of compels me to build the nature, or to build the, like, living space behind this. I could also put the pips in a room, like, over here to get them to, like, plant seeds, and I could always, like, force the seeds, I think, with, like, or no, what am I talking about? I can make terrain down here if I use, like, if I melt, like, phosphorus or something. I know there's a couple ways to, like, make terrain tiles. I think there's also some horrible way to do it with, like, airlock doors, but I don't remember how to do that. But if I make sure that they have to run through this nature reserve at the start of every day in some capacity, even if it's above them and they just see it, they'll become happy. So if I were able to make, like, this area a nature reserve and remove all the research machines from it and just, like, poke a hole in the floor, like, right here so that it suddenly magically counts, they'll see it every day and they'll get the morale boost from it. And then later on I could probably make a better one, like one that actually looks good. You're fond of glass. Yeah, I could use glass as well, but we don't have a glass, like, thingamadoohick. Oh my god, why is there more water down here? I have no idea where... This is where the water came from. I have no idea how this is happening. I'm going to put a tile here because this is annoying me. But I'm just trying to think how to lay this out. I'd rather not have to rip this apart and do it again. I could probably finagle a vertical nature reserve, like, right here, like a big tall room or something. And give them, like, a couple options to get in and out. The printing pod, I think... Yeah, it's a fancy decor item, so that doesn't have any negative penalty. I can move my quantum storage at some point. But I think having this area be the living quarters is probably the way to go. And have, like, maybe the Great Hall, like, down here. Like, where the printing pod already is. Yeah, so they live back here. This is where the eating area is. The kitchen is down here, and then the bathrooms are across the hallway. I don't think I really want to hyper-optimize all their pathing here. We've had long commutes for, like, 5 streams now, and that's never going to change. We just got to accept that fact. So how do I want to go about doing this? And we need a rec room as well, which I could put the rec room over here and remove these generators if I need to. I think the rec room is going to be an afterthought. So let's worry about the Great Hall. I think I want to put the Great Hall in front, above the kitchen. And we can add ladders if we need to for, like, convenience. So how many duplicants do I anticipate ever having in this colony? Right now we have 13. So if I were to make a nice, like, a nice round, like, 16, like, tables for them to eat on, that could be the Great Hall. So let's figure that out first. Let's work our way backwards from this. Great Hall. We are going to try to cram it into this area, like over here. How big does it have to be? 32 tiles. It needs a fancy decor item and a recreational building. So I could put like the water cooler. I could put the whatever pepper espresso machine. That's the thing. No industrial machinery, and it needs a mess table. Well, we're gonna have plenty of those. Doesn't look terribly difficult to make it. I think this, yeah, this counts as a fancy decor item, so I could just build the Great Hall around the printing pod, so the first thing the duplicants see is this absolutely glorious room. The problem with that is then it's hard to make them run through the nature reserve, unless I make them go upstairs and then go up over the top, but I kind of want like a wall of nature reserve right here, so they have to go through it in order to get out of like their living spaces, so they're guaranteed to pass through it a couple times during the day. So I don't think we're going to use the printing pod for that. I think I'll keep the printing pod in a separate room. So let's just kind of wing it. Let's just build some rooms here. So the printing pod, I'm just going to kind of separate it out like this. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. I don't really care. And we're going to push all of the beds back. We're going to move this bedroom as well. And let's honestly just get rid of all of these. They can eat on the floor for a little while. They'll be okay. I can give them, actually just give them some backup tables like that. We don't need these. These have been here for ages. We should not need these anymore. I think I put those in there as part of like a crisis or something, and I can always just place new ones if I need them again. But we've been able to hold out on the oxygen. Even with this abomination over here, it has been enough to keep the base in one piece. Speaking of oxygen, actually, before we continue with that, I never allocated this. I actually might not need to now that I think about it. Now let's go ahead and run this pipe over here. Let's just get the oxygen around the base. I think I'll run it where the ladder is. Yeah, just get a little bit of oxygen like around the base somewhere, like maybe one. Yeah, one there. I already have a vent there, so I don't really need to do much with that. Now, this is not a particularly sensible distribution of oxygen because I quite honestly don't care. I just need to get it somewhere in the base. That'll work, and then we could have like one more down here maybe, just because this area is kind of gross. Okay, back to the first place. If nothing else, that'll give them something to do on that other planet. Alright, so as for the Great Hall, I'm probably going to crack a hole like right over here. So let's... Or not the Great Hall, rather. As for the nature reserve, I'm going to crack a hole right there in the floor so that this whole thing will become a single room. And then I'm going to like see if I can stretch it all the way down into this area. I'll figure out kind of how I want to do this in a little bit. I could move the kitchen up as well, but I think this is probably a good layout. Yeah, whatever. We don't need to min-max this. I keep telling myself that, and let's stick to it. So they will come in and out of this door, and hopefully I can get this nature reserve to reach down into this printing pod room, because I don't think this will invalidate the nature reserve. So this will be a very glorious room. They will absolutely love that room, and I will have them move all the research. Let's actually go ahead and do that now. I really probably could just put it up here. Yeah, let's just move all the research buildings up here. That one, and the canister filler. I don't remember why I put this here. I think I just put this near an oxygen pipe without much consideration for where it was. Yeah, let's just go ahead and get rid of that. We can rebuild that later if we need it. And then as for this, the only issue I have here is that this is a bit of a stretch, but we can make this like really grody if we need to. Like I could do this, and I think that will get the room to be small enough to connect all the way down here. I'm definitely like just making this up as I go. And then we don't need this nature reserve to be like connected to the rest of the base anymore, really. So we can do that. Because we have this one here. That does count, right? Yeah, this is a nature reserve, so if they're going up here, they have to go through this one. And we're about to give them another one right here, so they will be guaranteed to pass through one of these. And that will give them the huge morale bonus. It's like 6 or 8 or something if they walk through this room every day for some reason. It's 6, and a regular park, which I think is just 2 plants, is 3, which is better than nothing. Yeah, sleepy, sleepy. You're not even gonna take your hat off to go to bed, are you? Yeah, stamina's actually not that low. I think nodding off is the thing that, like, gives them lower stamina. Alright, well, this is gonna be a very slow process, but, you know, sweet dreams. You have fun there. Apparently I failed to actually deconstruct this building. That's probably why they're not removing it. We're gonna have to move this bedroom. You get stickers in here, too. You are so spoiled. You have no idea how spoiled you are to have this nice room while everybody else is just swarmed by cockroaches while they go to bed. And you just got this room here with, like, soft, cuddly animals and stickers everywhere. They are literally living, like, just in a bug-infested, like, just cesspool. I mean, they do have this thing. It's kind of cute. They have, like, a stray cat that just, like, lives in the dorm with them. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Did you sleep well? You happy now? You have a good night? You gonna start your day now? Or you just gonna sit there and smile for an hour first? Just decide what you want to do. Yeah, they're all idle, I think, is what's going on here. Alright, let's queue up a bunch of tasks. What the heck? Chat, what the hell was that? Was that like... Did that like do something, or was that just a graphical glitch? It looks kind of like this particle effect. You've seen that before. This game, like, never fails to confuse me with its jank. Okay, well, you don't know what it is. Yeah, it beats me. Oh, let's see here. Alright, so we can get rid of these now. And I believe this will turn into a nature reserve. And then what we could do here is we could probably put some, like, decorations on the wall. If I needed to. I mean, I could just poke a hole in the floor. Let's start by just poking a hole in the floor to get this to all be one, like, coherent room. You've had them circling on conveyor rails. The dream bubble glitch out. Okay. Yep. How did they manage to make this game do that? Who knows? There we go. We have a nature reserve. So they have no way out. They have to go through this nature reserve every day if they're going to go to bed now. So that is what we wanted. Now we're going to build the mess hall in this area. So how do I want to go about doing this? They need to have a, like, recreational machine, I think, was one of the requirements. Or the great hall, rather, is what we're building here. They need a recreational building. So what do we have to choose from in that regard? Furniture. Okay, it's one of these. So we have a lot. And I mean, I could just use more than one, but I think I just want to put a single one in there. So the espresso machine is kind of big. Let's see. Water cooler is lame. Is there anything more interesting I could put in there? I know any of these would work. That's ridiculous. We're not putting that in there. This is me just being, like, just pedantic, and I just really want one that looks good. You know what? We're going to put the espresso machine in there. I've decided. I don't really care. We're just going to put this in here. You got an Overwatch ad. Yeah, you're not the first one to say that. I'm not streaming Overwatch. It's not even that I don't want to, it's that I can't. For some reason, Overwatch lags my computer, like, way more than it should, and I don't think I could hope to run OBS while I have Overwatch running. Like, just for some reason, it didn't used to have this problem, but now Overwatch causes a lot of lag, and I do not believe that I can, like, actually stream that game properly. Alright, so let's see. We can hook that thing up later. I don't even know if it has to be turned on for it to work correctly. I'm not going to say never to an Overwatch stream, but that is not, like, high on the priority list right now. Potential power. Why is that red? I mean, I know I can't produce that much power with this crappy, like, thing there, but do I have, like, a normal wire somewhere in this mix? I don't know. Okay, well, whatever. Let's just go ahead and hook it up to this one. Can't believe this. What, they're not gonna stream Overwatch? Look, it might happen someday. I don't think anybody's gonna want that. And I don't know, maybe I could make it fun to watch, but realistically speaking, I don't think that's what my audience is interested in watching either. It may happen someday. We'll see. So now I think about it, this... Oh, we gotta move the quantum storage pile at some point here. I wonder if now is a good time to do it. I want it to be easy to access it. I'm gonna put it in here, I think is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna move the quantum storage file into this room and get it out of the way here. I need to fix the symmetry on the printing pod room, among other things. We can start building the storage containers. Eventually, I might make a proper, like, sorting system, but I've got so many things on my to-do list already. Yeah, buy a $5,000 gaming setup, and I want to buy a $5,000 gaming setup. I need to get a job first, so that's going to be a little while before I get around to doing that. If you, Chad, if you can convince, like, somebody to hire me, a reputable company, not just a random chat member offering me $15 to make, like, a Spelunky mod or something, then I'll get a $5,000 gaming setup and play Overwatch 2 on stream. That sound like a plan? That seems like a fair trade. Hire me. How do I want to do this? Just get rid of this light. Eventually I need to break this floor. Alright, so we're gonna put a door there. A couple of these. I should probably deal with the food poisoning issue. That keeps happening, and I don't really know where they're getting it from. I think I just have, like... Yeah, I just have germ water down here. What about Overwatch 3 rivals? Give them... How long did Overwatch 1 last? Like, I want to say like 5 or 6 years. So I think we have like 4 or 5 more years on Overwatch 2 before they make Overwatch 3, where they go back to 6v6. So give it a little bit. I think it'll happen eventually. Alright, so let's see. We have... The printing pod's not centered in the room, which is upsetting to me, so I'm going to actually move all of this over just a little bit. It is bothersome to me to have it like that. They temper it. Oh, I know about that. They did a bunch of tests for the 6v6 thing. I played them. It was the most fun I've had in Overwatch in years, was doing those 6v6 tests. It's amazing, like, how the turns have tabled. You know, loot boxes are back as well. For anyone who doesn't care about Overwatch, don't worry. I apologize. We'll stop soon. But like the game, I remember when the game was fun. Is the thing. I'm not like a Blizzard stan. Like, the company fucking sucks dick. But I remember when the game was fun, when it was new and refreshing, and Team Fortress 2 was the only other game that was like it. Times have changed, and they became complacent, and I'm just hoping that it like has at least a little bit of a turnaround, because I still kind of enjoy the game. And no, I do not buy the $30 skins on the store. They can go fuck themselves. I don't do that. Maybe I'll get a lucky loot box at some point, and I'll be able to get a skin from that. I am not paying $30 for a goddamn skin. It's ridiculous that people pay that much money. And eventually... I'm going to leave the rest of these tiles here just for easier, like, pathing if I need to build anything. I'm not a real Overwatch 2 fan. Yeah, I have not bought any of the legendary guns, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, they added guns that are like, how many real-world dollars are those guns? I want to say it's like $20 to get a weapon that looks really gaudy and honestly really bad. People buy these things apparently. Like, this predatory monetization scheme wouldn't work if people didn't buy the goddamn things. Like, the community is as much to blame as the company itself for doing this, because this would not happen if people didn't buy these goddamn skins. Yeah, they glow in doot. That's a very good, apt description, actually, of what those do. Oh well, this is the world we live in. Alright, so turn those off. I want to keep these doors... I'm just going to leave these doors closed for now, because I'm not sure where I want the critters to get locked. Are these... Yeah, they're all visual. Thankfully, there is no pay to win in Overwatch 2. They kind of had it on release for the new heroes, but they stopped doing that. It is not pay to win. I have never played D&D in my life. But yeah, Overwatch is not pay to win. That's like the one thing they've done right. You have a good day. Just you have this like intern that just hangs out in the lounge like all day. You never see them doing any work. You don't know what their job is. She is literally paid to sleep. Like, that is the job of this duplicant, is to just sleep. That is all she does. What a dream job. You are going to be doing work at some point. You trust me. I'm going to put you to work at some point, but we need to figure out how these dream journals work. Yeah, they have very gaudy visual effects, though I think it's only the person who has the skin that sees the effects for the most part, because I've never really noticed it not having the skins. But yeah, these are the things they do to get people to buy these skins, and I'm glad they at the very least haven't made it pay to win. We'll see. We'll see if it goes back to that at some point, if they find a reason to do that. But it hasn't happened yet, and I don't think they're going to, because I'm pretty sure they will get way too much pushback if they make the game pay to win. But my god, they are going to charge $20 for useless cosmetics, because there are enough whales that are willing to buy that. Like, if I had, Cat, if I had like $1 million, or like essentially unlimited income, and I was for some reason still playing Overwatch 2 instead of doing something more useful with my life, I would still not buy those weapon skins, just on principle. I would not buy those weapon skins. Like, it's ridiculous, like how stupid that model is. I am glad that it's a non-pay-to-win monetization. At the very least, it's not like a crappy, like, mobile online game or something. Like, it could be worse. You gotta remember that. It could always be worse. So, what I want to do here with these mess tables, I think, is let's just destroy the beds. Let me set up temporary beds to make sure they're not sad. You can sleep outside with the eggs. Put a bed over there. I don't want to ruin the kitchen. Though I don't think it actually matters if there's beds in the kitchen, so you know what, whatever, you can sleep in the kitchen. And then what I want to do is have a double-decker, like, layout for these tables. So, like, 8 on the bottom and then 8 on a second layer on top. That should be a lot more compact if I do it like that. And I will replace these tiles with carpet or whatever, like... let's not replace that, actually. I will replace some of these tiles with carpets or whatever makes the most sense, like, later on. But for now, I think this is going to be a good way to do it. And now to get into the kitchen... they have to run through here. I could move the kitchen over here as well. That might be another good idea so that they don't have to go down and around. Because I want to make sure that they have to go through the nature reserve, and I don't want to give them a second path into the kitchen. We may move the kitchen at some point as well. I also should double check. I'm not being blocked off by any geysers by the look of things, so this is a perfectly acceptable spot to build all of this. Nice balloon, dude. Alright, so I don't want to move the quantum storage pile right now, so I'm just going to leave all that alone. And I could, you know what? Do we have idlers? We do have idlers. I'm going to set a low priority sweep on everything in this area, like over here. So this includes the quantum storage pile. We have like a billion like items on the ground here, so this is going to take several like iterations. I should probably make more chests up here, but this will just give them something to do, and if I give them build orders, they should work on that instead. Alright, so I'm going to make a screenshot of this bedroom, because we need to destroy this and rebuild it. So, I'm making a screenshot here just on my end, and it's lagging way more than it should for some reason when I try to open Paint so I can paste it. And we always have the stream. If I lose the screenshot for whatever reason, I can just look at the stream to get this back. We have many screenshots. And as they say, chat, a stream is worth 1,000 screenshots or pictures or something. So it's worth 1,000,000 words. And that sounded more clever in my head. Anyways, let's build the rest of the mess tables. Actually, is there anything here that has a higher decor bonus than copper? You would think the gold does, but it looks like it's the same, so we'll just build them all out of copper. Yeah, something like that. I played 42 cycles per stream, which is the number of the universe. Oh, really? Is that really? Oh, yeah. I'm gonna take your word for it. That sounds about right. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, of course I planned it out like that the whole time. I mean, we're not ending stream right now, so I think I'm probably going to ruin it in a moment, but enjoy it while it lasts. Alright, what do I want to do here? I kind of want to give myself, like, one extra tile of space. I don't know what I'm going to put there. I'll just have, like... I was just going to place, like, an airflow tile or something here. I might put, like, a statue on it. So we'll do something like that. We'll put a wall, a door, and this is going to lead into the dormitories, which is where all the beds are going to be. End stream now. No, I'm sorry, I'm ruining it. I don't want to end stream. I'm kind of getting into this right now. Alright, so how do we want to do this? I think these animals will be stuck in here if I just demolish this bedroom. I don't need to get the bedroom out of the way. I know they can't reach these right now. How do I want to do this? Go ahead and get rid of this. I'll figure this out as I go. Alright, so we're going to have a ladder right inside the door. Deconstruct the airflow tile, another bed. I think at this point we don't have enough beds. Yeah, we're going to run out of beds, but somebody's going to have to sleep on the floor for a bit. We haven't built a single one of these fire poles. I keep forgetting about these. I could probably build one of these. Just a little bit faster for them to get up and down if they have these, because it's going to be multiple layers for the beds. You know, this is completely aesthetic reasons. I think it'll actually look better if the fire pole's on the left, because they go across the ladder. That's the only reason I'm doing this, because you know what, chat? The base will work better if it looks pretty. I mean, I made that up. We do have plastic ladders, but let's make the beds first, and then I'll substitute in the plastic ladders if it makes sense to do that. I should make the ladders out of granite, however. I want to have, like, as much decor in this area as possible. Flashbang. Because the base is looking a little bit awful, especially over here. So if I give them as much average, like, high decor as possible over in this area, it'll cancel out this experience over here. There's, like, a negative cap on, like, decor. I don't know exactly how the calculation works. But let's just make the bed area look pretty. Let's finally give them what they want. Give them a pretty experience, give them high morale, and then I can give them more skill points. So how do I want to do this? Maybe like 3 or 4 layers of beds. We might have a couple like premium luxury beds, so maybe 3 layers, and we'll have like certain duplicants with special needs can have slightly nicer beds than the other ones. Or if I have somebody who snores loudly, I might need to give them like an isolated bed area. That's, I think, what we'll do here. And I could always build them around this thing. Like, I don't have to build them on full height. So maybe 6, 6, and then 4 beds like this. And I can always build them out further to the right. Because there's nothing in the way, really. This is a nature reserve, but honestly, I don't care if I destroy this one. Like, no one's going to really be going through that area. Yeah, I feel like this is probably the right way to do this. So let's go ahead and tear up their beds. Sorry if you were, you know what? Okay, you know what? You can keep sleeping. I don't know why you got up and then went to bed immediately, but I'm going to start building the bedrooms. And the bedrooms are going to be, let's see, how do I want to do this? I'm wondering if I want to give them any extra space in this, like, corridor here. And probably want to give them, like, 1 extra tile just in case it ends up mattering. So yeah, let's just plan a little bit big. I'm going to leave an extra gap right here in case I want to do anything with that. Maybe put a statue or something on it. And then we want to have good airflow. I know I could do double doors again, but they look kind of dumb. So honestly, I'm not going to bother in that area. This is going to be great though. The quality of life in this place is going to skyrocket after I do all this. Just you wait. This place is going to look absolutely fabulous. Yeah, I don't see any reason not to just tear all of this apart. And then I'm going to give them these small, like, room designs. I'm not going to give them all, like, individual bathrooms or anything like that, though I know that's an option. I can change the skin on the beds whenever. And I believe the limit for the bedroom Let's see. Private bedroom. Yeah, single comfy bed, and it has to be 24 tiles. Okay, so it has to be a 4x6 is what we're gonna go for. Chad, am I crazy, or did this used to be 16 tiles for the private bedroom? I feel like I was able to make this with 16 tiles. Yeah, I'm not sure at this point. Well, we'll go ahead and move that bed over one tile then, but I could have sworn that it used to be smaller than that, and they must have changed it at some point, because it's saying 24 tiles is the limit. Yeah, it's 24 tiles. I'm pretty sure it used to be 16. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong about that, but I don't think I'm that delusional about this, because I remember making 4x4 private bedrooms. You don't remember? Okay. Yeah, well, me neither. It beats the two of us. I'm gonna have to give them access to the ceiling later. Oh well, we should still have room for everything that I wanted to here. I could build out all the way to the edge, and I could build a 4th layer if I wanted to. I might actually end up doing that, given how big these are gonna end up. I could still do this while just laying on the floor. I don't even know if they're getting a downside from sleeping on the floor. I don't think it matters. I've never read the bio for her. Every pay spends at least half the day pretending that they remember what they came into this room for. It's the same. Relatable, am I right, chat? This happens as you get older. You walk into the kitchen and you're like, wait, why was I here? Oh yeah, I was gonna get a cup of water. Like, just these things happen. Age is balls. Age sucks. Alright, so put some doors here. I should probably get some backup beds figured out. Oh, they don't like having a bed in that room, apparently. Okay, somebody relates to that experience. You know what, whatever. You guys can sleep on the floor until I get this all sorted. Do I want to make it taller? They go up and down about as fast as they go horizontally, honestly. Yeah, let's make it one taller. Let's just do this. Hydrate? Yeah, probably need to do that, thank you. There we go. I could also build beds out in this direction, but I feel like I want to save this space for other builds, so let's just go up. Beautiful. Just a fire pole made out of raw, unrefined copper ore. Imagine, Chad, imagine just putting your hands on this pole and just sliding down that. What, like, just the burn that you would get on your hands from interacting with this fire pole, because that's what these duplicants are doing right now. I think they have gloves at the very least. That's like the only thing they've got going for them. Alright, I'll do the blueprints. I feel the sound of, like, your hands rubbing on a piece of, like, metal in, like, a playground. Ugh. Oh god, that hurts. Please, where's my blueprint? Come on. Yeah, we're back to pants. Okay, well, can't win them all. That's a don't starve, like, reward that I just got right there. I usually get pants from that game. Wait, let's just go ahead and do that. You rather free fall than grab these poles. I could have made it out of steel, potentially, but, like, for some reason you can't make it out of raw copper, or refined copper. I don't know why, honestly. Like, I don't know why I can't make this out of solid gold. It's just, you just can't for some reason. It just doesn't let you. Let's see. Okay, we can cut this bedroom off because we don't need to be able to go that way. So let me block that off now. I believe they have filled these up. This is going to happen a lot because we have many, many, many cycles worth of these things. Yeah, like, I don't even know how much crap is on the ground here. A lot of stuff, to say the very least. So do that, and sweep this one, and then do that. I should probably just build more of these here. Why don't I just build more of these? Honestly, like, why do I keep doing this? Just do it. Just do it. There we go. What? And one of those unfunny, unpolished poles with ragged sides. Yeah, I never cut my hands on one of those, but I just like, it's sort of like nails on chalkboard. I like wince at the sound of like human skin like sliding down one of those poles, just like the screeching noise that it makes. It doesn't even hurt that much, but it just makes me upset to think about that visceral sound that it makes. Humans are weird. Can't make poles out of gold, but at least you can make steam turbines out of gold. I don't know why they're like that. Honestly, I don't know why you can't just make everything out of everything in this game. There's not really any, like, particular reason I could think of why you wouldn't be able to do that. You just can't for some reason. We have plenty of Sweetles already. I'm not in the market for more duplicants right now. Neither of those two look particularly compelling anyways. Gotta dig all this out. We will eventually replace all of this with carpet, but I need to get their beds up and running first. And we're gonna destroy these plants. I believe this area actually doesn't count as a park because I never put a sign in it. Does this count though? I have not built this door. This is gonna become a nature reserve once we get that door up. And then they'll get the huge morale boost from that for some reason. You want a comfy bed? You're gonna quit whining. You'll get a comfy bed when I move your bedroom. In fact, okay, I have a question. Soviet, which of these slots do you want to be your bedroom? Where do you want it to be? I'll let you get first dibs. There's gonna be just like a cube of beds, well, a square of beds over here. 16 of them. Which one do you want? You want to be like on the bottom floor? Do you want the bunk? Like, where do you want it to be? Honestly, anybody who's named a duplicant, if you have a specific spot you want the bed to be, yeah, you have to walk through each other's bedrooms, which is kind of weird, but they don't care in this game. I could avoid that, but I'm not going to right now. Maybe if I'm feeling really fancy, I'll make it so they don't have to walk through each other's bedrooms. I should be building this out of granite, but whatever. Can you take bottom left? Okay, somebody got dibs on bottom left. Who is yours? Yours is sap trap, I think. Yeah, you're sap tap. There you go. Okay, you want top left? Get a little workout every day, but there you go. Yeah, we don't need to actually take a screenshot at all because I could just copy what I built here. If anybody wants wallpaper, by the way, you also go for it. And we still have a redeem up for grabs. Anyone who hasn't named a duplicant yet, if you want to name our narcolept who just hangs out around the mess hall all day, or hangs out in the break room all day, you can give her a name if you do the redeem for it. Otherwise, I will leave that up to grabs for anyone who hasn't done it yet. There's no urgency to this. Just another cat. Like, just another critter that just roams around the base. Like, she'll eventually have a purpose, but I want to get one of those dream, like, things figured out. I don't know how many I need. We have a couple of them, like, laying around on the ground here. We'll figure that out eventually. I want good airflow in these bedrooms as well, so I'm going to set up some airflow tiles, like, under the doors. It hurts the decor a little bit, I think, but it should be a lot better for airflow. And we'll have oxygen vents in this area as well. Nice to see the duplicants actually doing something for once. We don't really need access to this area, but let me just carve this out so they can get to it. I don't think there's anything in particular that I was doing over here though, but if I need to like quickly teleport somebody, if there's like an issue in the other base, then good to have that available. Hopefully nobody gets stranded while I do this nonsense. And that out. I wish there were blueprints in this game. I think there's a mod for that, but last I remember that mod was really finicky, and I never tried to turn it on again. I'm not really planning this out to prevent them from getting stuck. I'm just kind of hoping it doesn't happen, and I'll deal with the issue as it arises. I do need to give them access to the ceiling, or they're not going to be able to do anything. So we'll remove the construction ladders when we're all done here. But I want to give them the beds as early as possible. I'll do the carpet later. I will, however, relocate your animals after they're done building up all the walls, because like that, this guy's going to be able to get out. The slickster, I think, will be stuck, so we can actually just move it. Actually, I think I can just relocate it because it's always on the floor. Your adorable, comfy little pet here that I don't think there's a way to name these, or I would be willing to do it. Yeah, you can't rename them. And I'll probably want to make a vent for hydrogen to escape this area because it's inevitably, there's already some in here. It's inevitably going to find its way in here. We can... I'm thinking how I want to set it up. And for now, I think I'll just do this. And that'll eventually let it, like, drift out into this area here, where we don't particularly care about it. The other thing I can do at some point here is place some metal tiles for them to run faster. I kind of like the idea of the carpet better, though, and I'm not really trying to optimize this. So, I don't know, I'll figure it out. I'll decide what I want to decorate these with. And we are going to put some, like, paintings and stuff on the walls as well to make it pretty. Every time the door opens, light will go into their bedrooms. Yeah, I forgot about the light, but they're big enough that this is not an issue because the light actually doesn't get out. It's on the ceiling. I mean, look, it'll the light will kind of go like around the door a little bit, but like even realistically, it doesn't matter much. In fact, it doesn't reach at all. You know, you could have 2 lights if you really want to feel cozy at night. Oh, polka dot ceiling lights. Oh, that's even better. Let's give you those. You could have some really awful looking lights in your room. I just found lights literally a second ago. There, I couldn't find them again. Here you go. These are looking... Oh, that's awful. I love it. There you go. But yeah, you're going to be a little scared for a couple nights here because the electrician hasn't installed the wiring yet. So you're going to be a little bit spooked. It's okay. Look, you'll be fine. You're a big grown adult. You can figure this out. There we go. Yeah, but this is fortunately not an issue. They only need... I know they only need 1. But you know what, Zarek? You know what I need? I need symmetry. And you know what looks really good is having 2 lights. So we're going to have 2 lights. Because symmetry is nice. I mean, I could put some of these beds off-center. Maybe at some point what I'll actually do is intentionally desymmetrize... That's not a word. Desymmetricalize these rooms and put, like, different decor items in each one. Because that might actually look better. But for now, I'm just going to set it up like this. Well, nothing going on here. Wouldn't mercury lamps be symmetrical? Do I have whatever it is you're telling me to build here? Because we haven't even seen Mercury yet. There's a frosty planet. Yeah, we're not going to be doing that then. Not this time around. Alright, let's see. For now, I think I'm actually just going to leave this connected to the bedroom area because I don't have a better way to access it. And I'm not going to give them a ladder on the back. There's no reason to really do that. This is shaping up fairly good. I'll probably rip out this floor and make the tiles more consistent. I don't know why we don't have blueprints for the tiles. Or if we do, then I don't know where they are. I know there's like a mod that makes the tiles look like the material they're made of. I'm not really sure why the devs haven't done anything with that, because it seems like an obvious thing to make blueprints for. But, oh well. They have not done so for some reason. Deconstruct these manually because there's stuff behind them. Now you're gonna get yourself stuck in there. I'll build that bit last. I'll probably want to sweep out whatever's over here anyways. Devs work in mysterious ways. Yeah, some of the stuff they don't do in this game confuses me. Is the best word that I could think of to describe it. very puzzling, like some of the things that they haven't done. I mean, we did get a lot of quality of life stuff, at the very least, eventually. Build that now. I want to let the hydrogen out of there before it becomes a problem. There's not very much of it, but yeah, I probably didn't need to prioritize that at all, but whatever. That one's off by 1. That. Eventually they'll get around to digging all of this crap out. Okay, this is looking good. I don't expect to have more than 16 duplicates on this planet at a time. It's probably going to be less for the most part. But this will cover it. We have 13 right now. So we'll have some extra rooms for whomsoever needs them. Not enough materials. Yeah, I figured that was going to happen at some point here. That's okay though, because we have these guys. How many have we got in here? Looks like 3. And a bunch of normal eggs. They're cramped apparently. Actually, did I optimize the size of this room? No, it's 94 tiles. I think I want 96. So I think I need to add a couple more tiles to this room to get one more like Dreco worth of like space in it. Because I think, what do these guys need? They need like 16 each or something. Where does it say how much room they need? They need 12. Okay, yeah, they need 12 each. Wait, why are they cramped? Hold on, am I big dumb? Crazy that they take us almost 6 times as much space as simple barracks. Yes, but my counterpoint, look how cool this looks. I mean, to be fair, this room's under construction. I wouldn't want to sleep here either. But eventually, look at how cool this is going to be. It's absolutely worth it. Anyways, what the heck are they whining about here? So they need 12 cells. This room is 94. So they should be able to have 7 of them in here. So why are they cramped? What am I missing here? How many eggs are in this room? Are they stacked? We have 1 egg, 1 egg, 1 egg, and 2 eggs. Okay, so there's 8 in here. Yeah, okay, I need to move the eggs out of this room is what I need to do. So it's just... I don't know where to put them, actually. I need to start, like, killing some of these guys, I think. Or I need to, like, make omelets or whatever. But let's just move all the eggs out of the room for now. And I will take Drecos out of this room to turn them into the plastic ones. So let's just move all the eggs out. Hopefully they'll eventually... You know what? No, who am I kidding? They're never going to move these. Alright, so they'll pull those out. These guys won't, yeah, auto-sweep the eggs out. The problem is I don't know how to automate, like, when to do it. And I want to specifically have the eggs wind up in this room here. But yeah, what I probably need to do is auto-sweep them. Or I could have... You know what? I could have the duplicants. I think there is a way to make an egg drop-off. I don't remember how to do it, though. But let's see. We need 94 tiles. Can I get 2 more tiles out of this room to get it to 96? I didn't really think this through very well. We don't need this tile here. I think we can, actually. I think if I get rid of these 2 tiles, I believe I will get the full 96. I don't know why I built these here. Maybe these were, like, for construction. But I think we can do that, and that'll get us up to the maximum of 8 of these guys. What you doing there, buddy? I'm glad they can't go through these doors when they're open like that. And meanwhile, I'm going to also move another one into here. And this guy, I don't know how long this guy has been here. So you go into this room here. I wish I didn't have to P9 all of these, but they're not going to cooperate if I don't do that. 9, where's the guy I just instructed to wrangle? Okay, you're already at 9. Okay, that'll get a couple more of them. But yeah, we have to come back to that at some point, set up auto-sweeping. Let me check real quick to see if this situation has resolved itself. I never actually checked on the water pipe. Yeah, it's looking good. Okay, so without, like, draining my water tank into theirs, I have solved this problem. They have food again. They're not gonna die, so we can probably ignore them for the rest of the stream and finish off the bedroom. Okay, so what do we want to be doing here? Why is that no power? Okay, they haven't built the rest of the wiring for some reason. Well, hopefully they finish that before the next bedtime. I'm gonna cancel these bed orders to encourage them to build the closer ones first. I mean, I suppose I could just prioritize them. Actually, I think priority affects deliveries of items too, right? So I can actually just designate all the beds. We'll just like P4 these ones. So they don't build them as early as the ones on the left. Alright, let's see. They're building all of that. I will eventually need to move these pipes. Let's see, how do I want to do this? I might be able to get away with just having the oxygen vents over here. We'll hide it all behind the walls because it looks nicer. I might as well like role play the whole concept of this area looking pretty, so we're gonna put all the vents outside like this. There we go, that's the stuff. There's gonna be some lovely bedrooms. Let's see here. I don't even know what this was hooked up to before because it's not attached to anything now. And we'll run this one all the way over. You know, just to keep it, just to level it out earlier, and I'll pop all of these. Alright, so I don't want to build this just yet. I want to sweep this room out first. Eventually, I'll probably come up with some reason to let them go over there. I think we don't need this bedroom anymore, so somebody else claimed this and they've been sleeping in the light this whole time. And now let's relocate this thing. And I believe I have to wrangle that one or they won't like actually do it because they're dumb. I really wish. Like, this is another one of those devs mysterious ways thing. I don't know why these two operations are functionally different, even though they have the same outcome. Just one of them doesn't work sometimes. I don't understand it. I will delete the doors on the left side once this thing has been captured before it wanders off somewhere where I can't get it anymore. Look at you. Oh, isn't that adorable? Look how happy you are. You got your lights, you got your wretched wallpapers, you got your comfy bed. Sleep tight. Why'd they not build this tile? Okay, we have these ones figured out. What else have we got here? Okay, that's the bed you chose. Whatever. They're just taking forever to build these, but they're doing it slowly. What is that bet? Well, it's a ship. It's a dream boat. I don't know if there's like flavor text for it, is there? Ahoy, set sail for Z's. The 7 Z's. Come on, devs, you can do better than that. Like the 7 Z's, like you had the pun like right there in front of you and you didn't go for it when you named that thing. Like, come on, what are you doing? Get it together. Also, fix the UI. They did actually sweep those, surprisingly. No, these actually aren't full yet, I guess because these are a low priority order. Yeah, I don't know why there's only 5 Z's instead of 7. Like, come on. Devin Chad, if you're watching this stream right now, like you're missing out on a huge opportunity to make a better pun out of that skin. Hungry, are you? You had a good sleep? Gotta go gorge yourself before you stand around in the break room for 6 hours? No, you get to it. Let's see here. Okay, we can finally rip this down now. I think these stickers like despawn after a few days. I don't really know. I know they go away eventually. In the meantime, they're just gonna be here, I guess. Let's see. We need to destroy some tiles. Okay, let's just set this to buildings. I've been trying to avoid having to change that setting because it's annoying, but this is also annoying. So let's go ahead and set this to buildings. There we go. Because there's a bunch of pipes and crap behind them. Free poem. Uh-oh. One of the mini... I'll read the poem in a moment. Hold on. One of your many enjoyments is watching a dupe in pajamas climb up a fire pole. Yeah, well, thankfully they have a ladder, so they're not doing that, but I know it's extremely slow for them to do that. Yeah, I don't know why they call that a run speed. I'm assuming that's the speed specifically for not going down at it, because when they go down, they go like 2 or 3 times faster, I think. A dozen, a gross, and a score. And I saw this one on, someone posted that on the Discord already. A dozen, a gross, and a score, plus 3 times the square root of 4, divided by 7, plus 5 times 11, is 9 squared and not a bit more. And I ran the numbers on that, it's true, it actually works. Why are they not... Oh, they probably can't reach this anymore. It is very clever. And I'm gonna give them a ladder here. Like, if you actually, like, write that out, it works correctly. I don't know, go to my Discord if you want to see it, I think, because somebody... Let me make sure that somebody posted it there. Someone did post it there, right? Why do I have DMs? Yeah, whatever, I'll look at those in a moment. Okay, yeah, that's where it was. Adam posted it. There you go, to my Discord if you want to see that meme specifically. Or don't. It's okay, I won't be upset. Why are they not destroying this? Okay, I think it's just because they couldn't reach it. Somebody has it now. A gross is 144 and a score is 20. I don't know who made up these numbers. Like, it's just someone came up with that for some reason. Alright, so let's see here. We have a lot of room here. I could put more stuff in this room. I don't know what to put in here exactly. I could put some glass here as well. For now, I'm just going to put, like, just a wall here instead. I could put glass at some point. But we do have a lot of, like, ceiling height if I choose to, like, make it the full size here. And I will eventually put a glass wall here, I think is what I want to do. But for now, I'm just going to wall it off normally. Because I don't want this to ever be, like, passable. They're never going to get to go through that. And they have access to all of their mess tables, so we can get rid of these ones now. Yeah, let me look at the DMs real quick to see if this is anything important. Okay, yeah, it's something for after stream. Let's see here. I mean, I might as well just put some, like, decor in this area. I could even move these up one more tile, actually. Because they look kind of cramped, like the low ceiling. You know what? I don't like the low ceiling. We're here to make it look pretty. Let's move this all up one tile. And then they got this. We need to give this a liquid intake. It needs water. We can get some water from down here in the kitchen. And I think yeah, it's already powered. So they'll be able to use this thing if they need to. It'll be functional as well. You like to make stuff cramped? I kind of don't. Not in this situation. I think it'll look better if I build it like this. They have such beautiful voices. Alright, let's see here. We don't need beds down here anymore. Outside of kitchen. Does the bed make this not a kitchen? How does that work, actually? No mess table. Oh, he didn't say anything about there being no beds. Why am I not allowed to have a bed in the kitchen? Come on, devs, what are you doing? Look, okay, well, look, we're gonna fix... Don't worry, guys, we're gonna fix this. We're gonna have beds. You can stop sleeping on the floor. We just need these bastards to make a little bit more plastic. That's not what I want to do. This one. Relocate. Now, speaking of plastic, one of these is probably ready. Yeah, okay. I need to keep an eye on these guys, actually, because they can get out of there now. Or I could put a door there so they can't get out of there. That's a great idea. I'm glad I thought of it. Yeah, just whatever, over there. Speaking of doors, do I want to block any of this off? We don't really need the... Do we need the oxygen masks? We probably do, because there's a lot of chlorine down here. Yeah, I'm going to keep the masks. This is not looking particularly breathable in this area. They can get through it, but I probably don't want them to have to do that. Also, they're supposed to enjoy their sardine life. Look, they don't have to live sardine lives. They can have a... whatever this life qualifies as. Surely it's better than a sardine life. I don't think there's any reason to leave these doors closed. Because, like, they don't care. The only consideration would be the animals getting out. So I'm going to go ahead and open all of these doors, I think. Can I just copy the settings? Yes, I can. Okay, so let's just go ahead and open all of the doors except for these ones here, because we don't want those animals getting out. You know what? No, you're being selfish. Everybody can enjoy the animals, all right? They'll come into your room if you're nice to them and you pet them a lot. And the pip will be able to meander around the bedroom area as it sees fit. You've had a lot of nice things here. You know, your animal friends can be shared with everybody. I will put more animals in here as the opportunity arises. The slicksters can't go between floors. No share. Look, you need to stop being such a crybaby and act like an adult, all right? Act your age. You're 339 cycles old. You can share the animals with other people. You don't have to be a baby about it. Come on, grow up, dude. They're adorable. Let everybody have some fun with the animals. Why did these ones not get set? I must have missed those for some reason. Pet communism. Look, this is like the definition of communism here. Like, there's no economy in this video game. Where's the other slickster? I don't know where it went. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you get yourself food poisoning while you were on your, like, unlimited break? I don't know where the other slickster went. I forget where I put it. I have no idea where it is. Maybe it died. Oh, never mind. It's already down here. Okay, we just leave it down here. We'll get more, and we'll put them on these 2 floors at some point. We'll get adorable animals for everybody. Because I think most of these have, like, a decor bonus. Like, there's not really any downside to having them, even though it's not an exceptionally large bonus by any means. Okay, you know what? You need to have your bed down here. Let's see, whose bed is this? Tap, that one's claimed. That's gonna be your bed. Because I need you to have, like, a really easy to access bed, because you take, like, the entire day to get to your bed. We have to optimize that to some extent. I don't know why they're not building this. I think it's just... Why are they not building these? We have sandstone, right? We're not out of sandstone. I hope. I have no idea how I did that. I don't know how I removed the UI. All I did was press escape while the game was saving. We might be running out of sandstone. No, we're not. I should have been building all this out of granite, though. Yeah, I probably should have just built this out of granite. Whatever, I don't know why they're not building this. They can reach it. I'm just gonna assume that this game is being stupid. Yeah, they're building it. I don't know why the game's being dumb. They're capable of building this. They're just acting weird for some reason. Alright, eventually we'll have to... Oh, I thought that was sand. Eventually I'll have to do another sweep to get the remaining bits of debris out of the room, but we've gotten most of it for now. These things are adorable. How do I get these? I want more of these. I wonder what pip variants are there actually. Can I get another one of these? This is not even important at this point. I just like them. Like, just as a real person, I like having the pip decor bonus because this thing is adorable. So I wonder if I have another one wandering around that I could convert. I saw one over here earlier. I don't know where it went. We have a bunch of pip eggs, but I don't remember where the wild one went. It was in this area. There it is. Alright, you can... When it eats thimbleweed... Okay, yeah, well, we're not doing a whole lot of that. Looks like that's the only morph, though, so we can just move it into this room. And I believe, yeah, we're ready for another critter. Alright, perfect. And that's going to bring us up to, I think, 5 of these guys once I've done that. We only have, like, 1 down here, and I do need reed fiber. cramped. Okay, so all that cramped means is that it lowers its reproduction rate, right? Well, why is it glum? Does it not have food? No, it has plenty. Critter's feeling down because its needs aren't being met. Okay, does any ranching experts know what this means? What need isn't being met? Is it glum because it's cramped? Or is there something else that's causing it to do that? Groom. Okay, it needs to be groomed, and that just hasn't happened, I guess. Okay. It's the cramped. Okay, I'm getting conflicting messages here. How did this guy... Oh, you know what? This is the one that's been stuck in here for, like, ever. I've, like, never seen this one anywhere down here. It's always up in this area. You have eggs separated from the ranch. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. You know what? I'm going to relocate one of the eggs to just be in here for now. We'll see if that, like, causes it to stop whining. I'm not too worried about this, because I don't think that affects the scale growth at all. At least I didn't see anything in the UI that indicated that. Oh my god. I mean, I'm not gonna go for that, but... How do you even... Is this even a thing? 19! Plus 19 excavation. I kind of want to go for that, actually. It's a flatulent dupe is the problem. Yeah, that's... Okay, so it's a trade-off. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna go for that. Like, there's a part of me, an impulse that made me want to get this duplicate. Realistically, I don't think we need this, because just about everybody can do digging, but, like, still. I guess that's, like, a huge trade-off that they make. Mari seems tempting. I wasn't really paying attention. I still don't want to load up on a bunch of duplicates here just yet. I might have missed a good one. I kind of wasn't paying attention. I got distracted by the one and then didn't bother going for the other ones. You have a flatulent base where... Yeah, you told me about this. You told me. I remember. Not all of us want to run a base like that, alright? I'm happy for you, though. I hope it's working out for you. That's a dwarf. Oh my god, you're actually right. That really is just a dwarf. It kind of tracks. Now we could have made some memes out of that one, but oh well. There'll be other opportunities. I don't know why I'm digging that out. I just decided I wanted to do that for some reason. All right, so let's see. We have a Sweetle in here as well. You know, we could leave this thing in here. I'm just gonna move it up a floor. You can live in there. There you go, buddy. Let's see here. I'm wondering if I should just get rid of some of these beds for now. Yeah, you know, these are taking too long to build, and for some reason these idiots distributed it unevenly. So I'm gonna put a few regular bunks in here. Well, regular, not cots, that's what these are called. I want to make these out of granite. So let's see, how many beds have we got here? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 11, so I need to do this to like one more bedroom. And we'll just do that. Okay, so that should hold them over until they've actually got all the beds available. Because we're just waiting on plastic at this point. Critter droppers for ranches, can't be bothered to manage moving them around. Yeah, I want to automate this process, but I also want to fix this. Wait, is this guy going to actually be accessible? This might be our only chance. Maybe we can actually get this guy. Just wrangle it, please. Actually, I don't need to relocate it at all. I just wanted to keep it out of this room. That was the whole thing I was trying to accomplish here. The whole reason was I wanted this guy to be available as a backup, because this guy is wild. Yeah, the white whale. We finally got Moby Dick. Let's just get them to build this tile right here. And then this guy will be stuck in this area, and I can prevent him from meandering off, but I'll keep him wild, so this one will not, like, die as far as I'm aware. It'll always lay eggs before it dies. This one's not wild? Oh, it's tame. Oh, it got out. Okay, well, never mind then. I don't know when that one got tamed, but I might as well relocate it at this point, so... you're going in here. In any case, we caught the damn thing. Let me... Wait, are you gonna do it now? No, you're not. Okay, let me prioritize it. Alright, yeah, I didn't even realize that one was tame. Yeah, it must have escaped at some point. I thought that was still a wild one. Whatever, that is completely fine. I don't think we're gonna get them all killed. Okay, there's that guy. But another one, doesn't matter where I put it because it's just going to move around. But it will stay in the bedroom because we're going to leave that door shut. I could always like let it into the mess hall. You know what? Let's let the animals into the mess hall actually. We're going to open this door, but it's not going to be able to leave this area of the base. Like I will not open any of these doors by default, so it'll actually stay stuck in there. He or she, I don't think any of these have genders. I think only the duplicants do that. I mean, I've just been calling it, doing either it or they for these animals with no particular consistency. They don't have any, like, gender to them. They're all androgynous, or hermaphrodites, or whatever, I don't know, whichever explanation you want to come up with for how the animals work in this game. And I'm pretty sure all the duplicants are sterile. But they do have in the bio, they do have a gender. And I think a few of them are non-binary as well. I forget which ones. Oh, so cute. Alright, so they have all their beds. I think we're good to go on that. Sweep out all the garbage in here as well. We have a shine nymph. I actually want this to stay in here. Or shine bug. We're almost done with this setup here, really. It's just a matter of putting like a few decor items in here, because I think this is not a great haul yet, because it doesn't have a decor item and it's too big. Actually, hold on, it is too big. What are the requirements? Great haul, 120, so it's 5 tiles too big. That's fine. We can lower the ceiling. And it needs to have a fancy decor item. That's the only other thing we need in here. Okay, so let's see here. Critters have parthenogenesis built in. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna assume that means like asexual reproduction because I don't know what that means. I ain't no biologist. Now let's put some lights in here. I think they actually eat faster if I recall correctly if they have lights. It doesn't matter what I build these out of. So I can give them a slightly lowered ceiling would be one way to do this. That's probably the right way to do this. Yeah, I'm gonna just give them a lowered ceiling. The ceiling here doesn't have to be like perfectly aligned or anything, and now I could figure out something else to fill into this space here. For now, I'm just gonna go ahead and get rid of this as well. Maybe I'll put like a big painting or something on the wall over there. But this should look fairly good. Carpet, tile decor. Yeah, I want to put carpets down at some point, but we don't have enough reed fiber for a lot of carpet. Let's see if we have enough. There's a few laying on the ground. Okay, I can do that. We want to optimize the amount of time they spend on the carpet, but this is also a mess hall, so I mean, I don't know if I want carpet underneath the mess hall, if I'm being completely honest. These guys are probably not very clean. I should have deconstructed this in the opposite order. Whatever. I mean, I gotta at least sort of play into like the role play of what I'm building here, right? I mean, I don't have to. I forgot to interact with this thing at all. What the heck is this? Wait, you can make spices out of seeds. This is not what I thought it was. I thought this was gonna use the pepper nut or something. Or like the salt. Well, that's cool. You have a use for extra seeds now. Oh, it does use the salt. Some of them do. One of them does. Oh, good, iron. Yeah, just put some iron in the food. 3 kilograms of iron. That's definitely not going to kill you. That's not what they put the warnings on the multivitamin bottles. Just 3 kilograms of iron. All right. You hate spice grinders. Yeah, well, I'm not going to use it for now, whatever the case is. She already just put some stickers on the walls. They are all stoked right now. Look how happy they are. Alright, so let's put some beautiful artwork here. We have an artist in the base. Gotta have him do something. Let's see here. What have we got room for? I think this canvas. Not very much reed fiber, though. There you go. So we're gonna do that. I could actually raise the ceiling here to give myself a little bit more room to put crap down. If you do the freshener spice, then your food can last forever without a deep freezer. That means you won. I mean, this isn't Don't Starve. I don't think having optimal food is winning. Winning is having infinite oxygen in this game. I mean, it's in the name of the game. If the oxygen is included, then I've defeated the game. It slows the decomposition. Does that mean it just stops it entirely and they didn't document it correctly? Or does it just like take so long that it doesn't matter? I'm gonna raise the ceiling here because I know I had room to do that. Let's bump it up just a little bit more. I think they can... Yeah, they cannot reach it, so I do have to put some ladders here. Just mind your head while you're eating. It's coded as negative, so you can get spoiled food to freshen. What? Why do they describe things like this? Slows the decomposition. Actual description reverses decomposition. That's ridiculous. Why do they do this with this game? Like, nothing is ever documented correctly in this game for some reason. Hopefully the shine bug doesn't get itself stuck up there. Dude. Dude, how long have you been deconstructing this lamp? Okay, whatever. He figured it out eventually. Alright, so let's put a couple lights on the ceiling here. Actually, what's the symmetry of the room like? Yeah, we can do something like that. Artists first and programmers next. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Don't Starve's got its own share of, like, questionable programming jank. But it's not nearly as bad as this game. I don't know what happened with this game when they were programming it. It is all over the place whether or not anything in this game actually works correctly. Hold on, before we ruin our setup here. Let's see, how do I want to power this? If I have just one dedicated, like, power generator for this area, it should be fine. We need very little power for this whole getup. I'm gonna hide the wires behind the walls solely because I think it looks better if I do it that way, and no other reason. So let's do something like this. And then as for the wiring, we can run it through the floor. It's not very efficient, but I don't care. It looks nice. And then we need one branch of the wire to go over here. New species. Wait, what? Wait, did I not scan a pip yet? Oh, I guess I had never scanned a pip. I think. Where is it? Did it die? I thought it comes out the other side. Where did it go? Hold on, well, let's see what we scanned. Yeah, we scanned a pip. Where did it go? Am I just losing my mind? Okay, achievement. We can look at that in a moment. I didn't actually look at the thing. Right? No database entry for the critter Fluxomatic. Okay, let me check the database. Critter Fluxomatic. Oh look, chat, there is a database for the critter Fluxomatic. It just doesn't work. Alright, let's go look at the pip. Alright, this species has a secondary set of inner eyelids that act as a barrier against ocular splinters. Okay. The surfaces of these secondary eyelids are translucent blue and display a light crosshatch texture. This is very important information to have, right? Like, we needed to know this. This has broad implications for the critter's vision, meriting further exploration. Okay. Yeah, achievement alarm. Alright, what did we win? Oh, okay, apparently I hadn't done that yet. You didn't need to, I saw it the first time. I was reading the flavor text. Where did my pip go? What happened? Where go? Chad, it ate my pip. I got scammed. I think it's gone. Knowing this game, it just like deleted it or something, or maybe it'll just like reappear in the base at some point. There's one here. Like, it had no way out. Quick wrangle. This one. There's just 3 of them there. I don't know how to cancel that. Oh, there. Wait, no, not that, not that. This one. There's only 3. It wasn't delivered. How did I discover a pip? There's no way for a pip to get in here. We know it was delivered. Something happened because it reset. Or actually, wait, does it... Hold on, is the critter inside of the machine? How does this work? Does it pull the critter in and then hold it until it's done processing? Or I thought it was like almost instantaneous, like it won't pull one in until it's finished charging. Yeah, it's busy analyzing from a recently scanned specimen. We put a pip in there. It could be this one. I have no idea. Let's try again. Actually, hold on a second. We don't need to do that, right? I'm extremely... Wait, did I ever get a second pip? No, that was the one I was trying to get. No, it's over here. We did get... I've lost my mind. I've completely lost my mind. Okay, we don't want to... No, we don't want to wrangle that one. Let's just leave it be for now. We have 2 in here. I did scan a pip. I have no idea why it, like, just now decided that it unlocked a new entry, because I don't know what I brought over there to trigger it. This game's weird. I'm willing to chalk this one up to just jank, because I don't have a proper explanation for what happened there. It probably would make sense in retrospect, looking at the VOD or something, but I legitimately don't remember what I ordered to go down there recently. Alright, so we got some beautiful artwork here. Oh, we got... I forget whose name this is. It's like Rivaldo or something, like just drawing himself. Very artistic. That's Nicola. And we don't have any other ones by the look of things, because we're at a reed fiber. But these are masterpieces, so we probably have a really high decor bonus in here. Oh, you could... Wait, oh, you could change which one it is now! That must be new. I don't think it used to be possible to do this. You had to rip it down and rebuild it if you didn't like the one you got. So we can make sure we have, like, one of each. I sent the non-sheep. What? Yeah, like this. Yeah, well, I sent a glossy Dreco in here, right? That's what I wanted to do. If they ever get around to moving it. Yeah, this one. That's what I want to do. That's the plastic room. They have to repaint it. I mean, it just means you don't have to deconstruct it. You can just put it in order and tell them which one you want. New? Look, it wasn't in the game when I played it last, which was ages ago, alright? Let me have this. Let me be excited by new things, alright, chat? Alright, landscape canvas. Isn't there a portrait canvas? I think I'm missing something here. Why can't I... There we go. Okay, I had to pick the non-existent fiber to be able to build this. So we could put that, like, right here, maybe. Yeah, you have to research it. I kind of thought that's where this was going. Yeah, we could put it right there, but I need to move these pipes first, because these are really gross looking. Alright, get rid of that. This generator here, we can cut all of this off. Because, yeah, this is not doing anything. The lights are taken care of. Let me check research here real quick. I think we're about wrapping this up here. I'm going to end pretty soon here. Let's see if we can finish getting our Great Hall, like, all set up and ready to go. So the decor is all over here. We have portrait canvas and marble block. We don't really have room for a marble block in there, though I could make a couple statues. We never finished glass blowing, actually, so I wouldn't have been able to do this even if I wanted to. I think we can make the glass, but I can't make tiles out of it. I can just make other stuff. Sun lamp, arrow pot, I don't really care about any of this. I think it's just this one and then the monument at the end, which I think this was one of the end goals of like the original game. I don't know if it still is for this one. We're not going to be building the monument in a while because this thing requires like 80 more billion obsidian and glass or something to make. I don't remember exactly. Yeah, let's just research this because we got nothing better to do. And we're going to need to be able to reach the painting. And just like Michelangelo, this guy's gonna like make the painting while like laying on a ladder near a ceiling or something. That's not quite how that works, but hopefully somebody gets the reference. Let's see, we got the piss water pipe. I need to route this probably through the floor, honestly. I'll just route it down here. I really hate how it doesn't show that you picked the liquid bridge when you do that. And eventually this pipe should empty out if I just destroy this bridge. And then the last thing is we have a gas pipe. And I will run it through the floor, like so. Okay, that's going to be the final arrangement, so then I can delete all of the pipes that are running across this open space, and we can make it look nice and pretty. Alright, so I want to put a landscape canvas over here. Once it's painted, I think oh, they have to build it actually, and then I can check and see, like, what my options are for how I do the decoration. This is going to be like an ongoing thing, because I don't have enough reed fiber right now to finish this today. We should need this ladder. Actually, I need that ladder so they can reach these pipes here. We're not quite done. And let's prep a couple of statues as well, because I can build the statues right now. So that's going to be furniture. Let's see. So this is plus 10 decor for 8 tiles. So this is just a better version of the little one. And then the metal one is actually the best one. And I think it's facing to the right, so we're going to rotate it so it's facing inward. You know what, let's build one of each, just to see what we got. Let's just build one of each. Actually, I should build that out of gold and granite. Oh, it already was gold. Alright, so that one's gonna be made of gold. Actually get that huge decor bonus. If I could make everything else out of gold, it would look a lot better. And then the large sculpting block, I think granite is our best material for this. We could use ceramic, but there's no reason to. Ceramic is kind of hard to make. And then we have that ceiling trim as well. I might as well make some of these. You know, to bring home the gaudy-ass look of this whole building. And I'll rip out ceiling trims if I need to make room for portrait canvases later, but I could always build the portrait canvases somewhere else, like shift these beds over a bit. Or why is this thing doing the heart thing? What does that mean? Hugging spree, I think, is what's causing that. It hugs eggs. Oh, I forgot about this. Yeah, these guys, like, are, like, critter incubators or something like that. If I do another playthrough of this game, I might do, like, a ranching run or something. And, like, just try to use critters for every mechanic that they are capable of doing. Which we're only sort of doing that right now. That could be interesting. Or I could regret that tremendously. And I don't want anyone in chat to tell me if I'm going to regret doing a playthrough like that. It sounds interesting on the surface, and we'll just keep it that way. Check how much space Cuddle Pips need. I mean, it moves in and out of these rooms constantly. Just 4. That's it. My God. That's all they need. They love attention. They just want to be, like, surrounded by other critters. I thought they were gonna, like, cuddle or something. I kind of wish they would interact with each other. Someone's bedroom is looking a lot better decorated than all the other ones, that's for sure. There we go. We got like 5 of these instead of 2. Have a dupe pass by them. I don't know. I guess it doesn't work while they're sleeping. Surely it'll happen on its own in a moment here, right? They're not doing the heart thing anymore. Come on, do something cute. Yeah, whatever. Maybe they're not gonna do it while I'm looking, apparently. Let's see, we need to save reed fiber. I think it's more important that we get this decor figured out first, so I'm not gonna spend any more reed fiber. Alright, we got a gold block, we got a granite one up there. I have room for, like, a plant or something here. You know, a plant, I think, would really bring this place together. We have a pipsqueak in here for some reason. I guess I left an egg in this room. Alright, so I know that they're gonna get out the instant I destroy this door, so I'm going to do that first. And then I'm gonna try to build a tile there. I'm gonna do the same thing with this airflow tile here. I don't want them to get out. So I will destroy this door after they've built these tiles. Yeah, I don't know how often they do the heart thing. I think it's just kind of random. Yeah, they just do it occasionally, apparently. I guess they have to be hugged or something as well. I don't know what triggers duplicants to do that. I haven't really seen them do it. Come on, someone's got to hug this thing. You can't all just run past it. What is wrong with you people? God, these things are adorable. I'll just leave the normal, like, the normal one in here. The pips seem to be having a good time. Cat, this is how, like, cats were domesticated, like, thousands of years ago. They were just stuck in a colony with a bunch of lunatics, and they just became cuddly and adorable. Like, there's a little bit of, like, biological history for you. I think it's called paleontology. I don't know, maybe that's for really old things. I don't know the words for these things. No one's petting it, though. This is absolutely criminal. You're gonna pet it? Not even you. You're not gonna pet the adorable animals. I am so disappointed right now. Okay, so they finally did that. So let's go ahead and deconstruct this. Let's see. What else can we do here? A little bit more decor before we call it on the stream today. So furniture. We want to put a pot. We have a few options here: flower, wall, or hanging pot. I don't really have room for a hanging pot because I already built a bunch of stuff on the ceiling, so let's just do a floor pot. That's kind of awful looking. I think I'm just going to use the default one. Let me just stick, like, I don't know, like 2 of these in here. A couple different plants, a little variety. I don't need to do any of this stuff, but I'm having fun with it. I'm having fun making it look cool. That's all that matters at the end of the day. Metal tiles, I think, give them a really good decor bonus and run speed, so I think I'm going to put metal tiles on the floor here. Hopefully the animals don't get out if I do this. We'll see. If they get out, I can always wrangle them back in. Program if they can't be hugged while a camera could see them. I mean, look, if a duplicant hugs a pip and no one is there to see it, did it actually happen? What plants have we got? Jumping Joyas are, I think, really good, so we'll put one in there. And I think the temperature in here is... We're gonna have to deal with the heat problem eventually. I'm honestly surprised that the heat situation hasn't become nearly as bad. Close the door temporarily, and it's, you know, I'm just gonna take my chances. They'll be locked in the kitchen if they get out, so they're pretty easy to move back in. Anyways, we haven't had heat problems in this base, surprisingly. Of all the issues that I could have had with this base, it just didn't work. Pedestals, you're right, I can make a pedestal. You know what, this is a great spot for a pedestal. Let's put the pedestal over here so they can see the morb when they go into the bedrooms. Or the bathroom, actually. You know what, no, we're putting the morb in the bathroom. I changed my mind. Where's the pedestal? I think that bad boy had a granite. That's where the morb is going. It's going in the bathroom. To display your accomplishments. So is this thing like a physical trophy or something? Like, is that like what this is? Like, you just, like, do you always get the morb if you do this thing down here? I'm gonna assume then that maybe this one spawns one, because we got the morb from this thing, I believe. So this probably does something as well, but we're not gonna interact with this thing today. What else have we got? Tranquil Toes. I don't know what the hell that is. What else have we got here? I'm gonna make sure that these don't trigger, like, hay fever or whatever. I don't think this one does. I think only a couple of the plants do that. Okay, it's being cuddly now. Pet it. Someone pet it. No one's petting it. No, don't go up the wall. Nobody can get to you there. You also get one for the synthesizer. Did I get one, or do I have to, like, give them the dream journals? We can check on that at the very end of the stream here to see if we actually got anything. Nobody wants to pet these things. Look, I don't understand. I don't know why nobody wants to pet this. They don't know cuteness when they see it, apparently. So let's see, which of these... Yeah, they're not gonna tell me. Oh yeah, let's just put a spore kit. That sounds like a good idea. No, whatever. He needs 25 and a constant flow of O2. Is that how many? Because we only brought 10 over there. Use the move command. For what? I'm confused. What are we talking about here? Are we talking about the Somnium thing, or the Pip, or the Morb thing? Because I told them to put it on the pedestal. I think. Oh, I didn't click. No, I did. They're just not doing it because they're dumb. They'll move it in a moment. Use the move command on the Pip. Like, to tell them to move to the Pip? Okay. Go to the Pip. Go to the Pip. Look, I don't know what you want from me here. Am I doing something wrong here? Is this a skill issue? No one wants to pet it. No one wants to interact with this animal for some reason. Like, look at this. I don't even know how they all got in here. How do we have so many animals in here? I only put, like, 2 in here. Glitched. Yeah, go figure. Okay, look, I'm not like a sculptor or anything, but I'm pretty sure you don't use a chisel to sculpt gold. I mean, like, you could use a chisel to do some of the work here, but I don't think that's usually how this is done. Like, I think you form it with, like, specific hammers. You don't just use the same exact tool as a chunk of granite. I mean, I don't know what I'm talking about here. What are our options? Ugh. This is actually not a very good selection, if I'm being completely honest. Well, I don't want this thing in here. Let's redecorate it. Turn it into something else. Why are you facing the wrong way? I thought I rotated this. Is one of these just like rotated differently? You can exclusively use the chisel if you have enough patience. I mean, for gold, you're probably right. With enough, like, just like with enough effort, you could probably make it work. Alright, well, anyways, let's figure out what to plant here. I don't remember which of these things release spores or whatever. Like, one of these causes like the hay fever or whatever the problem is. I don't remember what it's allergies. That's what it's called. I don't remember which of these trigger allergies. Whatever, just put that one in there. You search it up, and the only result of chiseling gold is a Reddit post of some game. You don't think you chisel gold? I kind of doubt it. I don't think that's the tool you would use for that. It's not, the chisel's for like cracking things. Like, it's not, gold is malleable. It'll just, you can like engrave gold with a chisel would be the only thing you could really do with it. What kind of vape juice are you using? I do not vape. And if you mean in the game, probably polluted oxygen or hydrogen would be my go-to for this game, because that's usually what gets out. But I am not a vapor. Why are they taking so long to do this? Guys, come on. You're almost there. You're on the home stretch. Your vape is bleach stone? Oof, that's pretty harsh. Okay, they finally did this. Can, but it will take many lifespans. Well, the duplicant did it in like a cycle. I'm not gonna even bother like rotating this. Whatever, that looks fine. He's looking the other way. I could put like a glass window there or something so he's like staring at people as they go down the fire pole. Let's see. So I think we're almost done here. The bedrooms, I believe I need a decor item. I need 2 decor items in the bedrooms for these to actually qualify. I could just put the ceiling, like this ceiling stuff in all these bedrooms. I kind of want to like redo them later, but I think for now, just to get the decor items knocked out, we're just going to do this because this will give it a pretty damn high decor bonus for every bedroom. And I can always come back to this later. I'm not going to do it for this one though, because this one already, I think these count. Actually, wait, do these count as decor? Surely the lights count as decor items, right? They might not, actually. I might need to put something in this room. Yeah, this is just a barracks. Okay, I'll figure something out for that room in a moment. Let me finish putting these up. Oh, actually, it doesn't even let you build them in the wrong spot. I can just click and drag. I wish I had figured that out before I finished all of them. Alright, so as for this room, Sovi, still here, what do you want? Which of the... We need to put 2 decor items in this room to, like, to meet the criteria. What do you want in here? Just let me know. This is the catalog of crap that I can put in that room for you. I could put a pedestal with any dumb item you wanted. I could put ceiling trims. I can't put the ice block because it'll melt, which is not good. I hope I did. Yeah, they're made of granite. I could put ceiling trims as well, which I've also been making out of granite. Yeah, this looks very gaudy, but you know what? They like it for some reason. I don't know if Soviet's still here. I'm just going to take creative liberties with this myself. Let's see. What do you like? I mean, you got like watermelon socks, so maybe some plants. That seems like something a plant enjoyer would like. What are my canvas options? The hell's Mupolian Bonafartes? I almost want to destroy one of these just to see what that is, but I... Oh, no, I see. Okay, it's like the duplicate's riding one of those awful cow things. I see what that is. Okay, I'm not going to rip any of these down to build that. Let's just put something in here. You know, just flower pots. Maybe a couple wall pots. I could put them on the floor as well. It doesn't really matter that much. So let's make these because we haven't done these yet. And I think all the decorative plants are only 1 tile tall, so they should be visible. Or they're not visible. They should fit, is what I'm saying. And once these are built, it'd be good to go. And I think these are slowly becoming luxury barracks. Wait, what? These are private bedrooms. What am I missing here? I hope I didn't screw something up here. Oh, back wall tiles. Oh. Okay, everybody gets drywall. Okay. This is gonna take a little bit then. I'm just gonna give them all default, like drywall, until I like come up with some theme for this. Actually, hold on. No, cancel. Don't build those. Don't build those. Stop. 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 Granite. I want to make them all out of granite. Yeah, there's no way I'm using ceramic for this. Like, I got so much granite. There's no point in, like, wasting this on ceramic. Can I get a bigger brush for, like, placing these? It wouldn't be too much trouble, devs. Did you just add every quality of life feature that Factorio has? That would be slick if you could do that, devs. Wait, oh shoot, hold on. I didn't realize I was overriding these. I don't think they did any of it yet. I'm just gonna build these while paused, and then I can just like vertically sweep it to remove all those. Alright, we already have wallpaper in that other room, luckily. Don't have to worry about that one. Do that. Do that. Are these... They're not behind the door, right? I think the back of the door... Yeah, it can't support these. I think it also holds out a vacuum. And the doors, like, gases will pass through the doors, but I don't think they can vent into space, like, through a door. There we go. If I didn't miss any spots, then I think all of these are going to become barracks as, you know, fill tool. I wouldn't really want a fill tool. I just want a brush size, because sometimes you don't want to fill a room. I mean, also having a fill tool would be kind of sick. This place honestly looks kind of nice. At some point, I'll probably put drywall up on the whole thing. Like back in my day, there weren't any skins for the drywall, so there wasn't really a point in placing it other than if you didn't like seeing like some of the background textures, but now you can actually make your like base look pretty. You know what? Honestly, let's do the same theme for the bathroom as the other base, just while I'm at it, while I'm here. Just to make sure that the stream never actually ends. Hold on, no, don't do that. On material. I want this to be the rainy print. Yeah, put the clouds at the top though. This is very important. There we go. It'll look like the other bathroom does now. Cloud one is nice. Okay, you're here now. I don't know if you had a request for like what to decorate your room with, but I decided for you because you didn't say anything. So you're gonna get some cute plants up here on the ceiling. You can always change it later. That's fair. Awesome. If I find something watermelon themed, I'll put it in this room. I mean, honestly, the mallow thing kind of looks like a watermelon. Yeah, it looks like a watermelon. It's kind of round. Let's put that up here. Hopefully these things can survive. I think they're actually going to wilt because it's too hot in here, but we have a, like, upcoming task, I think, to deal with the temperature situation in the base. Because while it's manageable, it is slowly becoming an issue. Especially with, like, the heat coming off of this biome here. So your room is a little bit toasty. It's not too bad, it's livable, you'll be okay. It's like 86 degrees Fahrenheit or something, but we are going to deal with the temperature problems at some point here. That's kind of on the to-do list. It's gonna take forever. I might end it here. I don't think I'm gonna wait for them to build this. We accomplished what I set out to do here, which is to wait for the game to save. We accomplished what I set out to do here, which was to finally upgrade, like, all of the, like, living quarters, so this base actually looks civilized. So let me just clean up a little bit more, and then we're gonna end the stream. And for the next one, I probably need to work on, like, actual progression. So I need to get, like, a cooling system, I need to get steam power. Fahrenheit, yeah, well, look, not the whole world can be sensible, and unfortunately I live in the part of the world that isn't sensible, so I have to deal with degrees Fahrenheit. I don't want any of these. Uh-oh.
My dub's deep dark secret is that she fucking hates watermelon. Like she kinda liked it at the start, and then that became her thing. She just stuck with it to go along with the group. But now that's all she's thought as. And now she just fucking hates it.
That's tragic. I had no idea. I also had no idea that your duplicate had a backstory. Well, I mean, I have to go along with the bit, right? So, like, even I don't know. Like, we got to maintain the secret. We got to keep the lore consistent here, and continue giving her watermelon things. I'm wondering if I want any of these. Like, I'm at the point where I'm stable enough to get more in preparation for sending duplicates to the new base, but we may reach a point in the automation where I don't need this many duplicates. Let's see, like, this guy would be kind of good to send to another base, because we don't have, like, a Dr. Farmer ready to go. That seems like two somewhat useful abilities to combine together. Because they don't do much doctoring. I think we might get Stinky here. Yeah, let's do it. Let's go ahead and do it. Let's get a Stinky into the base. Alright, we got 2 duplicates now for the redeem, but I'm just going to let those carry over onto the next stream if nobody names them now. I think we can finally get rid of these. So let's get Stinky set up real quick here. We have like a workforce that we're setting up so that when I like colonize that other planet, I'll be able to, well, immediately have them ready. We're going to do the same thing that we did with Pei here, and Stinky is going to wear some pajamas and make like dreams for us while he becomes competent at things. So let's go ahead and designate this order. I want somebody to do it immediately. Meanwhile, let's get him whatever skills I can afford, and you as well. You can have... I want to get this guy athletics, but I need to get him this. Yeah, let's do this just so I can get him the suit training. And Stinky, let's see. Initially, you're more useful as a farmer, so let's just get you farming. Priorities. Doctoring and farming. Preference for doctoring if it's needed, which it rarely ever is. Okay, anyways, let's wrap things up here. So, do we have enough dream journals? I think we do. We should have a few of them, like, sitting on the ground at this point. So, I'm gonna open this up from probably this side. Actually, wait. No, they've... Oh, I never blocked this off. I thought I blocked this area off for some reason. I guess I undid it at some point. Alright, yeah, you pick out a good one. And while that's going on, will they automatically take stuff to this machine? Let me up the priority on that. Let's finally see what this does before we end here. Oh, I just realized, wait, when they put the one book in, one of the brains, I think, started floating. Or at least I don't think it was doing that earlier. Is this doing anything? Did somebody already bring the books over here? We have 6 kilograms of books. Did this activate at some point, or do I need to do all of them? Because it was, I think, 10 kilograms of book, if I recall correctly, and it has been consuming it. And the book has food poisoning on it because somebody, like, wiped their mouth with it. I cannot figure out, to save my life, what this building does. There we go. Okay, somebody's bringing more. Like it says, it provides a sustainable boost to duplicant skills, but I'm not getting any feedback. Like, maybe it's actually running right now. Someone used the moon book as toilet paper. Gross. Yeah, somebody would do that. And then where's... Stinky, here you go, buddy. Looking great in that hat. Fabulous sideburns, by the way. I love them. Never change them. Alright, so Stinky is going to go on the sleepy time schedule for a little while. This seems like a fairly useful thing to do with new duplicants. You gonna bring it over, or did you cancel? Yeah, you canceled, didn't you? Either that or you... No, you're doing it right now. Aren't you? Why can't this just, like, select the duplicant that's doing the task? I know that you can, like, follow them if you click on them, but the instant I stop clicking this button, Severin is going to fly over there, and I'm not going to be able to click on them. Okay, it just kind of, like, accepts the book, and nothing happens. Okay, I'm very confused here. I don't know if I'm missing feedback. Oh, we never put the wheeze board down here. Just so you know, irradiate the duplicants every now and then. There we go. I don't know what this thing is doing here. Do they have like a buff that I'm not like noticing? Saw a friend. No, there's a bunch of unrelated stuff. I don't know if they haven't like turned it on yet. Or if maybe I just need to put more books in here. Maybe I don't have enough. I mean, it hasn't been that long, but they do have, no, they have 8 dream journals in this thing. It was 1 kilogram each, not 10. Just keep putting the books in. Yeah, it looks like this is not done yet, so I think we'll just end it here. I'll have to figure out what it does next stream. Apparently that wasn't enough. Whoever said it was like 5 or 10 or a million, I don't know yet. We're gonna have to find out, because whatever it is, we do not currently have enough in there. Just gonna sweep up all this junk. Need the Slickster egg. Cramped, huh? Yeah, it's gonna come and go with the cramped thing. I don't think I could do anything about it. Get in the fucking robots, Shinji. That sounds like an anime reference, so I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm uncultured. I think that's gonna be it though, so let me think about, before we end it here, what am I gonna do next time? I think we might... Do we have the steam turbine? Because I think it's time to figure out like a cooling solution. And then it's probably time to send duplicants to the 3rd planet. I think that's where we're at with this. So where is the steam? Please tell me it has steam in the name. Renewable energy. Okay, so that's what we need to research. How far along are we on the current one? Is it like... Okay, it's literally going to be... No, it's not literally going to be done. It's actually very far off. Okay, so we're going to need a steam turbine. Do I have an aqua tuner? I just want to like place a like indicator of what I want to do next. So I'm just going to place an aqua tuner. It just keeps putting books in the book thing. Yeah, I mean, look, the game told me to put books in the book thing. I'm just following directions. Huh. I didn't know you could scroll this. I'm just using my scroll wheel right now. I did not know you could scroll this menu because they always fit. It just moves them over to the right. I guess maybe maybe mods can add more like tiles to this. And it's kind of weird. All right, anyways, let me set up what I want to do for the next stream because it might be 2 weeks or something, so I'm going to probably forget. So I want to set up tuning because I want to do this sooner than later. So let's just go out into like the abyss somewhere. Yeah, right over here. Probably wrap it with gold amalgam. Useful for small window size. I can't imagine playing this game on a small window. I'm already upset with how small some of these UIs are. That could not be me doing that. All right, so we want to do the aqua tuner, and we want to send duplicates to space on a better one. So I'm just gonna like just stick reminders in the walls here. So we're gonna do another space trip. We dealt with most of our food related problems. We have water now. These are kind of the big hitters, I think. These are like the focuses. I want to progress because we've just been kind of stagnating, building stuff. I might eventually do this project on the other base. I do want to set up oil refining on the other base, so that'll be the third goal for next time. So those will be the activities that we engage in whenever next stream comes around. I just want to make it aesthetically pleasing. It's important, chat. Why can't I delete that? Why is it set to gas pipes? There we go. Alright, so that's what we're going to be doing next time around here. You want to see me use the freshener spice. Okay, what was the freshener spice? What was that made of? I forgot. Mealwood seeds and salt. I could do that, I suppose. Yeah, why not? Alright, let's add that to the list. These are our activities for next time. Okay, anything else anyone wants to throw in before we end it here? We unfortunately didn't figure out what the dream thing does. I'm guessing it's just going to turn on and give a buff when I put enough books in. I don't really know, like, how many. We'll find out. We're just going to keep doing it. We got our Great Hall. We finally have private bedrooms, so that is working, except for these ones here. We'll get that eventually. We have a nature reserve. It's actually kind of coming together now. I need to make a better rec room, which I will probably rearrange this area at some point to do that. But like, we now have what I would assume is insanely high morale for a lot of these duplicates after doing all of this. Yeah, like these guys are stacked. Like you got 29 on this one, 25. They're all in like the 20s right now, and their food isn't even that good. Yeah, you can get like a breakdown of what's happening here. Like they don't even have very good food, but like the nature reserve and the Great Hall are just straight up like 12 morale, like just from that. And this guy's in the luxury barracks. So I think the ones that have their own rooms are even happier than that. Yeah, you have like a private bedroom. So they're getting just a free like 15 morale just from the build that I gave them there. So like even if everything else in the colony is terrible, they automatically have 15 morale. And the washroom is actually giving them a bonus too, plus the downtime. So like they got to be pretty upset at this point to have problems. So we're going to want to reallocate skill points because I think at this point I could like level them up a little more. This is a very stable situation. Like none of this stuff is going to go away. I don't have to worry about them like losing their minds later on. So yeah, I think that's basically it here. You know, like some of them are still upgrading because they don't have the wallpaper yet. But that is going to be it for this time. So next time, cooling, oil refining on the other planet, spices because somebody wanted me to, and then hopefully we can prep for or send a duplicate to the third planet, at least to get like an arbor tree seed and then bring it back home so that I can start messing around with ethanol. Because food is another part of the industry that I could improve here. I don't know if we're going to get to that. I only do like 6 or 7 hours for these. But that is going to be all for this one. So thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this. I learned a lot of things. I found a bunch of new buildings down at the bottom that I didn't even know existed. I don't know if that was in Space Age or if they added those in like other updates, but it's interesting. I've been enjoying finding a lot of this new content here. I always get tripped up by this. Whatever. We just saved. It'll be fine.